I don't know
You
if we
gotta
can say that on
Good
stream
old
anymore,
Lightning
but
you gotta
McFlimbo.
get that white
I'm scared now
fireball.
to say it.
I think a Godslayer fireball or something like that is like the white one you can throw. If
Black Flame, yeah.
Right, just need to go public and we're ready to, well, we are already. The re-upload people are listening to this right now. Like,
Oh, hello, real upload
Oh,
people.
hi guys.
Hope
How
you've
you
been
doing?
doing all right.
you should also
I hope
say
you
hello
enjoyed the stream the first time.
to the unlisted people as well, because they'll hear this. You know, they'll be the first to hear this, because all the live people are gonna miss this bit right here.
Wow, they're gonna be so mad.
It's a secret.
They'll catch this bit though. This bit's
Oh,
cold now,
this
I
bit?
think. Yeah,
Man, they miss all the part where the live people heard how bad they are
they
and how much we
did.
hate them.
I think the plan is going to be that I'm going to throw on the muted playthroughs of me in the background, so I don't need to give watch together to anybody. That's just a visual of those at home, and I will do my best, depending on what everyone's talking about, to find the parts of my playthrough that match what we're talking about.
Okay.
Legendary.
That is my plan.
It's a good plan. I like your plan.
Ew. I like this metal guy. We should bring him on.
No, he's ugly.
Oh, that's fair.
You can smell the ugliness.
So, hello everybody, and welcome to the Elden Ring FAP, where we talk about a video game that has taken the world by storm. I guess.
It's true. It has.
Storm Veil.
That's gonna have to be a topic on its own. Elden Ring's cultural impact, I suppose. Oh.
Okay,
You
jeez.
don't like Elden Ring's cultural impact? Oh my goodness gracious.
I'm not. No.
Theo's just mad that his little cool game is being liked by everyone.
Yes, that's exactly why I'm mad, unironically.
Wow.
This is my game. Go away.
Leave me alone.
Okay. So, structure-wise, we're probably just gonna get right into it. I don't see why not. Should we do the thing we typically do, of everyone gives a short version of their thoughts on the game before we start talking about all of everything? I think that's probably wise. Should we start with Rags?
I thought that it was far too difficult, and there needs to be an easy mode for people like me, because all I do is pay my way through Plants vs Zombies 2 on my phone, and I just a game that challenges me, I just don't really appreciate that. That's not why I buy games, so that I could pay money in video games, and I don't appreciate this kind of game. Before you know it, I'm going to kill myself.
Oh no.
Because of Elden Ring. I am owed victory.
Well, one person less for Theo to worry about.
There you go.
That's in the chat.
No, I have not played Elden Ring. I've watched probably probably about 6-7 hours worth of Mahler's playthrough of it.
What did you gain from that?
That it's there's things that I'd like about it, there's things that I wouldn't like about it. By watching you, it's tough to say because it was sped up a bit. I wasn't like absorbed fully into it. But it seems like it's a game that I think it sort of confirmed to me what I sort of figured all along. Dark Souls and these Souls games, they're just not for me. They're not the kind of game that I enjoy. I just rather play other things. It's just not for me. Maybe later I'll delve in and see if maybe this one is something that I could add to my list of beat games. Maybe it's some project that I sort of chisel away at over time. But as it stands right now, it's just not really my thing. But a lot of people seem to love it, and I'm very
not that great.
Huh? I didn't hear you. What's that?
Do you think that these types of games are not that great, or do you think that they are
No,
like fantastic?
I just don't think they're.
You just don't like them.
I can't make much of a qualitative statement. I just sort of my understanding of them and sort of watching people play them is just I just don't think that I would enjoy them. It's not really what I find fun and engaging in a game, though it's always subject to change. Maybe one day down the road I'll pick up Elden Ring and I'll be like, "Wow, this is amazing," and I really love it. But my relationship with hardcore games is very strange. There are some that I love, there are some that I hate, and it's very much I don't know, it's just it's strange. but I
I don't think
wouldn't.
it's strange at all, right? Like people have different tastes.
Yeah, it depends on how it's done, because hardcore is such a broad kind of term, because it's everything from Dark Souls to Escape from Tarkov to all kinds of different things, and they cover such a swath of mechanics and punishments and challenges and expectations of the player. Maybe that's the big thing that separates them all. So just saying that I like hardcore games, I don't know if that means you like Dark Souls or you like Daisy or if you like Escape from Tarkov or if you like whatever hardcore game you're talking about. So I haven't played it. I'm just sort of here to listen, ask a question here and there. What I can say though is I think the game's very lovely. It has it looks very good from what I've seen. I really like a lot of the art style in it. I love this dark fantasy kind of westernish style, almost like it's like the old, the old sword sorcery movies from like the 70s and 80s where they're just kind of dark and they're like early D&D sort of stuff. It kind of has that vibe to it for me. And I really like it. I really appreciate the aesthetic, and there seems to be a huge amount of content in it. And I'm really glad to hear that, and I'm glad it's selling well because I'm glad when a single player game sells really, really well. Because I don't want the gaming trends to just issue us into the multiplayer microtransaction territory.
All right then. I figured that that's not in any way to torture you. It was literally just so people understand. This one's gonna have a lot less Rags and Fringy in it compared to everyone else, because the difference here is that I think everyone else has completed it, which can take up to 100 hours. And so, if anyone is like, wow, Fringy and Rags didn't complete it, this isn't a movie, okay? This isn't 2 hours. This is a big commitment.
I don't want to play. I don't want to like play a game. I don't want to play a game that I don't think is for me, that I like, because I would just hate it. And if I don't want to, because not everything's for me. I'm not 7 years old, and I don't think that everything in the world needs to conform to what I like, and everything needs to be something that I can beat and give me challenges that are just meant for me to overcome. So I'm gonna let everyone else sort of enjoy their video.
Oh, I can already see, so it might be worth wrestling. I actually spoke with Az about this on a stream. I said to him that unfortunately we've already got too many people, and he's not the first person that I said we've got too many people for. There are 3 other YouTubers who were interested. Unfortunately, they were further down the queue in terms of asking to come in. I figured that myself and 1 other of the people here would be enough to get us 5 hours of talking about this game. But yeah, I threw in a couple extras. The thing is, Theo, Fortea, Metal, myself, and Mark, I imagine we've got a shit ton to say about this game. Adding anyone else just means that the individual will be able to talk a lot less. There are so many fucking subjects to go over.
Muller,
Hello?
maybe you should kick me out of the... I'm seeing some people want me to leave so that someone else can take that slot.
So,
But if you're going to talk anyway, then it wouldn't matter.
Could go over the nature of what EFAP is, I guess. It's a show that's run by myself, Friggy, and Rags. Like this.
Hi.
They will be here because they are the hosts, and they will discuss mechanics as brought up. The thing is, the really cool and interesting thing is, let's take a random subject like graphics. We all talk for a while about how the game looks, and then we talk more broadly about what games should look like. And you know what? Rags and Fringy can jump in on that easily. They don't actually need to have played the game at that point.
Well, I mean, here's an idea. I might just boot up my Elden Ring right now and just play a little bit of it while I'm sitting here.
Kick more. Wow. All right, fine. I'll leave.
Bye.
So, well, in that case then, because I'll just move up the ladder in a sense, because Rags has watched a decent chunk. Fringy is the next up with having played what we could call a chunk. It's all relative. You want to just go over quickly what you've got so far, and then I will go through the rest of us who've all got bazillions of hours.
Guess not.
No, I mean, you don't have to. It's alright. If you've got a bit of stage fright, it's okay.
Stage fright.
Were you there?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I was like kind of scared. I was like, did he say Mark before that? It was like no one saying anything. I'm like, am I dropping the
crazy
ball?
one?
The crazy one.
In my defense, I'm very tired. What were the
Oh, just
give
a
me the
quick
rundown of what
sort
you
of
said.
a brief thing of you. What is your relationship with Elden Ring right now, and any thoughts you have, just so that people get a grip, and then we'll move on with everyone else.
Sure. I played 3 hours because
Oh, wow.
I got bogged down with other things.
Like Mario Kart.
Which
Did you play Mario Kart instead of Elden Ring? That's fine.
That's fine.
Yeah. The reason why I've been playing Mario Kart instead of Elden Ring is because Mario Kart is nice and safe.
It's a friendly world that takes care of you.
Funny because if I'm gonna play something random, it's like, oh, I guess I play some Dark Souls.
Mario Kart doesn't steal my runes when I come in 8th place.
Well, it's just
It'll throw a blue shell at you when you're in first, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mario Kart is kind of a hardcore experience online, but nevertheless, and also had other things that I played a little bit though a few days ago. I would have played more, but then things came up. My experience with FromSoft games is I've beaten Dark Souls 3, basically Bloodborne until I got up to Orphan of Kos, and then 8 hours later I kind of just stopped. And I played a bunch of Sekiro, but I didn't beat it. And I think I played like a couple hours of Dark Souls 1. That's basically me, so I'm somewhat familiar with the series. And in what little I've played of Elden Ring, I like it, but I don't think I have anything of value to add to this discussion. But well, apart from questions and yeah, this is very much I'm very keen to hear what everybody else has to say because I don't have much to add, but I'm gonna keep pressing on with it. I imagine it's gonna be a lot of fun.
One of the things that is super beneficial for having myself, Metal, Theo, Fortea, I'm not actually sure about Mark on this one, is we have a vast and obsessive knowledge of all the other games that came before this one, except for me with Sekiro. But I played the fuck out of DS1, 2, and 3, and Bloodborne, and so we'll have a lot of probably tangential discussions on how they've taken stuff from the old games and used it or not used it, different choices in that way. Which even if...
Well, I mean, I guess POV on this one is interesting because I wonder how the discussion changes depending on if the only game that someone's played is Elden Ring, or if they haven't played any of the Souls games, but they played Bloodborne, like, because I think this is a game that is always going to get compared to those games because you can see the DNA of, like, Demon Souls in all of
very
the
much
games.
Dark Souls 4.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I guess maybe that'll be the discussion because I do know that, like, the big difference between Elden Ring and pretty much every other game that FromSoft have made, that this one is, like, just a full-fledged open-world game as opposed to a Metroidvania kind of, where, like, it opens up in time as you explore different areas and then you can loop back and things like that. Whereas this one's just like I've heard comparisons to Breath of the Wild, which might be interesting because I have played Breath of the Wild. So there may be points where it might be interesting to compare. Then again, I haven't played that game in a while, but yeah, I'm mostly observing this one, but I'm looking forward to it.
All right then. I figure with the rest of us, we'll just go left to right, nice and simple. Fortea, take as long as you want, but preferably keep it under 5 minutes. Just what's your broad takes on Elden Ring?
Well, I think it's amazing. Let's see. Right now, I have 150 hours in the game, a little bit more. And like my background with these games is like I'm a Soulsborne geek. Like Muller said, I have several hours in all of the previous games, except for Demon Souls. I haven't played Demon Souls, but the others I've played hundreds and hours of. And I think it's super fun. The further I played, the more I got like awed, I guess, of how much content there was. Like I explored an area for ages, and I was like, all right, I'm probably done here. And then I turned a corner, and I was like, all right, there's another 20 hours of content. Neat. And but I do think that when we start diving into things more in depth, I think the objective value of this game is gonna drop lower than my opinion of the game is. Because there are a few tisms that I've noticed and that other people have noticed, and we have discussed a little bit before this stream. But I like, my personal opinion is it's absolutely amazing. I've had so much fun in this game. Absolutely amazing.
All right, Mark, you're next up.
Hey, hello there, everybody. I'm in a similar boat to Fortea in that I've played all of the other Souls games. I have played Demon's Souls though, but I actually just played it for the first time on PS5 last year. I was reviewing it for Geeks and Gamers. I found though that was the easiest one in the series by far for me, at least. I don't know if it was just because I had experience at that point or what, but I'm a bit of a Soulsborne geek as well. I would say I'm not incredible at the games, like, because I mean, often when you say like, yeah, some of my favorite games are the Souls games, and Sekiro is the only game I have all the Steam achievements of, but I'm not like a soul level 1 like wretch build, just nothing but a club and one-shotting every boss kind of player. I have to learn and need to take the time to learn the boss patterns and, like, to use the meme, get good at them. But I've got 150 hours in Elden Ring. I did finish the game, and I kind of regret the tactics I used in the latter half from Gods Can Duo on, especially with things like Millennia. I was kind of abusing the Hoarfrost Stomp and the Mimic Summon, but I think very, very similar to Fortea. I think my personal subjective rating of it will probably be higher than what the objective will be, because there are a couple of those elements that break the balance. So, due in no small part to the fact that this is absolutely the most ambitious game that From's ever made. But I think overall it's very good, and if you like this kind of game, I would strongly recommend it.
Sweet. All right. For me, anybody who's watched my streams would pretty much already know, I quite adore this game. I think it's wonderful in all kinds of ways, and I can't wait to appreciate a lot of those in a meta sense as well as just what the game's offering and where it sits in the progression of Soulsborne games, because I'm also a little obsessed with all of them. But at the same time, I realize, like, the more I think about and criticize different elements, the more I'm like, there is a lot in here that would definitely be considered flaws, and not just of like balancing that can be fixed, but also just choices they made that relate to the grander ideas that they have. But I wouldn't want to be looking to make any kind of crazy statements of flaws or praises that wipe out either or the other. That's why I think this conversation is probably going to be pretty long. But I love it. It would definitely be in the ranks of like some of my favorite games of all times. And I think once I've done enough playthroughs of it, I'll probably have a way better view of exactly where it sits and how good it is. But I'm still pretty impressed overall. It's just that when we get into the specific details, I imagine it could come across much more clearly in some other direction. But yeah, I still loved it. I kind of love them all, except DS2, and that's, like, the reality of it. I think in our Bloodborne streams we went over loads of things that we thought were wrong with that game, but we still fucking adore it. Like, it's complicated, but hopefully we can be clear on how all of that kind of makes sense. Yeah, that's that, I suppose. Metal, what do you think?
I mean, it's gonna be pretty similar to all the other things that just been said. I fucking love this game. I mean, I've basically been streaming non-stop when I'm not having work. I'm just online streaming this game every goddamn day because I'm fucking obsessed with the game. I think right now I would actually rate it as my second favorite Souls game at the moment, but maybe the honeymoon phase will stop at some point, but we'll see. That's just me at the moment. I really love this. I have a really good time. I have 130 hours or something in the game right now. Similar, kind of regret my build choice the first time around. Not that I didn't have fun but I didn't really learn the bosses and stuff like that. But we'll be going over that in more detail, I'm sure. And yeah, I'm already halfway through my second playthrough, pretty much. Just a melee build now, which is very different gaming experience right now, because I did a ranged build last time, and that was very, very different. But yeah, a bunch of tisms, as already mentioned, which we will go over. Yeah, I think just keep it short, because otherwise I'm just gonna go rant. So I'm finished.
All right. And finally, Theo, how much did you love the game?
Oh man. Well, I've used the word hate in recent discourse. I'm starting to come around to the opinion that that might be a bit too strong. However, I have a distinct degree of disdain for this game because I think it stands as a betrayal of everything that makes Dark Souls 1 as special as it is. I think I I'm really, really annoyed and upset by this game being what it is in
Oh,
like
man.
very short form.
Oh, I mean, you could go a
Yes.
little longer than that if you want.
Where to begin? Like in every regard, I think it's no longer what FromSoft were originally good at and what originally made their games worthwhile, other than maybe in terms of boss design. I think it's lost all of the spark in terms of the cohesiveness of how their games tend to be put together. This one just being sort of haphazard in its execution. I think it's got all sorts of mechanical issues that are showing the limits of this framework that they design their games in as action games, because they're leaning increasingly more on the action side of their gameplay. And the more they do, the more it becomes clear why they didn't do that in the first place with Dark Souls as much.
I think something that'll be interesting for people just to know really quick, going from left to right. No offense, but I'm probably going to ignore Fringy and Rags on this one. What is everybody's favorite in the whole series? If you just say that from basically favorite From Software game, and favorite. I was going to say favorite and best. It's like, which one do you think is the best? That's the question I think I'd prefer to ask. So, from left to right, just name the game, and then just that's information for everybody basically.
Dark Souls 1.
Yeah, I think I'd say Dark Souls 1 as well, though subjectively Sekiro.
Dark Souls 1.
Dark Souls 1.
Dark Souls 1, and it's not close.
All right, there you go. Just so chat have an idea. But anyway, I guess that summarizes the kind of intros. So we could really start anywhere. I wonder if it's an idea to just start with whatever you think is the biggest flaw, Theo. Maybe we could go with that.
There's so many.
I guess the easy one to start with in that regard is the one everyone's noticed, which would be iterative content and, spam of repeated enemies and whatnot. Which I
Okay.
guess would lead into boss design itself.
Well, yeah, so to explain, I guess, exactly what you're looking to talk about there from, I'm guessing, there's a lot of repeated assets in this game, from everything you could imagine, I'd imagine, is repeated, but the one that, as you just said, everyone noticed and has even compared to Dark Souls 2, which is kind of fair, is that you'll end up fighting different creatures a fucking lot. The one that I think most people can directly associate with would be the ulcerated tree spirit and the tree avatar. Those are the two you fight a lot in this game, and neither fight is particularly strong, I don't think.
Tree avatars are just asylum demons, so
Yeah.
and people complained about fighting 3 of those in Dark Souls 1.
Yep. Now we get like 14.
I fought over 6, way over 6 probably, and then I fought like 3 magma worms. I fought like a shitload of ulcerated tree spirits. I fought a bunch of crucible knights. I fought so many fucking bosses, and none of them were good. The ones that got the most play were always the bad ones.
Here's a question: Is the problem that the bosses are repeated, or is the problem more so that the fights aren't great?
I would say it's a combination of both.
Yeah, because if it would be like an amazing boss, I would not be annoyed after like 7 times, maybe, if it's like a really, really good boss. But still, after that, if it's like the best boss I've ever thought, I don't want to fight Orphan of Cause 20 times in my playthrough.
Yeah,
You're just-
imagine
Yeah,
every zone ends with Orphan of Kos. I think
What you've said reminds me of Halo 5, the Warden Eternal. He was a really cool
Oh,
boss the
boy.
first time I fought him, but then like the 7th time it was pretty shit.
I think
I don't
like
yeah.
a good example of what I thought was a pretty okay boss is the big like scorpion magic guy that hangs off the ceiling. He like
I know who you're
I don't
talking about.
remember.
You're saying he's a good boss?
Yeah, I thought he was okay. Like he had some interesting stuff and some cool moves and stuff. And then they repeated him.
Oh, you mean that
Like
guy?
twice the health. Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the random mob that's hanging around in caves.
Oh,
Oh no,
shit,
not that guy, not that guy.
You mean the Elstar?
Astel.
Astel.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Astel.
Oh,
I was
that
thinking
guy,
I was like
man.
Scorpion. Oh yeah, Astel was rough.
People, if you watch my stream, you know I was fucking pissed off when I found the second one, just with
Yeah.
more health and stronger attacks.
I fought the second
I
one
thought
first.
that boss.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. Because that fight was actually okay, but then all of a sudden there's just another one in a random cave, which is like, it's kind of like a mild version of fighting Orphan of Kos the second time in one playthrough. It's just like, I don't know if I want to fight this guy again. Like I've beaten him already. You know, this should be over with now.
I
Even
did
though
the
it was an
harder
easy
one
fight.
first because there's the one that's up in the secret snowy area, and that's the one I fought first. And then when I came across the other one, it was kind of a cakewalk boss fight, so I wasn't as annoyed by it because it's like, oh, I was sitting there like, oh my god, I got to fight another one of these, and then he went down to like 5 minutes. I'm like, oh,
Yeah,
okay.
because for me, I was like, oh, I'm doing this Rani's Rise quest line. It's like, oh, I'm doing like all this stuff, and then I get to this boss at the end. It's like, oh, this is what a cool boss. I really like they put this here. It's like really unique. And then probably like 20 hours later, I'm just like, oh, there's like a little cave. I'm going to do that one. Get some resources and stuff's gonna be great. And then I enter the weird wooden door, I think. I was like, why are you here? Why is this big arena down here? What is happening? Why do you have double the health? Why do you one-hit kill me? What is happening? And I got really annoyed and more annoyed because he was there. Just even if it would be an easier one, I would be annoyed. Because why would you recycle that boss? This boss was like cool for this quest line.
That's the thing. I think it's pretty damaging on the experiential level because half of what makes me interested to explore in these games is the finding of new things. Regardless of what those new things are, it will usually be interesting on an experiential level, even if it's not mechanically engaging. I use Moonlight Butterfly as an example of this. That was a fairly unique sort of experience that I ran into in a game that I wasn't expecting, and it kind of stuck with me, even though the boss fight is mechanically bad, I guess.
Doesn't Moonlight Butterfly get repeated in Crystal Caves?
Yeah, makes sense for it to be there though, and you don't have to fight it.
Yeah, it's a mob at that point.
Demon is repeated as well.
It's not even a mob. They don't fight you unless you hit them.
Yeah,
I can hang around on the wall.
For reference, I got it on screen. This is Estelle, and you find him in the middle of a mine, which is like, wait, what? Because the first time you're supposed to find him is much more of a grand journey into the depths of a place, but this is just like, he's just in a mine. You're like, okay.
Yeah.
And the presentation of his arena is significantly more like interesting because he's got the big. I don't even know how to describe the vista behind him. Yeah, it's like space. It's
Maybe
really
it's
neat.
worth clarifying for anybody in chat who hasn't played the game. Mandatory versus non-mandatory boss battles. Is there any way to sort of make clear, I guess, how much is one or the other, and like how you figure out which one's which?
That's a fair thought, considering the fight that's on screen right now isn't mandatory, but it is a boss fight. Like it is, and it's like, so what's the difference? And it's like, well, I guess that they get their own music, arena, and boss bar versus something that you can walk past in the open world sort of thing.
Right.
I did like the fact that I found a lot of the repeated bosses were at least one fight with, or the additional fights with them are usually optional. So if you don't want to fight the same boss again, you don't really have to. You just you kind of can, and it's there.
My problem with that is sorry if I can just my problem with that is
go for it.
I often find them at the end of a catacomb or a dungeon or something, so I don't know that my time's been wasted until I walk through that fog door and see the same guy again who I didn't like the first time.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm not fond of the cat statues either, by the way.
Oh, fuck those.
What are the cat statues?
So
So it's
many
another
of the
boss
dungeon
you
bosses
fight.
are garbage.
You fight like 15 of those as well.
Yeah, and they become
Oh.
just normal guys in heroes caves later on. And there's
Yeah.
like 5 of them in a cave, and they just go jump, jump, jump. And it's
Same
like,
with the
"This is
stone
so boring."
gargoyles too, are kind of like that. Like the first time you fight one, it's almost like a boss fight, and then you see so many of them in the capital city.
There are fucking 2 dungeon bosses in this game that are the big flower. The big flower that
Mhm.
sits there and does nothing.
Yeah.
Those were
Yeah.
very fun with my mage build. I was just standing there and throwing rocks at it until it died.
Well, for me, it was just a matter of like, I'll kill you before your poison will kill me. So,
Yeah.
and if it does the zappy move, you just walk back. Yeah, it is kind of like a we don't know. We just threw him there. I don't know.
It feels like my time has been wasted because I haven't discovered anything interesting. I've got nothing new to think about or, consider in terms of the game, its world, its, atmospheric storytelling. I was not given any kind of mechanical experience I was interested in. The encounter and design of the encounters in the catacomb is nothing. So what? Am I just persisting on the hope that there's stuff in there that I want?
Yeah, because the caves, I need to clear up my mind because I think the caves give you sometimes bell bearings. Those are pretty useful.
Yeah, mines
Um,
too.
That's specifically the mines. Yeah.
The mines, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have heroes caves. They mostly have legendary summons, I think,
You get ashes from a lot of them, yeah.
or ashes. Yeah. But then others just have weapons, I think. Like the anchor. I think Fortea got that one as his first weapon in his playthrough.
I think catacombs have the ghost glove word that you upgrade your
Yeah,
ashes with.
that's typically
exactly.
where you find them. And of course,
And
smithing
I've
stones
already
are found in the
noted-
mines.
I've already noticed in my second playthrough, I was like, oh, I'm just not gonna go to probably 85% of the caves ever again, unless I specifically want that item.
That's been my experience with my second playthrough that I'm about halfway through now. I just pull open a map and I don't visit 90% of each area I'm in because I don't need or care about anything to experience there anymore.
But I feel like the same could be said about the older games, but on a smaller scale. Like, you don't go and collect every single weapon in a playthrough where you use a katana. But it's like a smaller scale.
But to go and get that weapon is less of a time investment and it's less of a diversion from a level that is more rigorously designed as opposed to me having to partake in a catacomb, which is Chalice dungeon tier in design.
Yeah, but you don't have to go through that challenge dungeon if you don't want to.
Sure. So I'm not gonna. And I
Are
think it's
you able to? Are you able to identify clearly what is and isn't mandatory?
Not on your first
Not
playthrough.
exactly, no.
Not on your first playthrough.
Okay.
Certainly
Not
not on
at
the
all.
first playthrough, yeah.
Yeah.
I think the only way that you could very clearly designate if something is mandatory or not is if it's a legacy dungeon, it is most likely mandatory, like with a couple exceptions. And as far as bosses go, is there any way for you to just walk around this boss? Because if there is, it's not mandatory. And if it seems like you have to kill this boss in order to progress, then it is.
I
I guess.
feel like the game's quite clear with what the critical path is, I guess I would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're talking about like
Because
the
the-
shards?
If you're talking to the NPCs especially, then it'll
The-
help point you in the right path.
The
one
grace
place
point you in certain directions as well. that
The
you
one
wanna
place
that
you might
go
run
to.
into trouble is the Lift of Dectus, but even then there's a way around that, and there's an NPC or two that tells you about the way around that if you don't go and collect the medallions, as you would if you were
I
exploring.
just got
That
there
was-
Yeah,
without talking
I
to
didn't,
anyone,
yeah.
and then someone said, "Why didn't you use the lift?" And I was like, "What lift?"
It was funny for me.
I found the lift.
I went to the Land of the Giants and shit when I had the key to the Dectus lift and I had the location. I just hadn't done it yet. I was like, oh, I was gonna, but okay. Like, I guess I don't need to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to Volcano Manor without it. I didn't even realize that the Dectus lift is what brought you there. I was like, oh, I was like, I just kind of walked around and climbed a bunch of mountains.
Oh, I did a little side quest and got an invitation. I just got teleported there. And people in chat were very upset that I just found this without looking it up.
I completely missed it on my first playthrough.
So yeah, I guess the bosses, we got compliments for them as opposed to criticisms.
No.
In general.
So,
No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I get over with
I-
just saying that if we call it a ratio of good to bad, I don't think it's fantastic.
I think
Same.
it's staggeringly bad.
Ooh.
So you're saying the relationship of bad bosses to good is staggeringly most of them are bad?
Yeah, the
Okay.
vast majority.
And how does that compare to the rest of the series for you? Like,
Well, DS3 has a lot of stinkers, but it's got also
You
the
reckon?
best boss quality overall. Yeah. The
I
early
like a
game
lot of
bosses.
bosses in Dark Souls 3.
Oh yeah, it's got the best boss roster, but a lot
Right.
of the early ones are, bad. But
Who's your favorite one in Dark Souls 3?
oh, Gale. But
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
good
could
shit.
go on. There's a shitload of really good bosses in that game.
Yeah, just for reference for other people that may not even... I feel like this is going to be people who are just like, wait, what are you talking about? It's like, look, you're dealing with a group of people that think Bloodborne has like 3 good bosses.
Yeah, that game
Don't
is
tell him.
bad.
God damn it.
They should
Got
know
some
this
really
already
good
from the
ones.
stream.
Yeah,
Oh, I know.
Even I know that
like,
based
I
on what
like
you
more than
said.
3 Bloodborne bosses.
I also like
than
more than
3.
3 Bloodborne bosses. There's only about 3 good ones.
Who are the 3 good ones? Is it Maria,
Maria,
Koss, and
Koss.
Ludwig?
Um,
So, like, all 3 from the DLC. Oh, uh-oh.
Yeah, I was about to say is that Ludwig would be on my list for sure.
I like Ludwig's second phase a
Yeah.
lot. I do not like his first phase. I think it's
First phase
bullshit.
can
boy.
suck a big
really?
floppy one. Fuck
Yeah,
that
he's
first
just...
phase.
He's
First phase is one of the worst fights in the game, and second phase is one of the best fights in the game.
I don't
It's
know,
such a
see,
weird
second
dynamic.
phase-
For me,
awesome.
the first phase of Ludwig was the one where I was so pleased with how good I had gotten at Bloodborne. I was just like, oh man, I finished that. That's amazing.
Sekiro had some cool boss battles, except for the
Sekiro
Ogre.
has
Oh,
the
yeah.
best ones in the series.
Is the ogre
Oh.
the
Yeah.
first one?
Like at the top
The
level.
Ogre is the first one, and I hate
That one's
it.
dumb. That one's really yeah.
Oh, the ogre.
Yeah.
The
I
ogre's
played
terrible.
I
Why
played
would they
Sekiro
lead
a
with
little
that?
bit.
I don't know why they led with the ogre.
Well,
Like,
funnily enough, I led with the ogre. I don't like the first boss in this game. The fucking multiple armed sword man with the shield.
Yeah, grafted
Yeah.
Scion.
Yeah, I don't like him at
Yeah,
all.
that's just
I-
mini Ludwig.
He's
dumb
just
flailing nutcase.
which, oh gosh, there's so many ways we could go this conversation. I don't. So like, attack, 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 and you're just like, what? When the fuck is my opportunity? I'm just like, attack. Like,
So
okay.
you mean
You
Godric,
see
right?
from
Just
soft
for me to be...
peeking
Dude,
over
that's-
your fucking
Uh,
shoulder,
grafted
like,
Scion.
got you.
Grafted
I think-
Scion, yeah, that's what it's called. And
The,
he's
the you should die at this fight boss in the intro.
yeah, which I like the idea of at least a chance of beating the
Yeah.
thing. Didn't feel like they were giving me much of a chance at all with that one. They were like, nah, you're alright, we want you to die here. And it's like, okay. Compare him to the Asylum. This is the thing, I think we're gonna do a lot of comparisons in this. I think that the opening like half of Dark Souls, there's so much to say about how well crafted I believe that to be as a game that's telling you how to do everything without the standard overt ways of doing it. And man, the whole Asylum opening, it's one of the best tutorials, I think. Just for getting you to understand what the fuck the game's going to be about. And I think most people will come at it just feeling like, no, I'm playing the game. I'm not even playing a tutorial. Obviously, there are tooltips, but what I'm saying is the actual, like, mechanical interactions you have with all the enemies, they're all tutorials, but they don't quite come across that way. Even the bowling ball thing that hits you, I feel that's a tutorial.
They are teaching
Yeah,
you about how the game is going to take place from then on, and if you don't take those lessons, that's what causes people to struggle in the Berg, generally.
Yeah, but in this game I was just like, oh yeah, well, I guess we're doing the whole, first thing you fight, you actually die to it, and that's a part of the story. Like, alrighty then. I don't know, it's like I got annihilated by the Scion in all 3 times I've started this game as a test. And, I'm not useless. Like, I'm pretty bad, but I'm not useless at the game. And I was just like, oh man, it would have been nice to have at least a chance. Asylum Demon, on the other hand, I feel like I could probably take it right now without taking any hits. But then someone could be like, so it's too easy is what you're saying. And be like, well.
I think it is the perfect tutorial. Well, maybe not perfect. It is a very good tutorial boss.
The funny thing is, Sekiro kind of starts the same way with you going up against like a endgame boss. And you're supposed to die, but you can actually win. And I guess the same goes for this. Only difference is that I think if you win in Sekiro, you get like a slightly altered story.
You get
It
a
is-
slightly different cutscene, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
what happens if you get beaten by Genichiro in the intro is he just cuts off your arm, and that's what sets up the story development of Sekiro having that prosthetic with all the different tools. But if you beat him, there's just an assassin that throws a shuriken at you,
Yeah.
and then he cuts off your arm.
Oh.
So it's it doesn't really make too much of a difference.
But in Elden Ring, it's worse than that, because if you win over the mini Ludwig, then
Yeah.
you like progress, and
10
then you
feet.
literally fall off a cliff, and then you go on a tutorial.
Wow.
Yeah, no,
Really?
the ground collapses underneath you. I did it in my new game plus run.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a clip of me doing that when I went back there. But yeah, so question: does that mean all the runes you get from killing that are lost?
No, you get them.
You get to spend them.
You just have them when you respawn.
Oh, okay. Well, at least you got that. Because I was gonna say that'd be really fucking rude, like to just be like, nah, that's not for you.
Especially if you kept on starting new runs as your first run to be like, no, I'm beating this thing before I go in. If you're like a really great player and then you don't get any of the rewards for it.
What bosses did you guys like?
Millennia.
Malekith is my favorite.
Oh, Malekith's great too.
I think Malekith is my favorite as well.
I think he's the best fight in the game because he's
I
the
haven't
only
fought
one I
him-
can say that I liked unmitigatedly.
I haven't fought him in melee yet, but I'm looking forward to it. It's probably going to be amazing.
The only criticism I have, and I think you mentioned this as well, Theo, is just that his shit goes through the big pillars, which is really fucking annoying.
Yeah, that's true. I noticed that too.
Someone in my chat was like, well, then don't stand behind the pillars. And I was like, they are protecting me. Like, why would I?
Or at least I thought they would.
They really do. They block most
attacks.
They block most of his attacks. It's just the ones that swing the
okay.
widest. They can still hit you, and it's just like, which is to be fair, in all of these games, enemies can hit you through walls. You can sometimes hit enemies through walls.
Oh, it's always great when you're like in a narrow corridor and you start fighting someone, and your blade just goes through the side like
Clank.
ting.
Yeah.
And then this other guy you're fighting just does like the biggest swing you can imagine through all the walls and hits you.
Yeah.
It's
Pretty cool.
Part of the reason I hate Godskin.
So great. But yeah, so I agree. Malekith, top tier. It sounds like we may as well just get into talking about the bosses. There's no reason not to. So if we start with, so why is Malekith good? Let's go with that.
Unfortunately, on my first playthrough, I haven't gotten to him a second time, but on my first playthrough, I actually just I got him on my second try, I think, because at that time I was still using summons, and I just shat on him. I staggered him to death.
I almost wiped him out with my mimic, and someone in chat, whoever you were, I saw it, and I was like, someone was like, please, try him without a summoning an Ash, and I was like, alright, fine. Because my mimic almost got him out of phase 1 on its own, and I was like, Jesus Christ, this is too good. And a lot of people were complimenting it, so I was like, alright, I'll try it without, and it was a lot harder and a lot more interesting.
I was getting through phase 1 of Malekith really reliably with no summoning, just like playing as honorably as I possibly could. And then the second phase started bothering me, and I hadn't really summoned at all prior to that point. And I summoned the Mimic, and it basically wiped him out. So I kind of feel like I screwed myself on that one by winning, which is why the method by which you approach these fights will sometimes greatly affect your enjoyment.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
Yeah. As for reasons he's good, I think he's some of the best examples of some of the things Elden Ring is doing in terms of its boss design. He has the best use of, I guess, subtle telegraphing and how he telegraphs. He has the best kind of persistent combos because they do still have definitive endpoints, and they don't really fake you out in the same way a lot of other bosses do, where, you know, my string's over. Ooh, no it isn't.
I remember being surprised that, like, his first phase went down pretty quick. I think I described him as a glass cannon. I was losing a lot because that second phase is a fucking nightmare for taking your health. But at the same time, if I got like a couple of blood strikes off, he was pretty much dead. And that's not even a comment on how OP the Bloody Slash was before the nerf. It's more so a comment because like other bosses could tank a lot more than that. He couldn't, and I knew at that point I just need to play well enough to survive him for just long enough that I can kill him. And so in a way, I feel like I may have the perspective on him that I do on Maria. I fucking love the fight, but man, she needs more health. And I think Malekith needs more health.
I could see myself agreeing with that. I think his lack of health is supposed to be counterbalanced by his aggression.
Yeah.
Because he goes in second phase. It's especially because he jumps away from you a lot with several of his attacks. So it can be hard to actually punish his openings because he covers them as well with explosions and stuff sometimes. Which is where I think the fight is succeeding on a positional level as well, because that's a thing that's general with Elden Ring's boss design, is they know that you're going to roll through things. So as a way of increasing the challenge, they've now mandated that to dodge certain strings and certain attacks, you have to dodge through the attack, but in a certain direction, or you're still going to get hit. So that positional aspect comes through best with Malekith, where several of his attacks, you can roll them in any old direction, but you'll be caught in a bad position for the follow-up, or be unable to punish if you don't roll in the correct direction.
Something I think is worth appreciating is the fact that when he ground pounds in the first phase, it's not an AoE, it's a series of circles, and so you can avoid... Like, that shit to me is so much more interesting than a simple AoE.
Correctly identify where the rocks are actually coming from, and you can stay right on top of them.
Yeah. So, I don't know if I was going to say quick tangent, but I don't think that'll be accurate in terms of talking about Ashes. I think we'll talk about Ashes next. We'll try and get a bit more on bosses in general.
I had the same... Oh, go ahead.
But I was just going to say that I was the happiest I think I was in the game was after beating Malekith. I felt very good. Funnily enough, my number 2 for that was probably Millennia. Is that her name?
Millennia,
yeah. So let's talk about her, shall we? I don't remember where in my playthrough she was.
I have 6 hours of stream for that if you need it.
Personally, I found her ability to heal a little bit overpowered, particularly because she can still heal herself as you're blocking, which kind of makes using a shield almost entirely useless for her, which sucks a little, I think.
Her ability to heal on block, like when you block her attacks, is one of 3, I think, problems I have with the fight. I'm fine with the healing, but her ability to heal when you block her attacks anyway, I think that's a bit silly, and makes shields a bit more worthless than they already were. They didn't need any help not being good.
I think it should have been health steal, right? Because she does heal more the more damage she does. Like if she gets you with her grab attack, then she heals like a shit ton. And if she does the quick swing, she heals for a little. But I really think that if you're blocking and you have 100% block in your shield, it should be 100%, because like it shouldn't heal anything because there's no health steal if you have 100% block.
Yeah.
That's probably my second biggest gripe with the fight.
It's an interesting way to... Sorry.
No, you go. I'm sorry.
I say it is an interesting... That mechanic is an interesting way for them to essentially mandate that Millennia is essentially a no-hit boss. Like, you kind of have to learn how to beat her entirely without getting hit or without really taking a lot of damage, because you need to still be able to dish out the DPS to counteract her healing. But I think I found for me that I think, again, I was at that point in the game where my tactics started getting cheap. I just was like, okay, the only way I'm doing enough damage to outpace that healing is by playing really cheesy. And I don't know, I think that if she was healing by about 50% less than she actually does, or as far as like damage she does versus how much she heals, and you were able to tank some hits with your shield, I honestly think that would have been a much better boss fight that wouldn't require as many, like cheesy tactics. Yeah.
Handicaps,
Other than the healing on block, I really want to defend the healing, because I think it's another good way FromSoft to figured out to increase the challenge in their fights, though you don't necessarily want this one everywhere. Because the fact that she heals, as you said, means you really have to master the fight. And it's a difficult fight to master because she's got a very complex moveset that's very modular in how she executes it.
Well, I assume That's why Mark said reduce it by 50%, not get rid of it, right? Just the
Yeah.
because like I'm on board with that. The only other thing I want to change about her is half the length of her big spin move, if not remove it.
Like, I would remove
Oh
it.
yeah.
I think that attack is very silly.
Everything else about it, I was enjoying a lot.
So I probably had the different experience because I did the mage build my first playthrough for
She
once.
does not handle that well.
I had trouble. I mean, I fought her for a long
Oh,
time.
really?
Oh yeah, I had to change my strats multiple times
Oh,
because when I fought on my own, she just bum rushed me all the time, and I couldn't even get my spells out properly. And
Huh.
my moon veil didn't really do enough damage. Like I had a bad time alone, so I started using summoning. I couldn't use my mimic because the mimic is not as good for when you're a mage. I found because the mage tends to just run in and not use spells that often.
Oh, I learned
so
something
you
about
use the
that
long
actually.
ones as well, right?
If you unequip your melee weapon and spawn the mimic just with your catalyst or whatever you're using, if it's enchantments or whatnot, then they only will use the equipment they've spawned with.
Yeah, no, but that's time that I didn't have
Yeah,
so
fair
to
enough.
just get everything in and out. So I used Oleg most of the time because he did some good tanking. But also the downside, when she attacked Oleg, she obviously got more health back all the time. So for me, it was a race to out DPS her all the time.
yes.
Which kind of worked in the beginning, and I was like, man, this is just not really working. But sometimes Oleg gets killed in the first phase already, and then I'm just bare bones on the second phase, and I was like, damn, what am I gonna do here?
This is
So
actually
the next,
I had a thought.
just on that thought with Oleg, like this is the fight I think the best in the game represented to me the management of your mimic / Ash more so than just dropping him in to win. This felt
because
more.
when I did well,
Yeah.
I had like an Oleg with almost full health in the second phase when I managed it correctly, and I was like, oh man, this
That's
is
what I'm
way
saying.
better.
Because we're gonna get to the Ashes, but there was a management aspect with Millennia that I felt was almost. I wouldn't go as far as saying they deliberately designed it this way. I think it's just the fact that she's so difficult that it ended up being that way. But yeah, you have to keep your Ash alive because if you don't keep that thing alive, you die. Like that was an interesting aspect that could have been deliberately implemented, but I think that's just a result of how much they gave her healing. That's how it ended up. But carry on.
I think an interesting way they could rebalance the fight to combine a way to increase that aspect, but also do what I was saying about making her healing feel less like a kick in the balls, is if they half the healing she does on you, but doubles the healing she does on an Ash, like on a Spirit Ash.
Yeah, you could do it that way.
Where was I? Right, so second phase, and I was pretty consistent on the first phase at some point, but the second phase I just couldn't get through that one. I was like, man, what am I gonna do now? And then I respect, and I had this sort of flame and whatever the fuck, which was good. Dealt a bunch of damage, but I was much less consistent with that one. So I respect again, back to my old build. And I think the next day I was like, oh wait, isn't there like this stupid Kamehameha spell? I get that for a meme. And that turned out to be really good. So when she starts her second phase, she does like a dive immediately. So I could get like a quarter of her health down just by her sitting there. Because it doesn't deal as much damage there. Because she has like super armor at that point while she's waiting. So I basically pretty much combined the physic flask with unlimited FP for a couple of seconds. So I just blasted her while she was there. And then it still took me like another hour to perfect it to not just get yeeted from the fight at the end. So that was pretty enjoyable for me just to get the right strategy going for that fight. Really much looking forward to do it solo on my melee build here because that's gonna be fun. I'm not looking forward to that triple slashy move because that was still hard to dodge even with a mage. Only
like
thing
the design.
that was better for me was I could run away from the first one, and then I figured out how to dodge the second two ones. But every time I was close, it was almost impossible for me to dodge the first one. I saw a video by now. You can do like some weird movement below her in a circle, and then you kind of don't get hit apparently. But yeah, the triple slash thingy. I think you get that one when you get her weapon as well.
Yeah, it's her weapon up.
Yeah.
Man, this one fucked me off a bunch because I was meleeing hit her to shit in the corner, and then she just jumps up and it's like, oh, I guess I'm dead now. I'm not even gonna move.
Yeah, I don't have any stamina. What am I supposed to?
Exactly. Yeah.
That was the only attack of hers where I did use my shield, because I found that I thought it was 4 flurries that she does, because I remember I would be able to tank the first 2, and I would run away for the first couple if I could, but if I was right underneath her when she activated it, I was like, okay, if I turn my back, she's just gonna slice me up. So with the plus 25 carrying shield, you can tank the first 2 without it draining all of your endurance, as long as it's not like super low, and then just run away and dodge, do a roll to the side, like a lateral roll, will dodge the second 2.
Yeah, into her is generally better than away for the last 2. It's the mistake a lot of people make. But
Yeah.
my problem
Yeah.
with the attack overall is it's so fucking difficult to tell what is actually happening and
Yeah.
what you're supposed to do about it. And I think that's really bad in this sort of game where that's the entire basis of the combat is knowing what's happening and then what you're supposed to do about it. I think her little 3-hit thing she does, rushes at you, then does 3 quick sword hits, then a follow-up. I think that's a better example of a similar thing happening where that attack's kind of like it fucks you up the first 2 times because it always catches you if you roll back. But that makes clear, okay, there's probably an expected response that isn't rolled back. I can roll to her side. And then, there's the different timings of the follow ups that creates a bit more engagement with knowing what's actually going on, as opposed to just not even being able to tell what's actually happening as she just spazzes all over your screen with like hitboxes everywhere.
Yeah, it's weird because I figured out the second 2. Like I can dodge those pretty consistently, but the first one is just an absolute mystery to me when you're close. Because the only way I've been able to dodge it consistently is just running away as soon as I could. And if I got lucky and I was close, I could. And I dodged super late. I only got hit like 2 times, but I still got hit. So I just don't know what they expect me to do on this.
If you get hit even a couple times, it means she's getting better. She's healing.
That attack is where the lifesteal is a big problem, just because it's so unclear how you're supposed to get away without taking damage. And of course, she's doing so much damage, she's going to heal a bunch.
The funny sort of thing that happens there with people who are using ashes to their benefit, if she does that full spinning move and it hits both of you for the whole thing, she can heal like half her fucking health bar.
Yeah.
And you're just like, that was a bad run, I'm out.
Every time I saw her, it's like she jumps up, it's like, oh, I'm far away, that's good. And then she turns around to the ash, and I was like, oh fuck, she's gonna heal so much. Just spam all the spells I could just to get her health back down.
Yeah, that's the sole instance where I wouldn't defend the lifesteal. I think in that case it's egregious, especially because my response to that attack was pulling out a shield and blocking the first part of it. So I just had to tolerate the amount of health she got back.
I was playing with a big slow greatsword, and I figured out that like my best way of getting to second phase consistently when I wasn't using summons at all was to play hyper aggressive, like basically get her to stagger more and sometimes even trade with her even if she does heal, because eventually my damage will outweigh hers. But if I had just swung, even if I had stamina and stuff left, if I had just finished a swing and I was in my recovery animation of picking up my heavy weapon, if she jumped up, because her AI seemed to be very reactive, like she was very passive unless you did something first. And the thing I did was a simple swing, just an R1 with a heavy weapon, and her response to that was jumping up in the air, I was dead. Because by the time I had recovered, I couldn't pick up my shield, because I tried everything with her. I couldn't pick up my shield in time for me to be able to block her attack. And in the few instances that I did, if you're directly beneath her, she will kind of dead angle your shield, because her flurry will be all around you. so you won't even block the attack properly. She will like dead angle it, and she will hit you anyway. And sometimes if you just finish a combo and you were out of stamina, then your shield won't help because she will break your poise.
Yeah.
So like using a great like a great sword in that fight was so punishing if you tried to play aggressively.
What's
So
crazy for me is that I knew that if I was going to win, it would be a run where she didn't roll that move, the big spin move, like through luck. I was just like waiting for the run where she had the limited amount of those.
Yeah, so basically what I ended up doing was I got her to about 60%, and then I just ran away. And I waited for her AI to finally jump up in the air, because she seems to have some sort of grace period in between where she won't do it again for a little bit.
That's true.
And that was the window where I tried to get her to second phase.
Seems to be like very loosely tied to health thresholds.
Yeah.
And exactly what you're describing with the, because that's how I've heard a few of my friends dealt with it, is they realized it was about roughly the threshold where she would start doing that move, or it was about time for her to do that move, and they'd just run the fuck away.
Yeah.
And I hate that in a boss fight where you have to just run the fuck away and wait for them to do the one move, because if you don't respect that they might do it, you just die on the spot. I think there's a big problem if that's what we've arrived at in terms of our boss fight.
No. So that move, especially with a great sword, and the fact that she heals off of 100% blocking shields, is my two biggest gripes with the fight. Otherwise, I thought it was absolutely amazing.
I personally don't care for phase 2 because I find it to be pretty much the same thing, but the wings really get in the way of being able to tell what's going on.
I was actually going to say that I think that's my issue with phase 2 as well.
Oh, cool.
I might agree with that.
Cool.
There's so many particle effects and animations and stuff that it's much harder to see her.
And this
Rod.
This is a boss that, like, she does really well because her telegraphing is not all that subtle, but she's quick, and she's like I said, her moveset is really modular in that she can put it together in a lot of different ways, kind of like Champion Gundyr. So it's really important to be able to see what's going on so that you can actually deal with all of the various possibilities from each move she's just done. And when there's giant wings that are spitting butterflies everywhere constantly, I don't know, and I feel like it's a bit of an issue.
Scarlet Rod is just the worst.
Yeah. Not worse than the death mechanic, though.
Why do they do that?
Why do they do that mechanic every time? Why?
Oh, the gecko ones that just spit the foggy fog.
There's no pretense about it this time.
Yeah,
It's not
it feels like trolling.
Sekiro. It's
like,
not curse. It's the death mechanic.
They just want to put it in because it's fucking annoying. It always comes across that way. I thought it was worth mentioning as well, because we seem to, when talking about these bosses, relate to our playthroughs. I had the pizza cutter, which I think it's called Giza's Wheel. Man, this weapon is like a big old dice throw in terms of its special ability. It basically just spins the wheel and puts it on the boss, and that can cause bleed as well as staggers. And if you have a mimic and both of you use that move by happenstance, you can basically just shred bosses like almost instantly. There's like a lot of things that I think all of us would have come across. Metals, magic rocks. Theo, you said you had like a sword, was it, or something? It was
my first playthrough, I was using Moonveil and some magic.
Yeah, and then the Hoarfrost Stomp, I think, Mark, you said you were using that.
Yeah, great sword with Hoarfrost Stomp as the weapon art. It did cold damage.
And I think that we're all seasoned enough players that sometimes you're using it and you're like, oh, I'm so resourceful for being able to put thing and thing together to be able to figure out that this is something I can use. But then eventually, sometimes you might just go, man, this doesn't feel good, actually.
Yeah.
I think the first time I had that was Fortea talked about this without telling me what it was, but it was the fight in the capital, the first one, the first end fight in the capital. What's his face? It's not. Is it also Godric?
Margot,
yeah. Because like this epic build-up was like, oh, cutscene, this is gonna be great. And then I started throwing stones at the guy, and he got staggered. And then I threw more stones, he got staggered, and then he died. I was like, oh,
yeah,
that's a shame. But then I fought him again with my melee build here, and I really enjoyed the fight. But this is another fight where I feel like you need more health, my guy. You died way too quick.
I relate that to a problem I think is kind of endemic throughout the game, where I think it's very, very easy, especially around the mid game, for you to become over leveled or overpowered otherwise.
Yeah, you need to restrict yourself if you want a super good boss experience.
Mm.
Because I started steamrolling hard later on in the game.
Oh, dude, fucking post Margit, I don't think I was challenged until. Well, there was a brief break when I did the Black Blade Kindred outside Garank's, but other than that, I wasn't challenged in like multiple tens of hours of playtime, and
Yeah,
that felt really bad.
I was just exploring a whole bunch.
Can we talk about the Elden Beast?
Do we have to?
I really didn't like that.
That's probably the most disappointing end boss this series has ever had.
Yeah.
Radagon was super fun, and then
Yeah.
Elden Beast was just the fucking worst.
I wasn't fond of either of them, really.
I
But Radagon
hated
was
that they were back to back with no ability to rest or save or anything like that, because I liked fighting Radagon, but it got to the point that I kept on getting one shot by the AoE attacks that Elden Beast had in the second phase. It's just the second fight that I was like, oh, I wouldn't mind learning Elden Beast's attacks, but it just kind of, it sucks that I have to get through all of Radagon every single time first. It just didn't feel very good.
I was pretty done with the game by the time I was on the final boss stretch. Like, I'd pretty much cashed my check after beating Malekith. I was like, yeah, that's probably the best thing the game's going to throw at me. Let's just get this over with. But Radagon, I probably would have liked him if not for that kind of feeling. This motherfucker, though, to start off, this isn't a mechanical thing, but why did they give it a fucking sword, man?
Yeah.
Why? Just have some restraint, FromSoft, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I don't even know
Looks
what.
So cool though.
I don't even know what I was expecting in terms of what I should fight as the final boss to summarize this game, but this wasn't it. And
no,
a cool Mononoke ripoff. Fucking. Ugh.
The move that's on screen right now, fuck that move.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Look at that.
If you're close to that, there's like no way for you to escape. It has a pretty short range, so I was okay with it. It was okay in terms of my mage build, but man, if I got close to that, it was just GG.
It's another fucking thing where in this game where I look at it, I just wonder what they expect a player to do.
When
It's
they
kinda
played
like
it through
Millennium.
testing, like what
It's
is this just what happens?
To be clear,
Yeah.
just for people who
All these
aren't
little-
following, it is a yellow ball that follows you, and it spews off loads of little yellow balls that all hold on to you. You can't destroy it. You can run, you can roll, but it's going to keep up with you as long as it was in range of you when it started.
And
I
it
don't
lasts
think the
forever,
Elden Beast
and-
don't think
Yeah,
the
it lasts
Elden
like
Beast
20
stops
seconds
it.
or something.
And don't think
It
the
looks
Elden Beast
awful.
stops attacking while that thing is out. It still
Nope.
shoots other things at you.
So you can get caught with like fucking frame traps where you're guaranteed to take damage.
Yeah, I had it
Yeah.
one time
There's
where
both.
it was like three different attacks happening while this ball was out. And it was like, what the fuck am I supposed to do here?
That looks like shit.
Yeah,
The
and-
arena
and-
is also limited by a thin fog wall that you can't cross. So just all of a sudden you'll be running into a wall and just be like, "What? Wait, what the hell?"
Oh, yeah,
and
that
then
happened
it's
to
like,
me too.
"Oh, I'm at the end of the arena." It's just not clear that this is that time and space just decides to end here.
It doesn't feel right, does it? The boss arena in the second phase seems like it should go on forever, or at least fucking longer than it does. But also, because I think I was watching you, Bell, and you would try to avoid literally this move, and you ran into the wall, and you were like, "Oh fucking hell, what? This is a wall." Someone in chat said all you have to do is run. It's like, we tried that. Both me and Metal tried that. It doesn't work.
Do you think nobody tried?
It's
Do you think
definitely a try.
a ball's chasing me. I'm gonna run from it. Do you think
the only
nobody
thi-
tried that?
The only thing that worked for me was you got to unlock from the boss. Like you can't focus on him, and you just need to run in one direction. Like,
And that obviously highlights then the problem of if you don't have any information about the Elden Beast, then you're going to get hit by something else potentially, which is not handy.
Also, if you get hit immediately when the fucker casts it and you're close, you can't. I don't think you can run away because it staggers you a little bit with every hit, doesn't it?
I think I can't quite remember, but I remember hating that fucking move.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't a great way to cap off the game. I felt very meh about it.
I wonder how it would have been if they just like made Radagon do slightly more damage and have like 3 times the health pool he did.
Maybe a few extra
If
moves.
that was the end fight.
I'd be happy with that personally.
I'd be much happier if the game ended on Radagon. They tried to do a neat kind of experiential thing, but they're bad at that now. So,
just to be clear, Assassin's Creed 2 ended with you fist fighting the Pope in a secret chamber in the Vatican. So there was.
That sounds legendary.
If Elden Ring would
have
if Elden Ring would have finished with that, I was like, yeah, this is 10 out of 10.
Actually, that was going to be my
Did you
first
do it
suggestion. Instead of Elden Beast, it should have been a fist fight with a Pope. That seems to match the game a bit better.
It's like,
you know,
Demon
tell the
Rodrigo
Pope in that
Borgia
church.
just goes up to you, bitch slap him. That'd be great.
Yeah, Elden Ring or Elden Beast was the boss where I decided to break my rule of no summoning after I decided to do that, and I basically just summoned to get that fight over with, and I basically did what my build allowed me to do with the summon, which is just stagger the boss to death.
How useful was the summon in the Elden Beast fight, though? Because when I had Oleg out, he couldn't keep up with the Elden Beast. He was just fucking flying around
Dude,
everywhere.
my
It
Ash
was
had
kind
the
of
same
like an
problem.
RNG thing, because I seem to be able to get him stuck in some sort of like half stagger thing where he was like like recoiled or something from my heavy attack, and then my mimic would do the same, and he would just like stand there for a while, and I was able to just chomp his health. But then other times he would obviously just fly away, and my mimic would walk towards him, and I was just like, okay, so you're useless this fight.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure speedrunners already found a way to break this guy's AI consistently.
Oh,
they
there's
can just
so
play
many
on it.
AI breaks. I don't think there's one for Elden Beast yet, but
Weird
there's loads of
question.
them.
Were there any bosses you guys beat first time that you thought that was a pretty damn good boss?
I beat first time. I don't know if I beat any bosses first time.
Well, because I'm thinking about
Glintstone
it.
Dragon for me, but it was the first dragon I fought
I
by
think
the
dragons
Academy.
are terrible. I think the dragons are all awful.
I hate the
mean,
dragon
it was-
fights, yeah.
It was, I don't know. I had a pretty decent time with it, just fighting it on horseback. It was the first one I came across. I like that I actually figured it out and took it down on the first try. And I think it was not really, it wasn't the first dragon you come across in Limgrave. It's the one over by the Academy. So, I don't know, it gave me a whole shitload of runes. So I was like, oh, maybe I wasn't
think-
supposed to fight that.
I wouldn't have much criticism for the dragon fights if they weren't 10,000 of them. I think if they were just the 1, 2, maybe 5 at maximum, I'd probably be like, they're fine.
I
Skyrim
think I
over
would
here.
still have a lot to criticize because it's a fucking dragon, man. Come on.
Well, and I think the obvious thing, I think we were talking about this when I was streaming it in chat, but just Calamite and Medea are like really good boss fights that are dragons. And so, what's up?
Here we have
still
flying
never beaten
dragon Agheel, and it's Medea, but slow, clumsy, and
Medea.
just terrible in every way.
So as soon as I got Rock Fling, all the dragon fights were null and void. Because I knew I cast Rock Fling 3 times, stagger. And that every time. As I stood there, let Oleg wail on them for quicker kills, and that's it. The only dragon who killed me was the one in Caelid, I think, because that fucker spawns like a huge cloud of rod
Yeah.
that just kills you. And I was like, what?
He killed me a bunch because he's one of, I think, 2 dragons who have attack where Miyazaki bursts into your room and holds you at gunpoint until you get on the horse.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like that and Borealis.
Hey.
They're both not fightable off horseback entirely.
Check
which
out
is
what I got
really
on
annoying.
screen. Mel, you did the same thing,
Oh
I think.
yeah.
Oh yeah, but I used my triple.
Well, yeah, I don't
magic
have your
bolts.
shit.
Yeah.
But can I just say, how does this happen? This is
Exactly
something
same
that-
position than my guy.
Exactly.
As well.
It's practically
This is just an
it's
aggro range
caused by the player, and I don't know how they missed this. It's so like
Is this like
oh.
a
Of course
plat-
a player's gonna do
like
this.
this there's like a series of platforms and there's
Yeah.
a boss on a platform
Yep.
and it can't
Yeah,
leave a
yeah.
platform?
Well,
oh
so
yeah, that's dumb.
It's even
You should
worse, I
know
think.
that,
So that
basically.
you're going toward it. The game expects you to walk up to him, and you're like, "Why would I do that? Like, it's gonna kill me. I'll just sit here and fucking snipe
Well,
it."
because it's Dark Souls. It's really hard, right?
Well,
Walk up to
Yeah.
it.
And it's so awkward because it's like the intimidation factor is completely flattened when it looks like he's just stroking the corner of the building. Like,
because I didn't even notice him the first. I was still fighting the guys on this platform. It's like, all right, I'll go ahead. And it's like, what is going on with that dragon over there? Is he all right?
and
it's like, oh, can I reach him with my spells? I can. Well, guess you'll die.
Exactly, and I like the fact that this is like repeatable and almost everybody experiences this. Like, what are you doing? What's up? Like, what's happening?
The way a lot of the dragon bosses fucking spaz out in the open world arenas that they're placed in.
When they jump back and go into like some mountains they're not supposed to.
And they
go like, oh god. A couple times happened that it just straight up teleported back to the original position because the game was like, I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna put it back here. Have fun.
Adula was the worst one for me with that. The one up on that place you get through Rani's questline, because the arena limits for it seem to be really small compared to other ones, so it just sort of vanishes constantly during the fight and resets to where it was, and either that or it goes and clips and falls off a cliff and it looks horrendous and it's immersion annihilating.
Shall we discuss the king of the dragons?
Dragon Lord?
I don't know what his name is.
Placidusax?
Yeah, the one with Saxon in its name.
I'll try and find him on playthrough. Give me a sec. But yeah, thoughts?
You mean the big sleeping one or the secret one that you need?
The secret one, I think. Yeah.
I mean, my fight didn't take very long because I think it was already overpowered when I finally get there. I found it was pretty epic. Like, I really liked how it looked. Was much better than all the other dragon fights because he actually did other stuff and not just ram you and kick you.
I
don't know how it goes melee. I don't know
way better
how
than
it's
mine.
gonna be melee. Sorry?
I think your experience was way better than mine because like I just I think I ran up to him and just minced him basically.
Just beat him
really?
Also, I think people were saying he glitched on my playthrough as well. I think he might have.
Oh,
yeah.
Because my guy just fucking flew all over the place, and like I actually really enjoyed that fight.
Yeah, I think that would actually be my answer to your question, your original question, because I thought that fight was really cool and I had a lot of fun in it, but I did actually get him on first try with 0 Estus left, so I was pretty close to dying. But I thought that fight was pretty cool. I liked the way he like dissipated into the clouds and stuff. I thought that was epic. But another fight that I did beat first try, which made me apply the restriction onto myself to not use mimic anymore, or summons at all rather, was Morgoth. Before you get to the tree. Because that fight seemed like it was probably good. I still don't know because I haven't reached it on my second playthrough. But it seemed like it had some, interesting movesets and stuff that you need to pay attention to dodge. But I absolutely shat on that boss because of the mimic, and I regret it still.
Yeah, I think the same thing happened for me. Is that we both did the spinny move on the thing, and he got flattened, and he was like, "Oh, well, all right."
No,
I wasn't using summons, but his health. I was so overpowered by that point in the game that. Again, this is a problem I want to keep coming back to because I think it's really, really game breaking. But yeah, Morgoth, my experience with him was kind of fucked because I just did so much damage to him that he couldn't really handle it. I don't know. I'm excited to fight him again on my second playthrough and see if I like the fight more because I was kind of lukewarm on it, despite it being. I could tell it was mechanically sound just from fighting him, but. I didn't need to engage with any of it because I had a really good Estus Flask, I had a well-upgraded weapon, and I had a bunch of levels. So I just beat him up and he died.
Yeah, fair enough.
Can't remember.
So this is a game where everything in area, like everything has a set amount of hit points. Every boss has
no scaling.
It doesn't scale.
Okay.
Yeah, it only scales when you go to New Game Plus.
Yeah.
Unless they change this by no, but
and
I
then
don't think
even then, New Game Plus 1, not by much. I'm running through stuff in
I've heard
New Game Plus run right now.
I heard New Game Plus 1 does not scale hard enough to be a challenge at really any point.
Oh, okay. 'Cause I haven't started New Game Plus yet. I just started different playthroughs.
Neither have I, so I guess take that as my uninformed opinion from what I've heard.
All right.
How much How much stuff outside of the main quest line do you have to do to feel like you're keeping up? If that makes sense? Like, do you feel like a lot of
Depends on
games
your
that are
it kind of depends on your skill level, because some people can get through these games at very low levels. So if you're really good at the Souls games, then you really don't have to do anything outside the critical path at all. But if this is your first Souls game, you should probably do everything you possibly can to get stronger. Jojo, sorry, my dog's growling.
That's something I'm worried about, because I feel like if you do purely the critical path, you could very easily end up feeling too weak in terms of not just levels, but upgrade materials as well. Because early game, your damage is not dependent at all upon stat scalings, really. It's almost all coming from weapon upgrade level. So if you're not going to the mines, if you're not, going and finding a bunch of upgrade materials to go and get your weapon beefed up and stuff, I think it could be very easy to end up feeling very weak on the critical path.
And if you don't do the mines, you won't be able to purchase upgrade materials from any vendor. Like or like they'll have a limited amount. They'll have like 2 or 3 each. But Jojo, gosh, this dog is creeping me out. Anyways, but yeah, so you basically have to go and do the mine quests, or your or your weapons will stay at the lowest possible level.
By the way, on screen right now is just the Morgoth
Like,
fight.
look at this, man. For
It's,
fuck's sake.
God,
and this is the thing, you could be like, well, maybe you shouldn't have been using that weapon. It's like, no.
He just stumbled into this on his playthrough. The game let him do this.
They present this weapon to you. I was just like, okay. And then I was like, oh, that move's kind of fun. And then just look what it did to him. I'll show it again now. It's just hard to navigate when it's like 5 hours. But
my fucking responsibility to nerf myself when the game can't properly account for my level.
Yeah, that's a big problem in this game.
And this game is fucked in that regard.
Because my Mimic gets a hit on him as well, I think. But the problem is, like, I'm dealing so much damage. This is before, by the way, that I respect realizing
dude.
I could.
Wow.
Yeah, he just got messed
What the
up.
fuck?
Yeah, it was pretty much the same for all of those, I feel like.
Well, and something I want to highlight as well about these opening builds in the game, something that I found out anyway. I chose I think a longsword is what I started with my first playthrough. When I came to Mirgit, I was like, yeah, I'm going to need to back off. This is a tough boy. Though I think if I was forced to, in a hell scenario, fight him until death, it would probably take me like half a day, I think, but I wouldn't want to do it that way. It's like, I get the message game, I'll go look other places, but my second playthrough I did, just for a bit of fun offline, I chose Samurai. You get the Uchigatana. I killed Mirgit on my first try, or one of the first tries, because I procced bleed like 3 or 4 times in my fight with him, and like that knocks out like half the health bar on its own. It's insane. And I was just like, this is almost unfair, man. Like, how come the longsword doesn't get this benefit at all?
I feel like you shouldn't get a bleed.
It wasn't folded with glorious Nippon steel enough times.
Yeah,
I feel like you shouldn't get a strong bleed weapon as your starting weapon.
I realized that, like, had I chosen that arbitrarily at the start, just being like, oh, Samurai, that'd be cool. It's like, I would have had a much easier time, because I know have they nerfed bleed in general, or have they only nerfed particular bleed things?
They haven't nerfed anything to do with bleed.
Well, I was told they did it for Blood Strike, that they've nerfed that.
Yeah,
they
only
nerfed
for
that,
skill.
but just the damage on that skill, rather than anything to do with bleed.
Yeah, bleed's broken in this game. It's too good.
Powerful.
Way too good. It's not, and someone might be like, well, how have you determined that? And it's like, it's just comparative to everything else, it's too good. Everything else suffers.
Katanas in general are too good in this game because they have the bleed, which is insane. There's stamina's not real in this game, so that's not a concern. And they have a really quick weapon art that they get to use in combat more often than most other weapons get to use their weapon arts. Like the Uchigatana's weapon art R2, it hits really fucking hard, and you get to use it so much more often than other equivalent weapon arts. Like the weapon art R2 of the longsword, it takes longer to come out and does about half the damage.
Damn.
And that's the damage version, the one that's not supposed to be used for guard breaking. So, like, what?
I used the Moon Veil with my int build, and that thing shredded.
It just rips things apart.
Like, if I wasn't fighting bosses, I was just using that one and just use the weapon arts, because it's like slash, slash, slash. Sometimes 2 people at once, slash, no problem.
Hopefully we'll do some kind of like a conclusion on bosses, but I would like to submit the worst boss in the game that isn't repeated. That's the way I'll categorize this.
This can only be
God-devouring serpent. Fucking This boss is embarrassing to me, and you'll see why. If you keep an eye on the stream, you'll see why.
Yeah, this one was funny for you, but watching you.
Not seeing this makes me
Remember, you
pleased.
finished that fight, and then you came over to my stream. Was like, you need to show this on stream. This was embarrassing.
Rykard, yeah, which is a cool name. Not a cool boss. Okay, so the idea they had when they actually, did anyone get PTSD when they picked up a weapon in the opening of the fight?
I was like, oh, not Yorm again.
No.
I never found this zone, so I never did this.
Storm King from Demon Souls also.
Yeah, I was just like, oh god. But you know, I thought to myself, maybe they'll do it right this time somehow. Maybe it'll be really fun. And I think when I was initially doing the fight, I was like, this is fine. You know, okay, it's not quite Yorm. There's more here. But yeah, I just the idea is he's got a ring of lava around him, so you can't get to him directly. You have to use the moves on this weapon they provide you, which has range, and you have to dodge his moves. Obviously, though, I was a little curious about this because I think when you see me in my playthrough, when I first come across lava in the Volcano Manor area, I was like, ooh, better not go in there. That's probably an insta-death. And then I was like, well. It's not in a lot of the games, actually. I think Dark Souls 1's damage on lava without the lava ring is, like, pretty intense, if I remember. But, I'd have to fucking look at it again, because I can't remember anymore. But anyway, I was surprised to find out, in the normal parts of the game, there's a lot of places you get to by running across lava. And I was like, oh, okay. Lava's pretty chill, actually. It's not even as damaging as poison. Or at least I think it's close. And I was just like, that's really odd, but okay.
Silly as hell.
And so when it showed up in this fight, I was like, I can stand on this, right? And if you look at my health bar... Yes, the answer is definitely fucking yes. The problem is, if you do that, I don't think the devs expected anyone to do that. They were like, well, no, it's lava. Why would you stand on lava, you idiot? It was like, well, it's not hitting me. And so now, most of his attacks can't get to me.
Oh, wow.
Can't do anything about it.
And so this happens, and then I was just like, so that was weird. And then it was like, phase 2, and I was like, okay, maybe phase 2 is, like, better. Phase 2 is basically the same. He just has a couple extra moves, I think.
And a big stupid sword. Another big stupid sword.
Yes. And yeah, this boss was absolutely ruined by me being brain dead and just going, I attack close, I attack close.
Monkey.
I even think that I misunderstood my weapon. I used all of its the FP move, the special move on it. And when I ran out of FP, I was like, oh, now it's ranged only. It's like, no, it's not. Sorry, it's melee only. And I was like, no, it's not. But I thought that. But that thought led me to annihilate this boss in like a secret exploit. It's just like, oh, okay.
I didn't even try. I didn't even try the light attacks. I was just confused that all of a sudden I'm not allowed to use that move anymore. It's like, oh, I guess I have to use my FP. But people in chat were like, oh, R1 is buffed too. It's like, yeah, I guess melee, but look at all the lava. I'm not going in there.
Meanwhile,
later on, I figured out
pretty fun. It's like a nice
Look at it; it's not doing anything to your health bar. It's lava game.
And then,
then I figured out it's like, oh wait, the other attacks are ranged too, so you can just stand there and.
Look.
Yeah, and I just chug my Estus every once in a while. But then he did a move that I was just like, holy mother of hell! What the hell move is this? Devs, you're being cunts. Look at this move now.
Sword Slam.
It's I don't know if it's given a name or anything, but he's just skull spam. There's just skulls everywhere.
Oh yeah, the skull spam, but then he ends it with like a one-hit kill sword slash that has stupid range.
Well, if you look at me right now, I just took an opportunity to drink Estus, and it happened to be the right one. I was just like, oh, I did get hit. Yeah. Okay.
So this one was weird
cool
for me.
I guess, but like, what?
I panicked there when that happened. I was like, oh shit. So I started running around.
Oh.
And then it just kind of disappeared on top of me, I think.
Mark, look. When he's about to throw the sword down, he staggers from my mimic.
Oh. Yeah, you got lucky on that one, for sure.
He's about to bring it down, and he gets staggered. That's hilarious. I didn't even know that happened.
I was still not summoning at all at that point in the game, and that sword attack, I was just like, there's no way around that, because even if you run to the side of it, it will still kill you, even though the hitbox doesn't seem like it's anywhere near you. And I found the trick you have to do is just once he starts throwing those skulls, just run as far away from him as possible. like 180 degrees from where he is, just run in the opposite direction. And if you get far enough away, the skulls eventually kind of dissipate, and he'll whiff on that sword strike. And then
that was another one. You can see it when Mulder's just rolling around. It's like, can I please tell what's actually happening, game?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't have any respect for a big, like, almost cinematic, millions of skulls flying into me and exploding. I'm just like, what is this mechanically? What the fuck is happening?
The entire thing that makes these games work in the fucking first place is that you're kind of shit in terms of what you're actually capable of as a character, but you have your really good rolls, so if you're paying attention to what's going on and you manage to tell what's going on, you can roll through everything and punish at the correct times. I'd really love to be able to actually tell what's happening, and we need attacks where you can tell what's happening in order for this system to work.
So, I throw in a vote for funniest boss.
Oh,
This is
I'm
probably going to
excited.
be more so tied to just everyone's experiences. I'm trying to find it. I clipped it out to show you, Metal.
Oh,
The chunky guy?
No, he was... Well, so I don't even know if I should really be counting this as a boss. If anyone in chat can remember when I killed this guy. I think it was my last stream.
I mean, which one is it? Is it the
So
boatman?
he was a guy that I think everyone finds kind of amusing, because he turns up, and I think he's an actual boss fight, and when you kill him, it's this great enemy felled.
Oh.
But he's just... I called him the Game of Thrones guy, just because he's got a northern type accent, and he sounds like he's out of Game of Thrones. Oh, here it is. Alright, everyone just watch and enjoy this. Look at the subtitles as well for his little speech. Like, I knew you'd come to stand before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord. What a sad
that's
state of
It's
affairs.
Gideon.
And he's just like,
But
oh,
which-
Gideon,
he-
fine. I don't know. I don't know anybody in this game.
That's a guy from the round table you talked to.
yeah, he's at your home base.
So he finishes his speech, the fight begins, I backstab him.
Nice.
And then I just do this.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh no.
Man. Oh.
What the fuck is that thing even?
Okay. I
Like,
Just
yours
need-
was even worse than mine. I was like, oh shit, we're fighting Gideon? Oh shit, he's probably
Wow.
super strong. And then I just fucking shat on him. It's like, why are you so weak?
dude,
I imagine the little ghost boys you see running around are other players.
yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Imagine someone seeing yours of that. and they're in the middle of this fight and they're like, wait, what? You're done?
You just got here.
It's so funny, because of the way they introduce this. It's like, are you ready to... Oh. Okay. No, that's fine. And the one move he got was a move that wouldn't hit me because it's a ring around him just outside of his close range. It's like, oh.
His gimmick, by the way, is he does like all the magic. He does
Yeah.
everything.
yeah,
He does Melania's big Scarlet Rot dive thing. He does Black Flame stuff. He does it all. But this guy is part of a running trend in this game where the term, well, the boss health bar and the boss music have never meant less than they mean now. Like, good lord. Fucking random ass NPCs getting boss health bars, a big
Yeah.
fucking flower that does nothing, boss health bar, regular enemies with boss health bars.
Dude, I'd be more
How does,
forgiving of that compared to it saying great enemy felled. That's ridiculous.
Great enemy felled.
What were
How
they
do you,
thinking?
But yeah, I had a couple of times I'm just like, why do you have a health bar? I killed like 80 of you. Go
Yeah.
away.
Why do you have a health bar? Why do you have dramatic boss music? Fuck off.
This is, would you say that this is an issue stemming from balance? Or like
It's gotta be.
inability to balance?
It's an
the
issue of
nature the
balance
game?
and presentation.
There's
It's balance
Right.
in a lot of cases where, things like Gideon he can't do anything and yet he's presented like this big deal for some reason. Why?
Mhm.
Like, I think this is fine if he doesn't have a fucking big introduction. Well, no, it's fine if he doesn't have a fucking boss health bar. Even
If
I
he's
would
just
say,
a guy.
yeah, if he's just a dude, because he's not
Because-
presented as some big threat or anything.
Because what I find weird about this fight particularly is because you get some of these NPC invades that have the name over his health bar on top of his character model. Like,
Mhm.
Oh, you mean, yeah, he's... Yeah.
yeah.
and
carrying
he's
the knife.
also a health bar as a boss. So I don't know why they just didn't put him in as like a normal NPC invader.
I don't know why they didn't do that for like every NPC invader who's also a
And-
boss for some reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, to clarify, with something like Morgott, you're like, ooh, he needed more health. game, but
Yeah.
everything in presentation felt like it makes a lot of sense. With Gideon, you're just like, what was that? What are you doing? It could have been a rat. Like, there's just a rat in the room, and it's just like the monster of Gerwin, and it's just like all the health bar, the music, and you just one slash is dead. You're like, why?
That was my experience with like half of the non-critical. Well, no, half. I'm gonna say 99% of the non-critical path bosses was I walk into it, it's got a boss health bar and music, so it wants to be like all threatening and stuff, and then I blow through it in seconds because it's not mechanically engaging and it's not tough and it's not scaled to me.
Oh, also, he's worth 150,000 runes. What the hell?
Oh, the fucking... I don't
judging off of his health bar, it seems like he has around 7,000 to 8,000 health, judging off of how much damage you did to him. So that's not even boss territory.
That's what I mean. It's a weird moment in the game, and it's a microcosm of a lot of the stuff that they do in terms of making boss fights feel a lot less impactful.
Yeah. So what's weird also is there's like random enemies in the game. They're like super fucking tanky and much more challenging to fight than some bosses. And they give you, and then all of a sudden they give you like 2,000 runes. I was like, that was a lot of effort.
Man,
can I get some more for that? Like, what is happening?
I suppose you can't balance for that very effectively in terms of like, should they give you rune rewards based on how much trouble you had, or should it just be on what they believe to be the difficulty of the boss? Because I found that it was almost an indicator of just how well I was doing. If I like annihilate a boss and it's 150k runes, I'm like, oh my god, I am way ahead of this game right now. But if I have trouble at a boss and it's like 25k, I'm like, really? Jesus. Oh god, like I'm not doing so good. Like, but it could also just be because they just didn't quite smooth that out. I don't know. Because yeah, Gideon should not be worth that.
Yeah.
None of the not even half of the bosses in this game deserve their fucking boss health bar. Because half of them get recycled as regular enemies later on. More than half. Pretty much every boss that isn't not critical path, you can find as a fucking regular enemy somewhere. For some reason.
And it's interesting. It's
I don't necessarily think that's an issue, though.
I find it frustrating because it's a devaluation of the boss health bar. It doesn't mean anything anymore.
I mean, in Dark Souls 1, you have Capra Demon and what was the other one we talked about before?
Taurus Demon.
Asylum and Taurus, yeah. Well, not
Taurus
Asylum,
Demon
he's
as
always
well.
a boss. Sure.
And I think that's okay, because at the point where you reach them in the lava land, you're like, it's end game time. And I think it's kind of like fun to see that this used to be a boss, but now you're so much stronger to the point where it's no longer a boss, it's just a normal enemy.
I could buy that argument if they weren't still throwing it at you as a boss as well.
I was going to say, what Theo seems to be highlighting is if you went to Lava Land and you move through into a room, boss walls appear, boss health, and it's Capra Demon. You're like, wait.
Yeah.
Wait, really?
Yeah, no, I get that. That I get, but I don't have an issue with them just being an enemy in the world.
I'm down with it if it makes sense, like finding tree sentinels around or whatever, or well, I don't think tree sentinels should have boss music or boss health bars in general, but that's a different matter. If finding that kind of enemy around where it makes sense to find it, sure, so long as it's not spammed, and well, no, yeah, I'd still say so long as it's not spammed if it's supposed to be a boss tier enemy.
I'm trying to think of. Well, so I was actually going to say Godfrey, for example, as a boss. I kind of like he was. I think I went through it too quickly, and so I didn't even get to really appreciate him mechanically. But I thought that there's potential with him. How did everyone else find him?
That's the one right before you go to Elden Beasts.
Yeah.
He's pretty good. I don't like his stomp spam.
Nah, me too. I also didn't like that you fight the spirit version of him earlier in the game.
I don't know why.
That was weird. Yeah, I got a little confused if I'm honest with you. I was like, so Godric and Godfrey. What's going on there?
I think it's that they were really trying to make it so that the initials for the first initial for all of the demigods were either G, R, or M.
Oh,
because this is the golden lineage, right? So Godric is a descendant of Godfrey. You have Godric, Godfrey, Godefroy, which is a reskinned Godric in an Everjail.
Godefroy, that sounds hilarious. It was hilarious. I remember coming across him, Godefroy. I thought that was a fucking meme. Like, it's like a wombo word. He's the mutated version. He's called Godefroy.
Did we need to duplicate every boss in the fucking game, including one of the demigods?
I don't know, man.
No, you know what? I don't think we did. I don't think we needed Golden Spirit Godfrey in the capital for no real reason.
I didn't.
No fanfare around it. Because it's got its normal boss music as well, from when you encounter him normally.
It kind of cheapens his final battle, I found. Like the second I saw him as like a golden ghost, I was like, okay, I'm gonna fight the real version of this guy later. They did the same thing in Sekiro a few times.
It just makes me so confused because I don't know what's happening.
Did he have all of his mechanics? Because that was at the point where I was still using summons, and I basically just killed him.
He had all of his phase 1 mechanics. He doesn't go into the Horalu or whatever he calls himself in the last part.
He didn't have all of his axe stuff either. Like I think he was limited to his fairly basic axe moveset, which made him feel like a Dark Souls 2 boss.
Oh no!
You know who I would like to talk about?
What is it?
Revelio.
Who was that?
Is that the name of the boss?
Revelio. Oh, that was.
Oh no!
I thought Revelio was the name of a boss.
Dark Gorge Radon.
Look at this fucking set piece you've stumbled into.
I fucking hate this boss.
Cool?
And this, it's not even. I think a lot of people are going to be like knee jerking me, but being like, "Oh, we're very good at it." It's like since understanding fully how this thing works, I still hate it. It doesn't matter whether or not I figured out exactly what I was supposed to do the whole time. Which, by the way, it seems that you're supposed to summon all of the Randys. I'm not even a fan of that.
They're fucking worthless, anyways.
I think
they're pretty worthless, but they're distracting.
Yeah, true.
I think if this is supposed to be a big, dumb raid boss thing, they should just be here. I don't think you should have to summon them.
Spawn as a big group and charge him. That'd be way cooler.
Yeah.
But yeah, not a fan of this opening, and not a fan of his spazzy nature. And I think he looks absurd. A lot of people think he looks amazing.
I think he looks
dumb
funny
as hell.
Oh, those little horse.
Well, I was gonna say, can we get a good image of this to show Rags? I wonder.
There's a concept.
Because I'm looking, because I can't tell yet based on the silhouette.
So he's a big lad, but as you can see, he's moving pretty fast, and it doesn't quite look like his legs are doing it, and that's because he is sitting on a regular horse.
Oh wow! I never even noticed that. I thought he was just kind of sliding around.
Can you see that horse?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Is that like one of his legs?
No, that's his horse. It's called Leonard. He learned gravity magic so he could ride it.
Oh, okay.
Literally, they wanted to account for how absurd this is.
I'm
they
not
said
memeing.
He learned gravity magic in order to ride this horse efficiently.
Yeah.
Why would you ride
the
horse?
You may also notice he doesn't have any
He loves
feet.
his horse, Rags.
He loves his horse. That's.
So you may notice he doesn't have any feet. Any sense of, dramatic, tragic grandeur or whatever that this fight was going for is annihilated.
Because I didn't even see it.
In fact, he's on a little horse.
And then people in the chat were like, "He has a little horse."
Opening.
Like, no, he doesn't.
Can you even
Fuck
compare this to like Gwyn, where you're just like,
It's not even. You can't compare it to Artorias.
No. Well, so this
That's
is the
what
thing.
most people have been doing.
I'd go as far as saying like,
stupid motherfucker.
Looks absurd. Look at the little horse. What is
that?
I'm kind of happy I didn't notice the horse while I was.
I don't know how you didn't. It's
well, I mean, I think that like there's so many sort of eldritch-looking creatures in this game that have all sorts of weird limbs and stuff like that. That I'm more focusing on what his swords are doing, and it sort of seemed like he was skating around the desert. And I just thought, okay, so that's the way he moves then.
Because I had to have it pointed out to me as well. Because I was the same. I was like, oh, it's just sliding and stuff. And then people were like, do you know this small horse? I was like, there's no horse. Fuck off.
They open the fight with this really dramatic but kind of solemn music. And then you get to him and he's on this tiny little fucking horse scuttling around.
I get the impression looking at chat that this is a controversial perspective that you guys
It shouldn't
sharing.
be. This looks stupid. This looks stupid.
That's
Look
really
at this.
strange to me.
Look at this.
almost everyone I've talked to
like
despises this
someone
boss.
said that you're looking at a Taurus or whatever. What was it? A Taurus that you're looking at him with rose-colored glasses.
Artorias is
Someone said it was-
fantastic. He's one of the
Artorias
best
is
bosses
great.
in the
Boss.
saga.
What the
Someone said
fuck?
it was.
Tell you what.
I'm
Someone said it
I'm
was gravity
personally
magic, get
offended.
over it. Yeah.
I am also
I'm
Artorias-
personally
Is
offended by
Artorias the only thing here that we unanimously like?
Artorias is unsurpassed in terms of visual presentation, in
So
terms of
mechanically
what narrative
gorgeous.
represents.
Oh, Artorias'
Gorgeous.
moves,
Yeah.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Good lore too.
I'm
Absolutely.
personally
Tragic story.
offended that people compare this boss to Artorias. What the
I am
fuck
offended
is similar
too.
between the two?
I think the only comparisons I've heard to it are from a lore standpoint of this
It's all-
being sort of
it's all
a
in
tragic fight against a hero that
Tragedy
he's
for
not
a
necessarily.
horse.
Well,
I was going to say,
yeah,
is this not undermined
definitely
by the
undercuts it.
absurdity? How is it
Yeah,
not undermined?
the tragedy
I-
is annihilated by the stupid fucking horse and his roller skating around on it.
See, I didn't 100% agree with it before, and I didn't notice the horse until you guys pointed it out to me just now.
Oh boy.
It's a distraction. And yeah, like I was gonna bring up, Gwyn was something else in terms of a choice for a final thing for a game, especially the boss music. And then Soul of Cinder having what I believe it fair to describe as subtle references to Gwyn. Mwah. Another just I love that choice, as well as references to everything almost. If Radahn is supposed to be an equivalent in any way to those, I'd be like, stop. Put the controller down.
He's a good reference to everything in Elden Ring because he's a flailing nutcase who looks stupid and fucking is annoying to fight.
Nutcase, he looks stupid. So hard.
And I need to get this across as well. They just got out of a cutscene describing him as like lost to base instinct, like he's a fucking animal now. He just fights and kills and eats the corpses of those around him. And then they decide to open the boss fight by having him camp you with a bow.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I hate that they decided that to do that. Ugh, I hate it. What an awful intro.
So you're basically forced to dodge the first two and then get on your horse and just run up to him and
spam
dodging
summon.
the other thing.
It's a fucking... It's a
So
design
lame.
or a Boros where it's fucking eating its own tail because he needs to do that so that you can summon the people. And why do you need to summon the people again? Instead of them
Because-
just being here?
Yeah, everyone came here to fight. Why are they not ready to fight?
Yeah.
I was actually hoping for that. When I was talking to them in the festival and they were like, we're gonna fucking take out Radahn as a big team,
I was
like,
fucking hype as shit for this fight.
I was like, what are we gonna be getting here? Because this is a
Yeah.
new game from From. They could do anything they want, theoretically. I was like, what are we gonna
They
be doing?
won't 'cause they're
Charging
fucking
altogether?
cynical and stupid.
Oh god.
Also, do you get more choices of summons if you've done more side quests?
I found that there's at least more people standing there at the festival. Because I realized on my second playthrough when I got there was only like 3 instead of 4 for me. So there might be you might be onto something there, yeah.
Did anyone have patches as a
Yeah.
summon?
Oh, Patches is
No,
really
but I
funny.
heard he
can
fucks
give
off
him
after like a
that.
minute.
Yeah, no, it's not even a minute. He shows up and then it's just like Patches left. It's like, oh, thanks, Patches.
Dude, someone just suggested in chat, wouldn't it have been awesome if you had a selection of an amount and you could take a team in? You have to choose,
Yeah. Great.
and they
Yeah,
will offer
yeah,
different
that-
things. It's like there's nothing stopping them from making that a thing.
The only
Yeah,
thing
it's-
stopping them is their own cynicism.
Can I
Yeah.
summon 14
Also-
Blythes?
You probably
Also,
could.
all game you can summon your fucking Ash that you leveled up all game, but in this fight where you can summon everything except your Ash.
We are
This is-
almost to the Ash conversation. I actually only have one more boss I want to talk about.
Yeah.
I have a couple, I guess I'd want to bring
Oh,
up. if
fair enough.
that's
Like,
cool.
however many you guys want to talk about.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
is
yeah,
that
yeah.
it? Is that it for Radahn? Because
Let me see.
Yeah, I
if
guess
I've got
so.
anything else. He affirms to me that FromSoft are not capable of anything like Artorias anymore in terms of presentation.
I think he's a
It's
victim
hollow now.
of,
They don't know what they're doing.
spectacle. He's the most spectacle destroyed thing in this game, as far as I'm concerned. With a close second being Rykard,
His one upside is you don't have to fight him to finish the game.
which is so bizarre to me that he's not necessary.
I think you only need to
I'm
kill
s-
2.
Yeah,
Right?
only 2 of the great runes which
Yeah.
comprise the Elden Ring are needed to restore the Elden Ring.
That's
Yeah, it's
just
fucking weird.
That's weird.
it's not intuitive at all to me.
What the fuck?
When people told that to me, I was like, wait, why? But why? He tells me about like 5 or something, and there's like 6 you can fight overall. It's like, ooh.
All
But
right. Well,
next
so
boss.
The next one I wanted to talk about, and then anyone else can choose, is the Godskin duo.
Ooh. So
this is
funny.
the fight that broke
while
me.
we were
The fight that broke you. Oh no.
I wasn't summoning or using any weapon arts at all prior to this fight. Every single one of my boss fights is on my channel.
If I
So,
if I could just complain, what the fuck are you doing creating a boss door you can't go through, you idiots?
I was.
Yeah.
What the hell is
there.
that? Look at this.
I died there.
Oh my god, there's nothing
the
more
boss-
frustrating than that ever. Like, what
I
the
think
fuck?
What were they
I think what-
thinking?
I think what
it's also
happened here
the
is
longest boss run in the game, as far as I can remember, at least.
I
So
don't
you
know
can walk
what
through
or
all the other boss doors except for this one where you just
everywhere
can't.
else.
Yeah,
you
because
see
the-
golden fog, you
That's
can walk
fucked
through
up.
it.
Oh
Yeah, I
god,
think-
it's so
I think-
annoying.
That's like you're lying to me.
Yeah, but the
Yeah.
I think the reason is the boss is like further down, and the boss gate that you can't walk through is like upstairs.
Exactly,
So
yeah,
it's the
that's
same room,
why
but
you
you
can't
can't
go
fight
through
them
it.
up there.
But that's their fucking fault for building the place like
Well,
this.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
It's-
I just wanted to point out why that even happened. But
It's
just
a
put a
weird-
fucking door there, like a normal door, that you can
Yeah,
only open
well-
after the boss fight or whatever.
Yeah, that's all you have to do. Easy.
Yeah.
Kind of
The
a
door's
bizarre
locked
thing
from the other
because
side.
That's
Exactly.
not actually the door I entered this boss fight from. I don't think.
I think there's two you can get into it from, right?
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
true.
But one of them is a fucking fake. Well, the
Yeah.
upper stairs ones are
Because this-
fakes.
There's three different.
Cool.
That's a chunky boy.
That's mean.
It's a betrayal, as far as I'm concerned. You're not allowed to
Yeah.
do that. You can't give me a boss
Betrayed
door
me.
that throughout every single game in your entire series and this game, they've been walk-throughable, and you
They just
drop
keep
this
you
on
your
me,
toes.
and there's enemies outside it, so I'm getting
They
fucking
keep you
railed
on
by
your
them.
They're
It's like,
there-
excuse me.
well, It looks like
They
those
keep you on
enemies
your
are there
toes.
to take advantage of you, thinking that doors work like doors have
Yeah.
worked forever.
It
You
feels
can
that
imagine
way.
the conversation, right? This will be really funny, won't it?
To be fair, they are not beyond doing shit like that. That's come
Oh,
up
yeah.
before.
It's just funny to me that they're like, what would make this funnier? What if you can't go through it? Well, that's pretty funny. What if we put a bunch of enemies there?
I mean, the reason why we have so many swamp thingies in this game is because Miyazaki
because
said, I
it's a
just can't
meme."
help myself.
Yeah.
It's a meme.
Well, dude,
Oh, it
I'm
helps as well.
very surprised we didn't get any mimics in this, mimic chests. you know?
Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
surprised.
There are a
That's-
couple chests that teleport you, though,
Mhm.
instead of being
To
an
be
item.
fair, those are opportunities a lot of the time.
Yeah, that's,
That's
true, too.
that's a really cool idea that isn't utilized
someone-
and can't be because it's kneecapped by the warping.
So
Yeah.
someone said Godskin Duo was literally fine. Do you agree?
No. That's wrong.
So I guess I'll do my take first because it's going to be the most positive. When I played this, I've explained this before a couple of you, so sorry about that. But when I played this, I was like, "Oh, Godskin Apostle, I like you a lot. I really enjoyed the fight with you. Godskin Fat Guy, less so, less so. Not a huge fan of him, and mainly because of his second phase, where he just becomes giant and fat and rolls around until he gets you. It's
Look at that guy's back. It's so long.
yeah, he's definitely the long man of this
He is
this
the long
game. But Fat Guy, yeah, he goes fat and rolls until he gets you. I heard you guys talking about it briefly on stream. He does stop eventually. I got him caught on a thing, and he rolled at me for about 10 seconds and then stopped.
I had him roll in circles around me for I think 20 seconds.
It's
once.
fucking absurd. I don't know why they do this sometimes. I just wonder. But anyway, I was like, I don't want Fat Man getting to phase 2 because it'll fuck up my ability to maintain this area. So I guess I'll just focus on Apostle, and we'll see what ends up happening in terms of spawns. He's got the Four Kings element. Well, it's not even the Four Kings element, actually. It's a variant, I guess, of... It's like, you will spawn the one that you've killed again and again and
Throne
again.
Watcher and Defender.
Yeah. And so I was like, I can have my boss fight with Apostle and enjoy it, and I'll just keep moving around to avoid the fat guy. And that's essentially how I played the fight, and it was kind of fun. But I just don't know that's not how I describe why ONS is so well designed. What I'm describing is essentially trying to ignore what this game is going for and try and fight it my own way. And so I had fun with it. I don't think I can confidently say it's very good.
I think it's pretty terrible. I think it shows a lot of misunderstanding of what makes ONS good in the first place. Because a lot of what makes that fight, because there's superficial elements of it here, right? There's the pillars, because they knew that the pillars helped you out with ONS.
Yeah.
But with ONS, they had different but complementary movesets, and that was very important to how they played out. Smo was very, very, very slow, but he was huge, and you could fairly easily separate him from Ornstein because Ornstein could zip around the arena a lot faster. Ornstein was also the only one who had ranged attacks. They didn't both have ranged attacks that input read your heals.
And I really, and I want to highlight, it's one of my suggestions for the best fight in the whole thing. It's so goddamn good, ONS. If you focus on Smo, you can move the camera around so that they built it so that you'll always have an idea of where Ornstein is. They usually, you can account for his charges while also focusing Smo, but at the same time, if you want to play to focus Ornstein instead, then Smo will usually easily be within your field of view when you're focusing him, which is something I genuinely think they gave up on trying to fix anymore. I've complained about it thoroughly in Bloodborne. This game has the same problem. Focus is not fully considered. It can fuck you over all the time. I don't think that's good. People are like, if it's fucking you over, turn it off. I don't like that as a counter.
That's not a counter. Especially the more they start to design fights and mechanics around the lock-on system.
It felt
in
like
Bloodborne, you lose access to your good dodge by not being locked on.
Ornstein and Smo's moves felt like they were designed knowing the systems in the game and how you play. These feel like two bosses they made and then threw together and put in a room.
I guess that's probably going to always be the difficulty with dual boss battles, is that you need to... I would imagine that there's the variables if you have two AI-driven that are separate entities but need to cooperate in a way, or like they need to synergize in order to work, and that's probably incredibly difficult to achieve. And so, from what I understand, like everybody loves Ornstein and Smo, but that there's no boss battles that have two of them that are close to that.
The
Is
only
that like
one
a general sentiment?
There is only one other good duo boss I can think of in this series, and that's the twin demons in Dark Souls 3's DLC.
What about Lorien and Lothric? Do they count?
I don't really consider that a duo fight because you're fighting the single entity, really.
It's only a duo in the sense that it's one entity with two attacks that are happening at different times, or at least...
Which I guess is different than two enemies that are just acting independently and running around.
Yeah, which I think is so much harder to get them to synergize. You need all of their moves set because they'll roll the dice, right, on what move they'll use, and you need all of them to have some level of fair synergy for the player to account for, which is difficult to design, I think.
I'm sure that's incredibly difficult to design. It's probably why that Ornstein Smo fight, why it's so beloved, right? Is because it's just like...
I've always felt if you beat that, then Dark Souls is beatable for you. That's like the last major hurdle before it means you've probably understood the game well enough that you can make it to the end now.
The thing I'd also like to point out that distinguishes this fight from Ornstein and Smo so distinctly is that Ornstein and Smo both operate at fairly different ranges.
Yeah.
Like Ornstein, he's quick and he moves a lot, but he doesn't have the reach that Smo does. Smo has a shitload of reach, and he's able to get you from further away. But he also has to move around Smo. He can't really hit you through Smo because his reach is so low.
Right, so it's almost like a balance in the sense that Smo is slow, which means it's hard for him to keep up with you, but he doesn't need to keep up with you because he's got long reach, whereas Ornstein
has to keep up with you.
But he needs to get close. That's why he goes so quick.
And his telegraphs tend to be longer, Smo's.
Meanwhile, so I wonder if this is... I know if this is a discussion. Maybe this is something worth bringing up. I know that Matthew Matosis has talked about it. Telegraphing. What
I would like
how do you feel about telegraphing?
I wonder if that's a subject for later.
That's just watching
that I would like to save.
Just watching Mahler's playthrough, as someone who plays, because I've played a lot of Vermintide 1 and 2. I've played a lot of Mordhau, and granted, these are melee combat focused games. I'm very big into the how can you tell something is about to attack you, and how do you distinguish that from its just normal moving around? So I'm definitely interested to see how you guys talk about it here.
I don't want to open up that discussion yet because we'll get to it, but like telegraphing is just tied to, I think, a fundamental aspect of game design, which is communicating clearly to the player what is happening. I think and of course communication can take multiple forms because, you know, we were talking about tutorials earlier, right? A tutorial can communicate things to you without the game explicitly saying, this is how this mechanic works, you need to think about this. this is what you need to do, that there's subtle ways of it. Like, when I enter into a new level, the framing of this world may tell me where I need to go without telling me where I need to go, or like the way that an enemy moves around might indicate to me something about their moveset before I even fight them. Like, communication is incredibly integral, but also it's kind of it's hard to know how to communicate something that most people, if not everybody, is going to understand. But yeah, let's. I guess if you want to table that discussion for now, we'll.
One thing I just want to mention, because it's about to come up as well, just the way I ended this fight felt so fucking good. It just happened to be that my Mimic and the fat guy were fighting where the next one will spawn, and I saw that as a huge fuck up. I was like, oh damn, if I could have just focused the fat guy, I could have killed them before Godskin Apostle came back to fuck me up. But the fact that they were together meant that my Blood Slash was gonna hit them both if I used it. And so I finished the fight with tagging them both twice with that move.
Yeah, nice.
Nice.
Fucking
Man, that damage
feels badass as hell to do something like that. Which is, you know, it's one of the many highs you can get from a game like this. But yeah, I feel like they
felled. Why felled?
Okay.
Like a tree,
I
I
don't know,
guess.
that was a good choice of words.
to complete the comparison I was making, just really quickly. I said the Ornstein and Smo are very different in the way they operate. They have very different ranges. These guys, they both operate at the same range fairly consistently, or at least are capable of operating at the same range and at the same kind of speed. Like the Godskin Fatty, he's not actually that slow, and he has
he's fast.
He has big thrusts that you can do that carry him quite a distance forward very quickly with his rapier. And stuff.
Yes, he can. Yeah, he can charge as fast as Ornstein. It's fucking ridiculous with some of those moves. If you put him next to someone who can't, and the fucking roll, it would be, you know, like Smo's charge. He like goes, boom, 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 swing. It's all very like that's his charge move.
And it's big and heavy, and you can really feel the weight behind it.
Fucking Fat Man just goes. He's like Sonic.
Yeah,
like there's no rhythm to it. There's no.
And there is, but it's way faster than you think something like that should be able to move. Especially that flurry thrust attack that he has.
And they jam you.
Does it feel like the enemies are weightless in that sense? That things that just seem massive don't act as if they just are super fast, and they don't act like they have momentum to themselves?
The other big thing contributing to their lack of distinction from one another that hurts this being a two-enemy boss fight is that they can both throw fireballs at you, and they both input read your heals to throw fireballs at you.
That's one of the things I was going to bring up, because I was like, the element of the fireballs, almost automatically firing off every time you heal, and B, the only cover you have from them getting destroyed as the fight goes on. It doesn't really work for me. I'm just like, man,
imagine you're fighting Ornstein and Smo, and then you go to heal because you just dodged an attack from Ornstein, and then Smo just throws a fireball at you. Like,
what do you guys think about that mechanic in general?
Input reading,
input read heal punishes.
I don't like
a fan. I'm not a fan of it as often as it is, and I don't think it should be on every boss. I think
it feels like something that would be like a gimmick for a boss.
I think it's the kind of thing that you can use for certain bosses because it can help make them feel a certain way.
Not every boss can be Psycho Menace.
Yeah, pretty much.
Remind me of
I think
that's spoilers
Gwyn,
Psycho Mantis.
When
I think Gwyn has it in Dark Souls 1.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he does.
Margit has it in this. These
Everyone
guys
has
do
it
it.
in this.
I was gonna say I thought everyone had it in this. When Margit did it kept doing the charge move every time I healed. I was like, okay, I get it. But then, like, later on, I found that if ever I did heal, the boss, like, it would always do something, like, look at me, move, start up, so that I was just like, you know, don't you? You know I'm doing this.
Somebody's watching.
Because, again, they're running into the limitations of what they can do within this framework, so they're trying to find new ways to actually make things punishing. And one of those ways kind of ends up having to be, well, I guess they need to be able to heal punish you. So I guess they just know.
Dude, I hate the fact that they can walk across the pillar breakages.
It's almost as if that's also something that wasn't
was that
the
a
case
troll?
in ONS.
Like, yeah, because it's genuinely, the pillars are so important in the ONS fight.
Yeah.
It's all of this that I'm talking about when I say they just don't understand what made that fight good, because everything in this fight is the same on the most superficial of levels. It's
The way to
like,
subvert your expectations in that regard is because I have some understanding, I guess, is that in the ONS fight, the pillars break and they become like barriers or like part of the terrain, right?
They are a barrier. They break in such a way that they no longer are tall pillars. They're like, broken, shorter ones, but they are the exact same level of obstacle for the enemies. Like, they don't change. It's just a cool sort of environmental breakage.
Okay.
Yeah, these ones get eliminated.
Yeah,
I think
they may as well not be there, unfortunately.
Ornstein, if you
Although
let
you can,
Ornstein go to second phase, I think his lightning can hit you over the pillar.
I think so, because it's coming from so high up.
I was gonna say
Yeah.
that would be, I think, fair because he's on his own at that point.
Yeah.
I have the pillars though. You can still stun, or not stun lock exactly, but trap the noble, the fat guy, when he's doing that ball attack. You can trap him on the low remains of the pillars still, but because you're dealing with two enemies, you can't really stay at the angle that traps them there very easily because you also have to be dodging the noble. Oh, not the noble. Sorry, the apostle.
Kind of funny
The
because
positioning is pretty tight for it as well, because if he's too close, he'll just clip over it.
did you see
It might
my
be-
my effort was to make it so that he never does the fat roll because I fucking hate that move, and he's
Yeah,
about
it
to
sucks.
begin it when I kill him. I was just like, oof, I hate that move.
It seems to trigger when he's at half health, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's
a
his
second
phase
phase
transition.
move. Yeah,
Oh.
it's so
He can
absurd,
do
too.
it more than the one time though, so it's not
Yeah.
just his transition. It's just he can fire it off in phase two, and I found he usually alternated it with the other attack he does, where he floats up in the air and becomes super fat. Where he'll just do like the Asylum Demon type butt slam, and that one's pretty easy to get a few hits on him afterwards. But if he does the roll, it's like, oh shit,
I
time
just
to
fought
start
the-
running.
I just fought the solo version of the fat guy, and I think I'm not entirely sure about this because I killed him like 2 pulls after I noticed it. But I think he does the slam down if you're close and the roll if you're far away. Because he starts by doing the belly flop and he becomes fat, and if you're close, like trying to punish
Like
the
if you roll through
belly
it?
flop, he does the slam down, and if you're far away, he starts rolling.
Neat.
Maybe I'm not 100% because I kill him pretty soon after, but I think he does that.
What boss is next?
I guess this one's a decent segue for me. On the topic of input read heal punishes, how do you guys feel about Crucible Knight?
Oh, I was about to bring them up too.
Oh, sick.
There are too many of them.
Well, I would say that for most bosses.
Oh man, I don't know. I have kind of a hate relationship with them. I feel like every time I encountered them, they just got like triple the health. And then no matter what I did, they just punished me for every move.
Yeah.
I don't know. They're like super aggressive.
Well,
And I don't know how to say it. They're like super aggressive. You heal, and they come forward with some dash or with like a slash or whatever, and then they have like these tail whips, the scorpion tail whip or whatever it's called.
Yeah, God, I
that's
felt like
the
I was just
thing.
really bad at fighting them. I wasn't sure of what I thought design-wise.
No, even with mage, like they're so tanky. I had a hard time keeping them at range even because they see you and it's like, oh, I'm gonna fuck your day up. I'm just gonna fuck you up. And obviously, because the devs hate us, there's a boss fight where you have to fight 2 of them at once.
Yeah, they love their duo
Well, dude,
bosses.
and you have to
because-
fight
And
the fight with
holy shit.
Misbegotten Warrior and the Crucible Knight, where the only way I was getting through this fight is if I could kill Misbegotten Warrior before the Crucible Knight can get to me.
I fucking hate Misbegotten Warrior, dude. Fucking
I don't like
flailing
him.
little stupid ass cringe.
Yeah, but I think in general, I think their attacks are pretty well telegraphed, I think. But it just takes so long to kill every single one of them, and they respawn in certain areas later on, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
So I actually, as bosses, as single bosses, I thought Crucible Knights were actually really good. Because I fought one really early in one of the jails.
Yeah.
And I actually enjoyed that fight a lot. like I struggle a lot with it, and like I had to learn how to counter all of his moves, his tail whip, and all that jazz. So as bosses, when there's just one of them, and there's a boss room, and that like because it's a boss room, it's supposed to be slightly harder.
Mm-hmm.
All that's fine, but when you start encounter them in the just open world, and they have all of their moves still, like it's basically like an absolutely overtuned wild enemy. Like they shouldn't have their entire move sets when they're out in the world, I feel like. Because they can do the fly up and dash, they can
Yeah.
do the tail, they can do the fucking Uber stab move that they have. Like they can do all that stuff. And I don't think a repeated enemy in the world should be able to do all that, because I think that's a bit too much, unless it's like a world boss type of thing where they will eventually go away if you do kill them. But like, is it Nokron, I think, where there's like two of them, and then I think
Yeah,
there's
in
a couple of
the
them in the
aqueduct,
capital. Yeah,
there's like a bunch of them.
and then in the capital there's a couple of them hiding around corners and shit as well. Um, but yeah, as a single boss, I actually enjoy them quite a bit. I thought they were a pretty
So
good early boss for one.
I had a sort of love-hate relationship with this boss as well, because I spent a long time grinding out that one in the Everjail in Stormhill,
Mm,
because I
mm.
was actually pretty much enjoying the fight. I was having a pretty good time with it. I liked Crucible Knight for a good long while, and only on my second playthrough and some of the later ones in my first playthrough did I start to really have quite a few problems with him. Because I think the concept of the fight, at the very least, is he's this big defensive powerhouse. He doesn't have that many openings. He's got the big shield that can get in your way. He doesn't go on very long, but he doesn't have leave the strongest openings for you to punish, and he's also got a lot of HP. However, this is all coming combined with a boss that has some of the most insane heal punishes this game has ever seen. Because he has a
Mm.
stab, he can chain into a thrust, which he can chain into the stab again. He can cross an insane amount of ground in order to heal punish you, while also being this insane defensive powerhouse that you cannot openly challenge.
Yeah,
So what I found, sorry, go.
I was just gonna say, with him more than a lot of people, I found I was like, where is my opportunity? Because I feel like every time I go for it, he's starting up another chain that's a part of the move he was just doing, but it didn't look like it was. But it did, like that confusion.
I fought him in my second playthrough. I'm using a greatsword, and I found fighting him with any weapon larger than approximately katana sized to be miserable in terms of finding openings. And I imagine it only gets worse as you get bigger from greatsword, because especially in second phase, his tail swipe covers his openings, which is a cool way to escalate the fight. I think that's neat in concept. However, the recovery time on the tail and the recovery time on his moves is so low, the ambiguity as to whether or not he's going to do the tail swipe means you miss a shitload of opportunities to punish. And he's also very prone to just wandering around for upwards of like 5 seconds doing nothing with his shield
Oh yeah,
raised,
yeah.
like this on screen right now. And it just makes the fight so fucking boring, and it takes forever because he's not doing anything. I'm never safe to heal unless he does one of two moves. I'm never really safe to attack unless he does one of like two moves.
Can you parry him? Does
He is
anyone know?
variable, yeah.
Okay. Because I
I never
noticed that you
fought the
could
one.
parry the
Oh, go ahead.
fat guy as well. The noble skin fat guy you can parry.
Yeah, that's how I beat him in the one-on-one fight for the Godskin Noble. I just parried a bunch of his attacks, but you can't really parry in the duo fight because then Apostle gets you while you're trying to parry the Noble.
Mm.
And a lot of his attacks, even if there is an opportunity to punish, he often just flies out of reach of you. Like the big wing dive thing, you can't get to him before he's finished
Yeah,
recovering.
it's easy to dodge, but he's like all the way on the
Yeah.
other side of wherever you're fighing.
That
Because
became sorry, go.
I first found them as a normal enemy, and I was really confused why they're so tanky. Because I never fought the one in the Evergel or Evergel or whatever the fuck. I still don't know how to pronounce it. Who cares? But yeah, I was like, man, these guys are tanky. What is going on? And I think the first time I fought them as a boss is when you get the two of them in one of the heroes dungeons or whatever it is. I was like, man, those are tough.
Oh, who's next?
If I want to add one more thing quickly. The Crucible Knights, to me, I'm not certain on this thought, but it's something that occurred to me once I started to sour on them. I think they're a pretty decent case study as to why Black Knights don't have boss health bars. I think there's a lot of similarities to them in that they're big, tough poise monsters with swords with relatively simple movesets, but you have to be careful with what you're actually doing against them. But Crucible Knight having the enormous health bar that he does, and alongside all of his defensive options, means you're stuck fighting him for so fucking long, as opposed to a Black Knight, which once you know how to deal with a Black Knight, you can take them down pretty quick.
Especially if you can get behind them and backstab them.
Yeah, if you just circle and backstab.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, who else?
Is there anyone else in particular?
Theo brought the one up I wanted to bring up, so I got nothing anymore in bosses.
Did you guys fight? Sorry, go.
Magic Lady. We talk about
that. Oh, Renala.
Yeah, Renala.
Beyonce.
Renala, I guess. Yeah, is her name. Should we take it in turns describing our experiences, Mel? You first.
Annoying, very annoying. Specifically because I was doing a magic build. All my magic basically didn't do shit, so I had to go and I don't know get any weapon that deals damage to her, because at this point I haven't found any scaling weapon, like a melee weapon. So I was like, man, this little short sword I'm using is like 50 damage. That's not gonna cut it.
Nah.
So yeah, nice. So I think that's when I got the Moon Veil, or I got another one. No, I got the. I know what it's called. I don't know what it's called. It's like a short sword with inscaling. Has like blue stuff on it.
Carrion Knight Sword?
Might be. Yeah, I think that's the one.
You fight the Carrion Knight just before her, but I think he drops his shield there.
Yeah, but I think I got that sword. Yeah, because that had some inscaling, so I could actually deal a little bit more damage. So first phase is just like, okay, just kill children, which is always a good thing, obviously.
Yes.
I want to go Anakin mode. It's pretty cool.
So obviously this can go fast or less fast depending on your RNG, because sometimes the glowy child is somewhere behind some corner and you have to follow the singing and find them. If you're lucky, you can already kill 3 of the glowing children before she even can start the next attacks.
Yeah.
So that's just whatever. You can just do that quickly. That's fine. With my build, it took like 4 cycles every time, I think, to actually kill her first phase. So it was very annoying. And then the second phase, it's just, oh, finally, I can get close to attack you. No, I'm going to summon now, and that's going to stagger you back, and I'm going to fuck off. And she did that she can do that like so many times.
Yeah, and she can summon like dragons and stuff.
Summon a fucking dragon. Absolute mad lass.
And so now, just because I want to set the stage a little bit, I'm playing my experience of this. Let me fast forward a little bit. I didn't really understand what the fuck was happening in the first phase at all. It was only until later that I understood, like, I had to kill the particular children. I was just trying to slaughter children. I was like, this is surely the way I win.
This is the way.
And, yeah, fuck's sake. Trying to... So fine-tuned. So this is what happened in the phase 2, which I was worried about, because I was like, my resources are very low right now. I don't know what I'm going to do. And then I was just like, alright, let's just try attacking her. Turns out she's very easy to stagger. And
he is, yeah.
Me and Oleg were like, alright, if we just keep hitting her.
If we smack her with our swords, that should work.
That'll cut it. Huh?
I didn't have too tough a time with her with my greatsword build on my first playthrough, but I was fighting her with a confessor last night, where I'm kind of doing like almost like a pyromancy build, and my fire spells were doing nothing to her. Like it was pretty rough.
But I went through her almost instantly, and I was just like, well, that's that. And it was just funny because like if you build magic, this is like a nightmare fight, or it can be. Obviously, with just melee, I was just like, well, she's dead. Moving on.
Like, I have like nothing to say on this boss, because in both playthroughs I've run
cool
into
boss
her.
arena.
I just blasted her immediately. Yeah, but they've done this before. It's just ROM again.
It
I
is
was
ROM
concerned
again.
ROM is going to spawn. It's like, oh,
Every
please.
single
Raum.
almost every single cool vista in this game they've done before.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
Certainly a lot of them.
I actually, I mean, we haven't gone to that as a topic, but I think this is one of the best of the lot for different places. Whether or not they've been done before, I don't know if that's a decent enough criticism compared to what we should say about how they look, how well they did the thing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't have anything else.
As for the fight, yeah, she just kind of dies. I don't know.
I wish that would have been true for my playthrough.
I actually,
That was like one of the
got to her-
roadblocks I hit. I had to go somewhere else and do stuff.
I
Go ahead,
actually
Fortea.
got to her pretty early in my first playthrough, and I didn't have a proper weapon yet. So her fight to me was actually like, I mean, not really a struggle because I guess I killed her in like maybe 10 or so tries. But like her summons and stuff, like I after a couple of pulls, I realized that you don't have to kill the summons; they go away eventually. So anytime
Yeah.
she summoned, I basically just ran. Especially when she summoned the fucking dragon.
She didn't summon anything for me. I didn't see anything.
Yeah,
Killed it.
when-
I
Well,
didn't know
if
that
you
was
just
something
stagger
she
her
could
to
do.
shit, nothing you can do. Because what happens when you get close and she summons something, she staggers you. So every time I finally got close to her, when the last summon went away, she's just like, nah, you're gonna stop attack now. I'm just gonna stagger
Oh.
you.
That was
Yeah.
a good one. In my first playthrough, I got, well, in the second phase, I killed her, but then as she died, her dragon killed me. There was a dragon there. Who knew?
That happened to me with like 3 bosses.
and-
It's hilarious, but it's so relieving when you find out that you don't have to do the fight again.
I'm
Yeah.
wondering now if I didn't look thoroughly enough, but I swear I did, because my souls, I think, got trapped in the fucking mirror dimension she
Oh
created.
no.
And I couldn't get them because I swear but I'm not sure about that because I died in phase 2 on my second playthrough and I was able to pick them back up. So I'm wondering if I just didn't look hard enough, but I swear I stood right on the spot where they were. But yeah, that was my experience with the boss. I traded with it and lost all of the souls for it, and then she was just sitting in the room.
So
Yeah.
that happened to me in. Have any of you gotten teleported to Volcano Manor by getting grabbed by the Iron Maiden?
Yep.
No,
So
I was always
there's a-
killed. She never teleported me.
There's a boss fight there that you. I don't know if you can access it otherwise, but there is a boss fight there at least with where you fight double Iron Maidens, and that
Yeah.
was annoying.
I can imagine that was pretty fucking
Was
annoying.
that-
I never had
was
that
that
fight.
It's in a really cramped room that's shaped weirdly too.
Yeah,
Amazing.
so
Of course
that was
it's a
really
boss
fucking
fight.
annoying. And once I finally got them down, and I was pretty low level at this point as well. This was on my second playthrough though. I finally got them down, and my game crashed as the boss was falling to the floor, and I fucking panicked because I was stuck at these fuckers for like 2 hours and just like screaming out of rage. And I spawned back in, and I spawned outside of the boss room. So as if I would have quit out, as you can do. But my souls were dropped inside of the boss room. So I must have died as I crashed or something. But I could walk into the boss room, pick up my souls, which also contained the boss reward souls. So that was really strange for me. I don't know what the fuck happened there, but
Mhm.
Well, who's next? I just remembered a boss, but I don't know if anyone wanted to go first with whatever they were looking for.
My only other thing to say is just I guess a general topic rather than a specific boss.
Well, what about the fire giant?
I'll let you guys go first on that.
Kind of exists as a big hitbox, and then he dies. I don't know.
Didn't like his second phase very much personally.
It was kind of freaky. I don't know. I don't have much of it. It's just whatever.
He was kind of
Yeah,
whatever to me. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
yeah, I didn't really have any strong feelings about him. Like he wasn't good, but didn't necessarily think he was terrible either. He was just kind of there, and I died a couple of times. I went back in, and then eventually I won. I mean, for a boss that's that fucking big, I guess he's a lot better than some of his some like comparisons that exist in the Soul series. But it wasn't amazing. Definitely not.
I guess this is just confirming that my opinions are fucking weird, because I quite liked Fire Giant.
I mean,
Uh,
I think the first phase. I remember. I think I killed him too quickly to have an opinion.
I'm quite bad at these games, I think, overall. So I got stuck on him for a little bit, just because I wanted to experience the fight a little bit more. I like it for reasons that aren't limited to the mechanics, though I think the mechanics are pretty good in that fight. I feel like with Fire Giant, it was one of the first times in the game they had a really well presented spectacle to me. In terms of going through the fog door, the combination of the music, his placement, his design, and his moves tells you a lot about him and his role in this world, without them needing to say a word about him. Because he's all damaged around his wrists and his ankles and stuff. He's got the splint and thing to keep his leg together. You can tell he's like fucking ancient and powerful, and his placement right close to this big important thing adds to that gravitas, as well as just the general vista around him and his size. And his mechanics are like they're fine, they're pretty okay, and it's a rare case of them rewarding you for, I don't even want to necessarily say thinking about something, but just identifying, oh, one of his legs is fucked. Maybe if I target that, then I'll get an advantage. And yeah, the fight revolves around you breaking down his leg and then that stuff.
I mean, I don't necessarily think about all that stuff too much whenever I do my first playthrough, but I mean, I would probably agree with what you said there.
That's the
but
kind
yeah,
of stuff. Sorry, go.
but yeah, as you said, in terms of mechanics, it's okay. Like
Yeah.
I don't really necessarily have anything to bash on. Like he has a couple of big hitboxes, but they aren't like I never felt like it was like, oh man, that's bullshit. Like how the fuck am I supposed to dodge that? Because a lot of them actually did have proper iframe windows where
Yeah, I
you
was
like
surprised with how well I was dodging some of it when I was like, it's an enormous shield he's slamming to the ground, one dodge,
yeah.
and I managed to get through it. Nice.
Because usually, like, the reason why I say that he's better than other bosses that are like his size is that usually they have like big lingering hitboxes. Like, for example, if he slammed down his shield and I dodged away from it, because it's so big, as I come out of my dodge, I would have usually gotten hit, or I expected to get hit, because that's what I'm used to when it comes to these games. But for some reason, I didn't here, so I thought it was actually pretty good. Or better than I expected.
Did you guys fight him on horseback or on foot?
Completely on foot.
Oh, I fought him on horseback, so my experience was a bit different.
I just went back to my roots, like, oh, there's a big enemy. I'll just stand between his legs and hope for the best.
All of Bloodborne.
That's how you fight giants. Just
The
hit
stuff-
feet.
The stuff I mentioned about like the more experiential side of things is what I've really felt like I was missing with this game for a large part of it, because it wasn't giving me that same feeling or anything like that feeling I got when going through Dark Souls 1 or Bloodborne or Dark Souls 3 even for the same time. Nothing that kind of accessed my brain on a level that wasn't wow, cool boss, you know? So when I got to this, it was quite refreshing in that regard.
No, that makes sense. Surely Melania must have been that to a degree as well.
Well, Melania to me was just wow, cool boss.
Oh,
It funneled into the cool boss side of things because it's the humanoid with the katana and it has the big move set.
Yeah, that's fair.
What would you say?
Melania.
Who is? Have we talked about who your least favorite boss is in this game?
In this game, I think we've. Huh.
Mine was the one that we started off the boss discussions with, Godskin Duo. I really did not like that fight.
Right.
It's probably Godskin. Well,
I think mine is probably also Tree Spirit.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe Elden Beast.
Yeah, there's an argument there.
Yeah, it
Or
might
the
be.
second last.
I don't think
Axe for me.
I don't think I would have hated Elden Beast as much if it wasn't preceded by the whole Radagon fight.
Yeah, I just didn't like the fact that you had to chase him. Like he teleported
Yeah.
5 billion light years away, and I'm running.
Is it?
And I'm running.
Someone mentioned in
And I'm
chat that
running.
there's a lot of that in the bosses in this game as a whole. Even Fire Giant, you have to do a bit of chasing.
Yeah, he rolls around.
But isn't that really cool though? Because bosses don't typically run away from you.
That's the thing. Oh fuck, we haven't talked about wizard girl.
Melania?
No,
Who smells?
the one in the upside down place.
Oh,
Miriam.
Preceptor Miriam.
She's
That
the worst.
fucking whore.
She's the worst.
the
There's
worst
no
thing in it.
competition.
I don't
She's
think I
the
fought
worst.
her.
She's the
Wow.
absolute worst
God.
thing in the whole game. She's horrible.
It's
Oh my
on the
God.
list of worst things I've run into in a Souls game.
And
I
Where
was
is she?
so angry.
this is not. Look at chat. This is not controversial. This is just like she's the worst.
She's just a random NPC in a tower,
Yeah.
and you hit her a couple of times, and then she teleports away. Which in the beginning is like, okay, that's annoying. But when she gets to her last place, which is basically like a roundabout, like on a catwalk, I would almost say, if that makes sense. And if you get close to her, she teleports away. But here's the kicker: she can still charge her spells while she's teleporting around. So it happened to me like twice. She charged her big ass magic arrow thingy, teleported back. I was like, oh, I can just walk on. And she teleported back to me and just hit me in the face, and I died.
Yeah, that sucks.
Dude, I am so glad I did that part of the quest line really late. Like, I basically did that before I killed Elden Beast, so I was at my peak power. And I basically broke... I mean, I don't know. I was worried that I was going to break her AI, because I killed the first version of her on the second place where she teleported to. So I wasn't even halfway up the fucking upside down tower before I killed her. And then I was on call with Metal, and he was like talking about all the time she teleported, basically what he told you guys right now, and how much he hated her. I'm just like, she's gone. Did I break the quest? And I was like getting really anxious. Like, what the fuck is going on? Because she died on the second appearance for me, because I just did that much damage with my greatsword.
I hate her.
What area
so
of the
glad.
world is she in? Because I didn't fight her at all.
The Divine Tower for Liurnia.
Did you ever come across a Divine Tower where you need to place something on a pedestal?
Yes.
No, I don't think I did. I might just have
That
not
is the
found
one.
that
That's
one.
the tower we were just talking about. That's the exact tower.
No.
I definitely didn't see it.
We haven't.
It's like when you get
about-
in, there's like a little pedestal, and if you go up to it, it's like something might fit here. And that's all I
Miriam is
get.
just yet another case of
A
I
Resident
can't-
Evil puzzle clue.
Miriam's just yet another case of I can't understand what they were expecting or what they wanted that to be.
Dude, she reminds me of Mikolash so much.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
it's Mikolash, but like 10 times worse.
Yeah, it's much worse. It might be my take for the worst thing in all of the Soulsborne, which is quite an achievement.
Don't think it quite beats out Bed of Chaos for me, but I'm not sure.
It's fair. I think you can make the argument. But I was going to say that someone I forgot about, the Bloodlord man, King of Blood,
Oh,
whatever.
Moog. Oh,
Moog.
God. That
Mog.
was a rough one.
I didn't find or fight Moog, and I'm kind of sad about it.
Damn, there's two of him, and you didn't fight him?
Yeah,
Of
it's
course
Mog.
I forgot there's two of him. For fuck's
There
There's-
shouldn't be
oh
two
my-
of a boss like this. It feels weird.
Yeah, he's ultra powerful.
Well, it's not
So
even just... It's just
insulting.
narratively, when you're playing this, you're like, this is a big dude. He's an important dude. He's got
This
stuff
is
about him.
the boss.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, he's also here. You're like, what? No, what? What?
Gadzooks.
You kill
it-
Malekith in fucking Farum Azula, then you teleport to Lanedale, capital of Ash, and he's just walking around.
It's like,
But
hey.
It seems like this guy and Melania seems to be like the two big optional endgame bosses that you can
Yeah.
fight. Because this guy drops like 380k souls, and Melania drops 480k souls.
Which is a
And
lot.
no other boss really. I think the closest is like 200k, which I think is like Fire Giants at the giant area. But yeah, so I don't know. This guy should not be repeated. Like, imagine finding Melania someplace else. That would just be
I get
strange.
to fight him in the Parthenon.
Double the health.
I only fought him the one time and my shadow play wasn't on. Like, I don't know if you guys use the GeForce capture software, But I normally just hit Alt F10 at the end of a boss fight, and it just didn't do anything. I'm like, what? No, no! And then I hit Alt Z, and it's like instant replay off. I was just like, oh no, no.
Moog's Arena looks great, by the way. That's
yeah.
I think he was pretty cool. I can't quite remember what I have to say about him because there's another fight that went too quick.
I
need
my
a couple
issue
of
with the fight, from what I've seen of it, is nihil. But other than that, the fight looks pretty cool.
I don't like his AoEs. They're really hard to figure out where exactly you should be moving because he has that blood flame stuff that just kind of spews out of him, and it lands in very bizarre patterns. So every time it happens, you got to just kind of roll in a direction and hope for the best. I mean, there's probably a better way around it, but that's all I was able to figure out.
Yeah, I actually fought him quite a bit, and I died him a lot. And I like thinking about it now. I actually think he was pretty good. I was a little bit annoyed at the time because I didn't have the sacred tier that allows you to immune his face transition. So I was kind of like getting annoyed by that, and then I started getting annoyed by the smaller things that he did. So I basically just like I have to waste like 4 Estus every time he face transitions, and I was getting annoyed by that.
That's what I ended up doing. I didn't have that.
I had it, but
either.
I just didn't think to use it. It's just
yeah, because I mean, I even tried to use my physics stuff because there's like one that gives you more immunity to bleeds and stuff, and I tried using that didn't work, and one that makes you take less damage, but that didn't work against the bleed. But yeah, so I just didn't have the proper sacred tier.
I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I felt it was weird that bleed works really well on the Lord of Blood.
Yeah, that shouldn't be very
just feels counterintuitive. Like, oh, wouldn't you? Okay, all right.
Like it heals him. You're like,
oh,
well, he's the Lord of Blood.
You set the fire monster on fire. It's like, oh, okay,
yeah.
Metal's looking at his Ronaldo fight, just like, yeah, you didn't forget to make her magic immunity on that one, did you? Assholes.
I can't help but feel like they could have done better with the design on the nihil thing, because I didn't fight this boss, but when I first saw it, I saw that he has the, tres duo unus kind of things that he does, and they put rings around you if they hit you. I thought, oh, that's kind of neat. That's probably going to play into something later. But when I saw that it was just at the phase transition, he's just going to do a shitload of damage to you unless you have an item. I don't know. I feel like that's a lame way to pay that out. I think they could have done a lot better.
Yeah, you have to heal through it because I mean, even with that big health bar Mauler has, it's like can't tank through it.
Yeah,
because I just said it was like, oh, I guess I'm just gonna chuck all these S's real quick so I don't die.
That death you showed on stream just now was kind of comical. It was like, I'll save you. Oh.
Yeah, this guy, I wish I had fought him, and I'm tempted to go back to my first character just to go and find him and fight him, because he looks pretty rad.
He's pretty easy to get to, actually, because there's a quest line, like a PvP quest line that takes you to his area almost immediately. Like, as soon as you reach the magic lake, you can get there pretty much.
Yeah, I did that on my current playthrough because I needed levels.
I missed the entirety of Mount Gelmir on my first playthrough.
Oh boy, my game crashed. But that's another issue we can talk about later.
Well, so maybe it's a smart idea now to say, what are your closing statements on the bosses?
A lot of mid, a bunch of stinkers, and a handful of good bosses. More bad than good, I would say.
Most of them are shit, and kind of a disgrace to the boss health bar. They have no rhyme or reason behind them. They're just there because we need a boss at the end of the catacomb. A lot of them are ill thought out duo fights as well. The enemies themselves aren't mechanically engaging. However, when they're actually making a boss, like a real boss, FromSoft have still got it for the most part. There's some issues in this game in terms of things I think about boss design, but on the whole, they've still got it. They can still make really good bosses.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty much my stance as well. Like, even though it's unfair, like in my head, I kind of want to like ignore. Like if you put a troll as a boss after you've already fought like 10 of them out in the wild, it doesn't really feel like a boss. It's just like a hurdle you need to get through to be able to finish whatever dungeon you're in. And if you put whatever like uh what are those, I don't know what they're called, but it's like a big hairy dude that sometimes he has an axe and sometimes he has like a halberd. Uh you
The
find them pretty early on in the castle, I think.
duelist people? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like a random enemy that you find all over the place, and he's at the end of a dungeon as well. And you're kind of like, yeah, I mean, not boss hurdle. Uh, so like, I don't really wanna categorize them together with like Melania and Moog and whatever the fuck. But but yeah, like basically what Theo said, like the bosses that are main bosses, like big bosses, are pretty fucking good. Uh with obvious exceptions like uh Rodon and
Rykard.
yeah.
As much as I like him, well, I don't. Yeah, to bring him up quickly, how do you guys feel about Godric?
I liked
Oh,
him.
well, I think we
I think
mentioned
I
him, right?
liked
I
him.
was just like, oh no, wait, sorry, Godric. Yeah, I remember him. That's a long ago, boy.
Oh, witness.
Yeah, it's the guy in Stormvale, right? The
Yeah.
main
Yeah,
the
boss.
main boss.
Yeah, I think it was pretty good.
He's a bit too easy for my taste.
Yeah, I
but
was
he
about to
does-
say, probably could use some more health as well.
he's not
He
even
has a
close
little-
to as difficult as Margit. Not
Yeah.
even half
He
as
has
Oh, really?
a
I found him harder than Margit, but I mean, I was also fighting them both at a pretty low level.
yeah, same. He has a little bit of Ludwigness in his like floopy arms moves.
He's got a
Like
lot of it in his music as well.
But yeah, so I don't know. I thought it was a pretty okay fight, but
'Cause-
not the best.
I found myself about to shit on him as a main boss, and I wasn't sure if that was entirely fair because I think he's okay. He's just not particularly balanced. I think is the problem.
Mm.
He's a bit too weak. He leaves himself too open for how weak he is. Like this is the kind of boss because he leaves openings everywhere constantly. This is the kind of thing where I think more health is an easy fix.
Hmm.
I also like how hard the voice actor goes during the base edition
The
cutscene.
scream.
It's fucking excellent.
I love the voice acting throughout these games. Typically, it's
Yeah.
almost like an unsung part of them because most people want to talk about the mechanics.
Yeah.
This one in particular jumped out at me, the way he fucking screams forefathers one and all, bear witness. I like that a lot.
The only voice acting that stood out to me was the fucking Rykard one, where he's like, "Well, I'm gonna fucking kill you."
I'm gonna get you.
It felt kind of silly to me, to be honest.
Stupid
but,
fucking voice.
yeah. Well, fuck you.
Fuck you.
Yeah. Still,
Fingers.
overall, got a bit of a sad face for the bosses myself.
Yeah.
I liked a lot of the
large
fights, but I was
sad face.
hoping to get more experiences that I loved instead of very few.
Pretty much all of the bosses that I would want to fight again are right at the late game or end game as well,
Yeah.
which is miserable in terms of the amount of time that there is
Dude, this
between.
basically a
And-
Bloodborne. I'm like, I like Gascoigne. All right, now I gotta wait.
Like, for me, I have mixed feelings on Margit. Overall, probably positive, but you know. And then after that, it's just a drought all the way until I think Morgott. And then after that, it's another drought until I can get all the way down the fucking Halig tree to Melania and all the way to Farum Azula.
Hmm.
By the way, just a random thought. It seems like once like we've nerded the game enough and you start to understand like, okay, this is this boss's weakness. I just need to do this and I win. I think a lot of that is gonna be parries. A lot of bosses seem to be parryable. Like some bosses, like Radagon and Malenia, you need to parry 3 times before it gives you the riposte. But a lot of bosses just seems to be weak to parries, which is interesting. You don't really see that a lot in Souls games. Like you'll have some bosses that are like, oh wow, I can actually parry this guy.
Yeah.
There's a lot
Parrying
of
was
bosses.
how I was able to kill. Did you guys fight Commander Niall? Niall?
Ugh,
I'm
yeah.
actually on that fight right now.
I found that it was I actually kind of like that fight because it was the only one where I had to switch my weapon configuration because for each of the 3 enemies I found different tactics worked. So the first Ghost Knight thing that I engaged, I just two-handed my greatsword. Then for the Shield Knight, I was running sword and shield. And then I switched my shield to the buckler so that I could parry the main guy that you fight at the end. Because I found that his AOE attacks were just making it so that I had no window to punish him. So I found parrying his standard spear attacks was the way to do it.
That's interesting.
I remember when I fought him or where the fight even is. I think I got him my first try again. And I was just like, because of just stuff I was using. Which, by the way, I was going to say I'm totally ready to talk about Ashes now. Is everyone else?
Sure.
I
Yeah.
guess so. Yeah.
I'm gonna call a parrying point, I guess.
Oh, well, you can do that first if you want.
Oh, I don't know how much I want to get into this because it's all of the games, but I don't think parrying is a very good mechanic. I think it's quite bad, especially in boss fights. So I would be discheesed if the best way to beat all bosses was, parrying.
Anyone have any thoughts on that?
I don't use parry very often because
I
I'm
really
bad
don't
at it,
use
so
it at all myself. So it's
I
just like,
don't really have anything on it. I only saw like a lot of videos where they even kind of cheat. I don't know if it's cheese because it's actually pretty hard still. They use it on Malenia. I think Fortea told me that video actually. Just no hitting Malenia almost, and just parry.
oh,
Which is still pretty hard, but yeah, I don't know. I don't use it myself too
you're
much.
gonna have to fight
but it's
chat on this
useful.
one, apparently. We're
Oh,
very
boy.
upset with you because I
I'm so
can't
sorry,
really.
Theo.
Yeah, I can't talk about parry that much because I just don't use it.
I don't use it because I think it ruins boss fights. It ruins the experience with them because you boil it down to one timing, and you win, as opposed to having to deal with an entire boss's moveset. Like, you don't even have to find correct punish timings when you're parrying because you get a riposte. So you just hit them, or rather, you riposte them, they fall to the ground, they get back up, they do anything, you parry them again, they fall over, you riposte them, and then they get back up again. And it takes any sense of back and forth or flow out of the fight and boils it down to something that's really mechanically uninteresting.
Well, that's not entirely true because not all attacks are parryable on bosses.
That's something I think that's more in this game, which is probably a positive because I have more positive to say about the parry in this game. I'd probably say some attacks aren't parryable, though. Is there a consistent rule set for finding out which ones are and are not, or is it a matter of guesswork? I think there's a set of rules, like you can't parry things like Malenia's kick because it's a kick, not a weapon swing.
Yeah, and I think like usually like overhead attacks seem to not be parryable. Like it seems to be whenever it's a swing from either left to right or right to left, in any capacity. Like whether it's semi overhead or if it's just like a straight up slash, it seems to be parryable. But if it's just straight up overhead or a jump attack or sometimes power attacks, also stab attacks are kind of 50-50. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't.
I've not been able to verify it myself, but something I've seen people say is that when the enemy is holding their weapon with both hands, you can't parry them. Which, if that's true, that's a decent way of signifying that. In fact, I'd say that's a good way of signifying that, but I don't know if that's actually true or not.
Something I found is that when you stagger an enemy, and obviously you get that when you parry, and you've got the option, the opportunity and option, I want to say at the same time, so I said the option. The option of getting the let's call it the visceral whatever. It's funny that I think in my playthrough I started to realize I was doing less damage if I took the visceral instead of just attacking.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
going to mention that too. The viscerals and riposte
Not like
seem to
Bloodborne.
deal not as much damage. Because I found myself just hitting people in the meantime instead of doing the riposte. Even though I still did it a lot because I just like doing it.
It's especially the case because enemies, or a lot of enemies and a lot of bosses, I think mostly just bosses, are invulnerable while getting up in this game. As opposed to before when you could still damage them as they were standing up from the riposte. So the riposte is even less worth it against things like Magma Worm or whatever the fuck, because you can't get the charged R2 that you used to be able to get as they were standing.
Well, you can if you time it right.
Yeah, it comes later, but for some, their recovery is quick enough that there's no time. Like, for example, Crucible Knight, you're not getting anything if anything more than like an R1 is unsafe.
I've always liked the assessment, though, that it's like low risk, low reward is to just roll back or roll and then try and attack. Mid risk, mid reward is like when you're moving around or away so that you're ready to attack, but you're still risking getting hit. And then high risk, high reward is the parry riposte. The only problem with it is that I think people got really good at parry riposte. So it wasn't really high risk, high reward. It was just low risk, high reward almost.
I'd argue the risk isn't all that high because the timings on parries are generally pretty generous.
I suppose the problem comes in then of just, is that assessed from the average skill level or people who know these games very well, you know? And should it be?
Even if parries were super difficult, I think I would have the same problem because, you know, like it takes any sense of flow out of the fight because they're just getting up repeatedly and then getting riposted back down to the floor. Like Pontiff Sullivan's a fight that's ruined by that.
I just appreciate the mini arc someone just had in chat. Risk isn't that high. Okay.
What do you guys think about the guard countering? Because that's sort of like a parry, but not really. And I found that was actually that was
that exists.
I'd never really used the shield in a Souls game before this one because I found guard countering was something that was too useful to pass up, and it kind of changed my playstyle. So personally, I enjoyed it. I like how they do a lot of stagger damage too.
Yeah, I didn't use it a lot, but I thought it was really interesting. I kind of like Metal did, like I kind of forgot about it until I was reminded, like when I was at 90% done with my playthrough. But it's a pretty cool thing, and I think I'm gonna mess around with it more on my future playthroughs.
I think it's a good system, and it's a good way of increasing, I guess, the depth of the combat in these games, because that's needed the more they focus on being action games. So big thumbs up to guard counter for me. However, for a lot of the specific animations, I noticed that they really lack reach. So I've seen guard counters whiffing like all over the place, where you block an attack and then guard counter and your sword just slams into the ground in front of the guy.
I wondered if it was on purpose because it's so easy to do. Like, is it supposed to be
because of the extra stamina damage? Yeah, maybe.
The big thing I found with it was the timing, because I figured, I mean, granted, this isn't going to be down to the number on the math, but I found that it was like launching one of your heavy attacks with about 70% of the speed, so like, say 30% faster than it normally is. So it is still a valuable thing to be able to use, but it's not fast enough that it's a guaranteed hit that you can throw into the first hit of a combo. Like a boss starts a 5-hit combo, and on hit 2 you try to throw in a guard counter. It's probably not going to work. So you had to almost learn, okay, I can guard counter this move and then get some good stagger damage on him, or I could roll behind him and just do a standard attack. And I found that it gave you more options to figure out, hey, what's the best thing for me to do right here.
I think the stance system they've got going on in general is a big thumbs up. The idea, because it encourages you to use more of your moveset, and it gives you more reason to use more of your moveset, because R2s don't really exist in Dark Souls 3 unless they are a specific move that you might want, like a poke. And even then, a lot of the time, it's too slow. In this, you have active incentive to use your charged R2s, to use your weapon arts, to use guard counters and stuff, because you will get
jump
extra
attacks
rewards.
too.
Yeah, jump attacks too. You get extra rewards out of it. And I think it's a good expansion on the system.
So,
Can I mention the boss real quick because I'm just fighting it and I want to kill myself?
Do it.
Who thought it was a good idea to make the Erdtree avatar split into 2 Erdtree avatars?
Well, it's harder because there's
I
more.
didn't do that one.
I did that one with magic and was like, whatever. I'm fighting with melee now. Like, what the fuck? Like, the one guy pushes me over and then the other one just crashes me on the ground and I'm dead.
Wouldn't it be cooler if you fought like 2 asylum demons at once, though?
No.
Aw, what?
Oh,
I mean, if they were
one-
actually asylum demons, it'd probably be better.
we
maybe,
keep going with
but
this, but one
Jesus.
more tiny thing with those guys, the Erdtree avatars. You know the putrid avatars? The fucking Scarlet Rot ones?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, those are great.
Those
If you're
guys are,
melee, you can't detect them while they did that, so you just walk
Yeah,
away and
guys are
wait.
fucking stupid because the rot they throw out is like in a big cone in front of them, but it doesn't hit behind or to the side of them, so you just roll around them, and then of course, because you're slightly off to their side and behind them, that encourages them to do the butt slam again. So they just spam it over and over and over and over again. I had one do
Yeah.
it 7 times in a row for me.
Leave it to Miyazaki to say, yeah, we need poison and super poison.
I think that's been in all the games, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, in this game, you have super duper poison because you have
there
actual
3 levels?
poison. I think you have
Then-
actual poison, right? And then you have
Yeah.
rot, and then you have scarlet
Scarlet
rot.
Rod, yeah.
Oh wait,
Because
there's I didn't know there was a rot that wasn't Scarlet Rot. I thought it was
Yeah.
just Scarlet Rot. Oh.
And there's different tiers to the Scarlet Rot to make it better for you.
Yes,
like-
there is.
Yeah.
The Scarlet
No.
Rot from wandering around in Lake of Rot is stronger than the stuff that normal enemies will hit and give
Oh
you.
my god. Also,
Um,
the dust that makes you poisonous or rot already deals damage to you while you're getting the thing, and after that you get like
Yeah.
a chunk of more damage, and then you get the actual dot.
I found also that both for the poison and the Scarlet Rot, there wasn't a lot of the materials for crafting the antidotes to them. So it was pretty much just if you, I found 90% of the time I had to just heal my way through them, as opposed to, oh, okay, I'm poisoned now, I'll take antidote, and it just found that you
I
couldn't
wanna-
buy them anywhere, the completed ones, and finding the crafting materials was unclear, I guess would be the best way to put it.
I want to come back to that when we get to
I was gonna
open
say
world design
crafting.
and stuff.
Crafting's
Yeah,
the whole
sorry.
thing as well.
I have a lot to say on that.
Well, so, since we're at a clean 3 hours for the first topic, do you guys want to go to the next one?
No.
Yeah, sorry. Okay.
Nobody needs to apologize. This is EFAP. So anyway, I want to talk about ashes, and it's gonna
Yay.
make so specifically. I don't know what name are they given? The ash summons or something like that. The
Spirit
Yeah.
ashes.
spirit ashes. Now, the game introduces them to you as like a fun little mechanic of, hey, you can summon this, and you don't even have to do like a magic build. This is just an additional sort of weapon to take advantage of in the same way as jump attacks are like a new thing, or the horse and horse combat, that's a new thing. It's like, you've got these. And when I first got them, I think I got the wolves like most people, and I was like, oh, that's kind of neat. And I was saying this to Theo, I thought that the idea was going to be it's like a one-time summon and wolves will appear and scratch at the enemy and then disappear. I thought that's what we were going to be getting, and that I was kind of excited by the idea because I was like, oh, I want to do it like Lord of the Rings The Third Age. Yes, I'm referencing that, where the spirit summony things you get in that game, the best one is like, I think one of the birds coming in and doing shit, or you summon the banner of Elendil or something like that. But I was just like, I wonder what the best one will be. One of my favorite ones in that was just the Ent that throws a boulder at whatever you're fighting, and you can summon that on Sauron, which is really funny. Just throw a boulder at him.
Lava rocket.
So I was like, that would be cool if as the game progresses. Instead, it like spawns an actual thing that can help you in the fight. And wolves, they're okay. They're fine as a starting thing. Jellyfish, a lot of people ended up getting, because I think you get that as sort of like a part of the campaign when you talk to the girl in the little cabin next to one of the initial grace points. And so everyone usually has played with the jellyfish. Jellyfish isn't great damage, but it's a pretty great distraction. And so already it's like, this changes the gameplay quite a bit, actually. And then I ended up grabbing Oleg early by happenstance. I just happened to go to the place that he was at. And Oleg is, like, really good for damage, distraction, and health.
Yeah, he's all good with everything.
And then later on in the game, I found Tish and the Mimic, and the Mimic has been nerfed already because it is fucking broken. That is the intro. Say whatever you want to say, everybody.
I posted a meme in the Discord that I found very funny.
Very well.
That's my only opinion on Spirit Ashes.
Which opinion?
I was kidding. Just that meme was my only opinion. But no, I think that they definitely break the combat in some pretty serious. No, well, no, I was joking.
So it isn't your opinion.
I meant my opinion was that I posted a meme. It was a joke that didn't land. I'm sorry. But my opinion on Spirit Ashes is I do think they sort of break the boss design in general. And I have mixed feeling on whether they should be in the game at all.
So I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at what happened on
yeah.
video.
Yeah.
I think much in the same way as summoning a player, the summons are very prone to violating the experience with a boss because enemies in these games are just not capable of handling multiple foes because they're not designed to. They're designed for one guy. You'd hope they'd be designed for more guys because, you have access to spirits and they're upgradable, making them appear more as like a main part of your kit in this game. But from what I have seen, I didn't use any of them myself because I just wasn't interested in that as part of my experience, and I wanted my FP for other things. But from what I have seen, they are still just as good as they ever were at really kind of fucking with the experience bosses and even basic enemies can present.
Yeah. So I didn't get Oleg, but I did get the Mimic once I reached that part of the game. Before that, I didn't really use them that much. I used the wolves every now and then. I think I leveled up my wolves just a little bit. Because I thought it was like a neat little extra damage. Sometimes the wolves would even help you get a stagger off, which was nice. But they had like fuck all health, so they died pretty quickly. So I thought it was like pretty cool. But then I got the Mimic. And with a big chunky greatsword, the Mimic breaks what I felt like 90% of bosses. Even Melania.
Yeah, that's how I beat her.
Like I at the point where I reached Melania, I told myself that I'm not gonna summon anymore because it's fucking stupid. And I fought her for a couple of hours on stream, and then I was like, I think I was talking about it with the people in chat, and I was like, okay, let me show you. Let me show you what summons do. And I summoned the Mimic, and I basically got the second phase, and I don't know. Wait, this might not have been on stream, but I got the second phase, and the boss had 5% health left, at which point I quit out of the game because I didn't want to beat the boss that way. So I basically could have just killed Melania then and there the first time I used the summon. And I think it's just too game breaking. The fact that it allows me to ignore boss mechanics and just spam R1, it's game breaking to me because that's like there's no way the devs intended you to just ignore all of the mechanics they pumped into a boss fight and just, press one button and then just spam another button and then you win. Like, it's so fucking broken.
I'm seeing it already in chat. People saying, "Don't use it." That's not the point, guys.
Yeah. It's hard to totally ignore.
Every game's balanced then.
Yeah, every game is balanced.
Yeah. Every game's balanced. Just don't use the unbalanced things. Shit, fucking hell, we
I was
solved
gonna say,
it.
why does anyone complain about NoobTube? Just don't use it. And it's like, well, other people use it. It's like,
oh yeah, well, that's what makes it a self-imposed challenge.
Exactly. You'd be fine.
Yeah. It's also having that tool in your toolkit to be able to grab if you're getting frustrated you can't really argue that the game's balanced around you deciding to resist that urge. Like that's a weird argument to make. It's, well, I mean, if the game should be played as a one-on-one fight between you and these bosses. And if you're having tons of trouble, you can summon another player. That's one thing. But if it's like, I want to play this single player, I'm just not going to use one of my most powerful weapons. It's, I don't know. It puts you in a weird spot to argue from.
And it's not like there's like 2 of them. Like there's probably 40.
Yeah.
And you get like a fuck ton of them easily with exploring.
I think that's the important part, is there's a shitload of them, and they upgrade like your weapon does. They are a part of your toolkit. They're not something separate like summons, which still exist and are hidden further away now, even, because you have to tap a thing in order to see summon signs.
Yeah, which is interesting, right? Like the summons, for the lot of us, I think we are much more happy to consider them it's like additional, you have the game, and then it's like you can summon, and you don't even know necessarily what you're going to get, because you can summon people, like real people, and then they can come in and just annihilate, or they can get killed easily because they could be a new bit or whatever. And it feels like an alternative feature of the game. This is introduced to you as a mechanic that you should take advantage of. Like, it's not the same as summons in any way, in terms of like, I don't, like, because this is the thing, someone might be like, well, are you condemning people for choosing to, it's like, well, so I used them. The problem is, I realize way too late that I'm like, I don't think I've really played this game properly, unfortunately, because a lot of these bosses are annihilated by my mimic.
Summons, in terms of presentation, are very different in that they're, if you want help, you can bring in some other guy, and you can feel however you want about that, but at the end of the day, who cares what some idiot on the internet thinks about your willingness to summon other players or whatever to beat the game? Go crazy if you want to. But the Mimic tier, the Ashes, they are a part of your toolkit. They're given to you as an upgradable resource that you have at your disposal, and they're just a thing that you have that it seems like the game is expecting to account for because of the way they're given to you.
And yeah, I think initially I thought they'd be chill, because the wolves died pretty quick, and they were just these little guys that ran around for a little bit. I was like, it's pretty chill. But like, Oleg really enjoyed it first, that I was like, oh wait, hang on. And then the fact that people were like, I'm pretty sure Mimic is better, and it's like, yeah, Mimic is better than like a summon, because its health is insane.
It has so much
health,
and it can heal,
especially on the build that I had, because it like, since it adapts your stats, it basically took, because I was wearing Lionel's armor, like the big chunky guy's armor, and so my Mimic had a shit ton of armor, and then on top of the fact that I had 50 vigor, so I had a shit ton of health, and then that is like multiplied by like a bajillion for some reason, so the Mimic just never died for me.
And they can use potions, the Mimics.
They can use
your...
Use potions, they can use your L2s, they can do everything.
So someone said you're only criticizing the Mimics. It's like, so this is applicable to all the late game Ashes, basically.
Yeah.
I say late game, you can find some of these.
Well.
I was about to say, Oleg is actually really early game, you can get him.
Oh, it's like in the beginning. Just get the Stone Sword Key gift, and you can go there right away.
And someone else saying, these are elitism talking points. I'd be curious what you think what we've said so far is an elitism talking point. We haven't actually said you shouldn't use them.
I would be curious too,
yeah.
For the record, I'm a cripple.
Well, for the fucking record, I used them throughout my whole playthrough. So what's going on? Like, stop being like, it just sounds automatically defensive of a thing that we haven't even said.
I think they found out that they seem super unbalanced.
They are definitely unbalanced. There's no way about that.
Yeah. One of the Ashes that you mentioned, Tish, can actually. So I've seen there's a video on YouTube where a fully leveled Tish, I don't know what his like full name is, but he can solo a couple of endgame bosses on New Game Plus.
Yes,
you literally just summon him, step back, and he will win the fight for you. Tell me that is not like, you're literally not even playing the game. Like, I was being hyperbolic when I said that I wasn't playing the game because I was just spamming R1. That summon literally makes you not play the game. You can literally win the fight without even touching the boss.
I think that Tish is the reason I won the game, ultimately, because I tried out the Mimic, and it was, like, fine in the endgame bosses, but Tish, I'm assuming everyone here may or may not know. Well, not everyone, but Tish has a projectile move that when it hits an enemy, it deals, like, 10% of their total health no matter what.
What?
Yeah,
I didn't even know that.
active
Flat
damage is
10%? Wow.
nonsense.
Which is insane when you fight something like the Elden Beast.
Yeah.
You just, like, Tish can take care of it, because, Tish's health isn't as good as the Mimic, I don't think, but Tish's damage is absolutely fucked. Like, I don't know why they allowed this to happen. It's that, see that dot? Look at that.
That dot is
fucking insane. Melting the boss.
And another one.
Tish can just keep throwing them.
And he just spams it. He just throws those fucking dashes of fire or whatever the fuck they are.
Like, you have to appreciate how much this completely changes the boss. Like, it's...
Wow. It's just
Like,
live until he hits the boss enough.
Yeah, you've hit the boss 3 times and it's at half health.
Yeah, and I'm playing pretty piss poorly right now. But, like, Tish is making up for it completely. Anyone could be confused as to, like, oh, wow, you're doing really well. I'm like, yeah, sure.
It's like somebody ordered a
God damn.
This is the
You
final
did
boss in the
well
game.
by deciding to summon Tish. That's how you did well.
Yeah, so please, someone in chat, use the just don't use them argument again, okay? Because you can literally just win the fight without touching the boss and summon by
Oh
summoning.
yeah, I
instead.
could totally have chosen to armor up, health up, like respec, and just keep healing and running around until Tish kills it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah,
violate the
Just for
experience in a way
me-
that players only sometimes can when you summon them.
So just don't use it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's like the don't use it argument. There's not technically a hole in it because you're right. You don't technically have to use them. But if we're gonna like be talking about how well this game's designed and how it could be designed better, there can be a balance point there.
Well, I think the problem with just don't use it is it's like you're asking me to handicap myself. Like
Well,
you're telling me I've been presented with an option that's going to help me tremendously, and you're telling me not to use it.
Which is kind of the point of the Spider-Man meme I posted there. Like it's like saying, yeah, no, it's a tool that's thrown in the game. So saying like just don't use it it's not really a thing. Like
I think bleed is broken. Does that mean I shouldn't use any bleed items?
It's just vapid commentary. It doesn't mean anything because this is about criticizing what's going on in the game. Just don't use it as meaningless in that discussion.
Well, I mean,
just
don't use it as it's like yeah, I'm not sure what is to be said about that because then what happens when we start thinking about a whole bunch of things that are like just make it easier for you, and it's just don't use it. You know,
I don't understand how we can ever talk about balance ever. Whoa.
Yeah, because it's like just make it harder for yourself. If ever anything's too easy, let yourself get hit a couple of times. Give yourself a challenge. Don't use any of the flasks.
Don't heal.
That's a good one.
Yeah, don't
chat.
heal.
The music is bad. Just don't listen to it.
When you come across something like this in terms of game design, it brings up 2 kind of issues. Even if like the whole don't use it thing still has problems. One being, I don't know the mindset of the developers in terms of was this game balanced with the assumption that I will use these or that it's always an emergency button that I can press. I don't know. I don't know how this game is balanced around it, knowing that it's super unbalanced. And even if we go and say that, yes, it is super unbalanced and the game maybe takes that into account, or maybe if it doesn't, either way, if you know or if you don't, it puts a doubt in your mind for everything else you find in the game. That I have to constantly be essentially doing the developer's work for them as I'm playing the game, discovering if something is not balanced, and then telling myself that I don't need to be using it until ever. Can I just not? It's the developer's part of their job, I think, in terms of game quality, is to balance something.
Yes. I don't know that it's the gamer's job to identify which tools they ought to use and they ought not use in order to have a challenge. I don't know that that's the gamer's responsibility to answer
that can
these
happen
questions.
that can become an emergent piece of knowledge based off of playing a game enough. Like, I'm going to play Risk of Rain and only use this one item and see how good I could do, or something like that. I'm going to make, like, self-imposed challenges exist, but but those are different than this is a blatantly overpowered mechanic that the game seems to really have established, encouraged, and it's really fleshed out.
How does somebody figure out that they're still allowed to use the flask to heal, but they're not allowed to use the summon?
Just
Or
look at it
like
from
that
a
they're
Well,
allowed
I
to
don't
use
understand.
their
Like,
own
does
weapon.
everyone in chat disagree with me when I said that the healing is broken in Dark Souls 2? Because it's only broken if you choose to use it.
Just don't use it. Yeah, just don't heal.
Just don't use any life gems.
I
Dude.
spent like a whole hour going through how fucked that whole system is. But yeah, the solution is just don't use life gems.
And then the question is, are the levels and the boss fights balanced around the fact that you are likely going to be using both your Estus and your life gems? Or
The answer is
are they
no.
designing it around yeah, are they designing it around Estus and then just saying, well, if you really want, you can use a life gem, but just so you know, that's the easy mode button.
That's kind of a weird thing with this game, actually, because I feel like it's half and half balanced around the ashes. There are some encounters, mostly like the duo things, where it feels like this had ashes in mind. But then there's other things where, like Malekith and, well, half the other bosses, where the Mimic just completely violates the experience, or any other summon, really, would probably do the same thing if well upgraded.
One thing that's kind of interesting too is there's that little icon that's above your inventory in the bottom left corner that basically says, yeah, you can summon here or you can summon one of your ashes, but there's plenty of areas where you can't. So it's a bit strange that in boss fights like
Yes.
Theo was referring to, it's not like, okay, Malekith, this is a one-on-one. You don't have like your bell can't be heard by the heavens or wherever the hell you're summoning your spirit ashes from.
You're so fucking right. That's a really important point.
Yeah.
They have
Yeah.
handcrafted where and when you can and cannot use this mechanic. Why would they do that if it means nothing in terms of just, if you want to just play the game without playing it, summon? Like, what?
They knew that there are places you shouldn't use it, or they didn't want you to use it, so that implies all those other places are places they're fine with me using
That's
it.
such an important observation. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a
All right, guys, it's been great
deliberate
talking to
choice.
you. I'll see you later.
Very deliberate
Oh,
choice from the
no.
developers on where you're allowed to use it, and there are some fights where pulling out Tish can make it so that I'm not even playing the game anymore. This is the difference. I want people to understand, this isn't easy, normal, hard difficulty differences. Some of this is you don't even have to play the game. That cannot be intentional, right?
Especially
I
not
don't see
when
how it could be.
I don't like to go outside the game, but FromSoft have said many times that challenge is an important part of the worlds they
Yes,
create.
they have. And so,
I guess just don't use it though.
there is a
Very
level
helpful.
in which I'm willing to accept this as an idea, but we're broken well beyond just Mimic, Tish, Oleg. There's a lot of them. All of the better ashes, basically. They got a cool
Marionettes
factor.
are actually pretty decent too. They basically hang back and just launch arrows at anyone.
And it's kind of sad because I think it's a neat idea in concept. I especially because when I first saw the system, I identified it kind of similar to the way Mauler was looking at it. I thought it would be like Renala's summons, where they come in, they do their thing, and then they're gone.
Yeah,
I was actually going to suggest that a time limit I think would be a good way to balance them. So then it's more like using a magic attack than summoning a helpline.
And the most I'd want to see is like you can get the Tish one, and it'll last about 5 seconds. And what it'll do is it'll launch one of those attacks. It'll take 10% of the health off the enemy. It's like, whoa, that's a pretty useful one. Or you
It's
can
already
get
useful as fuck, yeah.
yeah, just that, then disappears. Imagine it's like you can summon the turtle, and this is like a meme one. You're like, well, what does it do? It's like it doesn't attack, but it lasts for maybe 30 seconds, and the boss goes nuts on the fucking turtle. It'll just keep attacking the turtle. So it's like, it gives you 30 seconds of a window.
You can summon some magic users, and they'll cast a buff on you, or something like that.
That would be way better.
Honestly,
that's what I really wanted out of the system when I saw some of the various uses of it.
It's really kind of sounding like they would probably be more fun if they were, or more I guess balanced if they worked more like the summons in Final Fantasy games, where it's more like a super powerful spell that shows up, does one thing, costs a ton of mana, but then that's it. It's not like the best summons are in a Final Fantasy, or Bahamut shows up and then fights with you for the rest of the boss battle or whatever.
And it's kind of weird as well to me that most of them cost FP, because it seems, with the way that they're designed, I don't know, because it feels almost cruel to mage builds or people relying a lot on magic who really have a lot of other things they want to do with their FP. Because that was the reason I never gave spirits a chance. I was fairly set on, I'm not interested in using this, but I considered a few times, maybe I'll give them a go, but I didn't want to, because I wanted all of my FP for doing other things. So I guess that saves me from never having my experience violated by summoning a mimic. But it also, I guess, if if I wanted to summon something, it's kind of just a fuck you.
Is there
I
any
use
other
them all
than
the
the
time with
mimic?
my
Oh
mage
no, the
build.
mimic costs health. Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Is it anything else but the mimic that costs health, or is everything else?
aware
Someone
of.
in chat said rats are free. Not
Free
a-
rats. Rats are free
you
on
can
the
have
street.
free
You can take
rats.
them home.
Cool, I
Nice.
guess.
I have 326 rats at home.
Oh no, OP.
But yeah, I would just go as far as saying I think it's bad, and you'd be like, whoa, bad, and it's like, well, mechanically, I guess it works, but it's damaging other portions of the game, and it needs heavy balancing. That.
Yeah, but I don't think they're gonna do that though, because they
No,
just
I don't think
nerfed
so.
what they thought was appropriate for the mimic, and apparently it's still just as broken as it used to be.
No.
Like they nerfed the damage a little bit and the behavioral patterns, which I'm not really sure what that means, but someone in Metal's chat said earlier that they're just as broken now as they used to be. So GG's.
I mean,
Yeah.
just to clarify, it's the same logic I used to call a couple of things bad in lots of different things we talk about too with gaming. Just like if anything can be outbalanced when pushed to an extreme, and then just damages the whole experience as far as I'm concerned. And I feel like this absolutely qualifies. I know a lot of you like it. I liked it. Not very good though.
I feel like it's oh man, how can I bring up Tetris? Well, I can. You can't really like break Tetris. You know, like there is no mechanic that allows you to like break that game. And you could say that it's because the mechanics are simple, but that's not really a counter argument, is it? Like the complexity only explains I guess the presence of an issue, that being when pushed to its extreme, does the game begin to break? I think that's that feels like a broader topic, but yeah, when you play a game and you test it, whether by playing at an incredibly hard difficulty or messing around with the mechanics, that's when some of the issues with the design that just don't appear because of the difficulty settings sort of are laid bare. And it's opposite ways around, right? Like something can be so difficult that it becomes bullshit, like Halo 2 Legendary Sniper Jackals. Just bullshit. It's just bullshit. It's not fair.
Yeah.
And then conversely, the other way around, when you play a game on the hardest difficulty, and then you realize, oh damn, this is how the difficulty essentially works. Like it's fake. There's a whole bunch of different examples.
Yeah, I'm trying to explain that like mechanically it functions, and in the same way that if every boss in this game were a one-hit kill for whatever build you have, it's like, well, I guess it all functions, but that game is fucked now. Like this. Like, can you imagine how many people would just be like, what is the deal with this? Like, you just run in every room and you just tap them and they're dead. Is it broken? Is it some kind of glitch? And if you're like, no, I think it makes for a better experience. You'd be like, okay.
And I think it's also important to recognize that people buy certain games looking for certain kinds of experience. Not to say that developers should pigeonhole themselves into what people tend to expect out of them, but people buying FromSoft games are generally looking for a challenge, and that challenge is violated by a core mechanic in this game, being the summons.
Which you can self-impose a restriction on, but if we're talking about what is present in this game, and I would go as far as saying encouraged and explained to you as part of the game, like this is a big portion of it and you should be taking advantage of it, when it makes it so that in certain instances you don't even have to play, yeah, I think that's a mistake.
Yeah.
I honestly think an interesting way to incentivize it at a meta level would just be to make an achievement that's finish the game with no Spirit Ash summons. Like that I think would make it so that everyone who wants to summon Spirit Ashes would, but the people who kind of, like want an incentive to be like, what's a reason I should not summon them beyond I just want to self-impose difficulty on myself. If you can say, oh, well, there's that digital achievement that I can go for that says, hey, you did that thing.
Was it violated? Only a handful of them are unbalanced. Only a handful of them are unbalanced.
Only a handful. Oh, okay.
Only.
Oh, wow.
All
Only
right.
a handful.
That is a bit awkward, isn't it?
Stop
Only
fucking
some of them
sidestepping the issue. Fucking stop it. Stop fucking wiggling all around the goddamn issue and just address the goddamn point.
Like if someone said, why do you have an issue with NoobTube? It's only one gun attachment.
So fucking tiresome.
I always like Modern Warfare 2 is such a great example. You are disadvantaging yourself if you're not got like martyrdom, or you're disadvantaging if you don't have grenade launcher. It costs you like basically nothing. It's one slot, and it's just incredibly useful. By choosing not to have it, you are just imposing a challenge on yourself.
And when you're in multiplayer, why do that? You handicap your ability to score compared to everyone else.
Yeah, why would you not use Commando? It's so good. Like, by not using Commando, you're just making it so much harder on yourself.
Why would you not call in your kill streak rewards?
Why would you not? Yeah, why would you not call it? Yeah, and if you're using kill streaks, why are you not going to have like a UAV or a? Maybe that's the. Well, no, you always have UAV. UAV is incredibly useful. There's no reason never to have like UAV there. It's so helpful. But like, if you choose all of these, if you choose that's an online game against other players, of course that's bull. Well, so I would agree that there is a difference when we're talking about a competitive game versus a PvE game. But nevertheless, what is the distinction that you are drawing in terms of the effect that it has on you?
Why don't you just not use it? Why don't they just not use it?
It's been addressed multiple times already throughout this entire fucking section that yes, you can just not use it, and most people who identify something like this is going to be bad for their experience, they will stop using it. That doesn't detract from the system having issues.
There's a reason why you have to ban Meta Knight at brawl matches instead of just asking people to not use it. All right,
this is developer-minded. It's towards the developer.
So if we were having a LAN party playing Modern Warfare 2, and then I was like, all right, lads, like, do whatever build you want, but can we not use any noob tube? Can nobody use noob tube? And then someone is just like, you cannot use it. I'd be like, all right, look, I think it's a broken part of this game. If we all agree to just not use it, it improves the game. The acknowledgement there is, it's bad. There are things we can do to circumvent it.
Yeah.
It's the same for this game. It is bad, but it's something we can circumvent.
The important part to mention is, it is bad, but the reason why it is bad is because I can look at other examples where it is balanced to where we don't have to make these decisions to not use.
Exactly, and there's a difference between a game that took that.
This is a false equivalence.
The player is capable of doing that, but it shouldn't be their responsibility at all times.
I think I can bring up an equivalence that wouldn't be false. Sekiro. Well, Sekiro is a From Software game.
Well, life gems are right there.
I'm saying
we've already, the life gems already killed this argument. They got nothing.
The thing is, I think Sekiro though is a really good example of a From Software game that is very difficult. But one of the reasons it's difficult is that your toolkit is very limited. It's one of the reasons I would say it's not the best of the From Software games, or at least objectively, because you have zero build diversity at all. You're just a ninja, and that's your only choice. But it's designed in a way that every tool that's in your toolkit is none of them will break the game. It will always be challenging, and you have to actually get good at the mechanics. And I think that the Spirit Ashes, if they were implemented in a more balanced way, they wouldn't shatter that, but they sort of do in this game. And like honestly, I hated that they were there in the towards the end of the game when I kind of felt like I started needing them, because I sort of think that those last few bosses that I did end up using my Mimic on, I would have been able to beat if I just was a little bit more limited, or even limited myself. But you know, the tool was there, so I grabbed it when I was angry and wanted to kill someone.
Someone said grinding is overpowered too. Then
yes, you have to go out of your way to grind.
So this is how they got the natural balance in the game. First of all, you have to spend a lot of time to grind, so that's your loss at that point. It's what's costing you. It's like an offer from the game to do that. These things are handed to you, and upgrades are just findable throughout the world. And they scale with the game. So like, you know, a level 1 Oleg against early bosses is fine. Level 10 Oleg against late bosses is fine. And then secondly, even with grinding, you still have to fight the boss. So no, bad comparison.
Unless you're grinding to beyond the pale, at which point you're investing multiple hours.
Well, even I think if we're talking about someone who like levels themselves to 200 in Dark Souls before even like going past Undead Burg, I'd just be like,
yeah,
I don't even. How much time did that take?
Yeah, I think there's a reasonable.
I killed a lot of rats.
And I find that that's the
takes longer
easy...
than
Boars.
This is the thing. How could I highlight that in a video? Like, this is the game is broken. It's like, how long does that take? And it's like, because one of the requirements for the life gems being broken, as far as I was concerned, is if you unlocked infinite life gems after you killed the final boss, I don't think that's a problem. When you get it from the fucking tutorial boss...
Muller, are we moving the goalposts?
How?
So EFAP chat can move the goalpost, but not chat. I've just seen. This is me today. It's just looking at things that people in chat are saying and then throwing them to you just to see what your answer is.
And someone's making the argument that Sekiro is a samurai, not a ninja. That is
no,
false.
he's a ninja.
He is a ninja.
He's
absolutely a
ninja.
He's called a shinobi throughout the game. Shut the fuck up.
Also, just to address
which, as we know, is Japanese for weeb.
Yes.
One of the problems with the idea is, like, chat can't really, like, move the goalpost because people in chat are all... Not everybody's going to be making the same arguments, so it may seem like chat, you know, like, questions... Yeah, I don't... wait, hold on. So, okay, so... apparently the grind argument was moving the goalpost. Someone said that in chat,
That was
though.
their argument, not ours.
Yeah.
A large part of
It was addressed because it was brought up. That was not
Yeah.
the goalpost being moved. That was just a question being answered.
A large part of what makes the distinction there to me as well is how hard you have to try and ruin your experience. If you've really, really put your mind to it and commit a shitload of hours, you can, in fact, trivialize all of Dark Souls and be level 200 before the bell gargoyles.
But you had to work super hard and your wife left you, so
Yeah.
it's fine if you do that.
Which is what I was trying to highlight. Both the ashes and the life gems, they're all handed to you.
Yeah,
Almost free of charge.
Hands.
Getting to level 200 in Dark Souls is fucking... Try and do that in the opening... I don't even know how many hours that takes, honestly. That's going to be intense.
You have to do nothing to ruin your experience in with those sorts of things. All
And
you
there
have to do is
has to
push
be a
button.
difference between those two things. It can't be considered the same thing. That's ridiculous.
Yes, magic is broken in DS1, chatter.
Yeah. Magic's
Enemies
often broken.
Can't account from it. Enemies can't account for it. They
Because
don't know
all of
what
the
to
enemies
do.
weren't
It's not
designed...
shooting.
Was that a gotcha?
Well, no, because they probably think that we think Dark Souls 1 is perfect, when that means they just haven't listened to our opinions on Dark Souls 1 before.
But what about
something I have noticed is there have been some people who are like, well, wait, I thought you guys said that you liked this game. But
I love this game.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, no.
I hate this game.
Honestly, one of the best
Discussion.
games I've played in years.
I'm making myself angry talking about it.
We all have different perspectives on this. I know it's terrifying, but that's okay.
That's okay.
And conversely, I love Dark Souls 1. There's a shitload to criticize in that game. Loads.
Ashes are not an issue, you just don't like them. I feel like they're definitely
Okay,
they just don't like them.
You need to go back an hour to when we started this discussion. Or
Yeah, life gems aren't an issue, you just don't like them.
We can safely call the discourse over.
Yeah.
Every game is balanced, you just don't like it.
Well, it's yeah, like what are we saying at this point on the nature of balance in video games if we're saying that all of the criticisms that were just levied at this system are I just don't like them. Like games are meant to be balanced. Like the idea is that the game is going to present you with some sort of experience that is fair but also asks something of you. But if you have to deliberately choose not to use something that's incredibly helpful, that's just present in the game as a mechanic in order to make it challenging, I don't know how you can say that that's, like, neutral. Like, that is a neutral thing. That is neither good nor bad. That just is. And then it's incumbent on you to make the call on whether you ought to use that in order to have a challenge. Like, it feels like the challenges ought to be presented by the developer. That they're like, well, this is the challenge, these are the systems that you need to grapple with, and then go do that. And if it's a game with difficulty options, here's how it's going to be harder, or here's how it's going to be made easier. It's your call.
I'm just done engaging with this.
Why don't people use magic if it makes it easier? Well, people may well make the decision to go for something that's harder, but I mean,
Do you think
ideally, a game will present
not
you with
unbalanced. Is that what is being said here?
I think
Why would
I'm
people
not
use
sure if the
unbalanced
point being
things
made is that
completely different?
people make the choice not to use these mechanics. So what is the if people are making this choice consciously, then what's the problem? But I don't. That feels like a non-sequitur.
I don't understand. Why doesn't that apply to everything that's unbalanced? Why has anyone ever
everything
complained about
ever,
anything
yeah.
balanced? I don't understand. I don't know why this game is getting a free pass where other games wouldn't.
Because it's a FromSoft game.
Gonna say like
Sorry,
this.
that's just me trying to gaslight.
So then they choose not to use magic as they can choose not to use ashes. I feel like you haven't been here for this conversation. Like that's been brought up, hasn't it?
I think we're just done.
Isn't that like the crux? That's No, actually, yeah. No, I think like it feels like you haven't heard the things that have been raised.
Also, in choosing not to use magic, it means you're probably building your character more towards melee weapons or like bows and things like that. So there's a trade-off. By choosing to not use spirit ashes, it's not like you get
no
access
trade-off, yeah.
to like your sword doesn't get stronger if you just
I guess you can argue
ashes.
there's less FP being used, but I mean it's an incredibly low cost compared to a whole different build.
Yep.
We done?
I think so.
Good.
Very unimpressed with this mechanic, more so for its implementation, not for the idea.
I would consider myself disappointed in it. I think there's the nugget of a good idea in there, and I would like to see them do more with it. However, kind of black-pilled on FromSoft in terms of innovation.
But considering, like, they seem to want it to be this strong, though, since they nerfed only the Mimic, and it was just like the tiniest nerf.
Look, Fortea, they created Bed of Chaos. We don't understand their decisions sometimes.
I'm just curious, like, do you think that this is actually like a play the game on easy mode to have it be more accessible to more people out there?
I think they've overcompensated. They've tried to have the cake and eat it. They've given an easy mode without giving an easy mode.
Yeah. Even though summons are already right there.
I felt like we had it taken care of with them, but apparently not.
We already have the easy mode. Summons exist.
Yeah, and I look forward to playing through the game without using ashes.
Yeah,
I'm doing a Dex playthrough now. My rule is that if it's just a Tism boss, like one of the millions we've mentioned already, where it's just like a hurdle to get from point A to point B, I might use summons just because I don't really want to fight those Tisms. But if it's a big boy good boss, then I will definitely not be using summons.
So just said really expect better from EFAP. That just reminds me of when I was playing The Last of Us 2 and someone was like, I'm so disappointed in you. You've fallen so far. Your critiques are poor.
Your critiques are poor.
I was like, alright. I love all the arguments, man. They're really good.
Nice response to the point.
I feel like we've had that conversation before. When you make the broad sweeping statement about how someone on the stream is like wrong and stupid, include the criticism as part of the message. Otherwise, it just comes across as like kind of hollow.
They said wrong.
Wrong. That's helpful.
Wrong.
It's like when you're getting feedback on an assignment, it's like, what did you do? Just wrong. Fuck you. Let's try again. It was just wrong. How?
And it can be hard sometimes to tell whether or not we've fully explained it or if we're getting fucking trolled. Like by people who are just like, I just disagree. And you're like, why? I just disagree. Why? You're wrong. And I disagree.
Nice tautological thinking.
And then you just take that as concession. Because,
pretty much. There's no else
what it is.
At that point, yeah.
Which makes me think we should probably talk about difficulty, because it feels like we've almost talked about it.
This is difficulty adjacent, certainly.
Yeah, we've been brushing up on it this entire topic.
Brushy.
Do you want to talk now, Theo, about telegraphing? This might be an opportunity.
Sure, yeah.
Does anyone else have anything to say on that point, I guess, before I...
No, we beat it to death.
Telegraphing
or...
On the point of telegraphing in this game.
I have, like, there are some bosses where, like the fat guy, the apostle. No, wait, not the apostle.
Noble.
The Godskin. Noble. He has a few attacks where it's like he lifts his arm, and then it can either go into a quick stab or it's like a really, really delayed attack where you can literally get like 2 or 3 rolls off before he actually does anything. And I mean, there might be some other stuff that I'm missing, but I feel like a lot, or not, I wouldn't say a lot, but there are a decent chunk of enemies where it's really hard to tell certain attacks apart. And if you mistime the dodge, there seem they seem to be designed to roll catch you.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's my
I think
stance on telegraphing.
Before I go any further, it is worth saying that this is not new to the Souls series. Even as far back as Dark Souls 1, there have been attacks that are specifically delayed to an extent that you might not expect in order to catch you for rolling too early.
Yeah,
And-
well, I'm actually kind of fine with that. It's just the fact that
Yeah.
it's hard to tell that attack apart from the one that is instant.
That's
usually-
kind of where I'm coming from, yeah.
Yeah, because I'm okay with the delayed attacks, and I know there's people that aren't okay with that. They think that it's stupid and annoying. But I'm okay with that because I find that's just a part of the learning experience of the boss. That okay, I need to wait a little bit before I press the dodge button here.
By the way, that death I just had from Chungus. That's why I fucking
really
hate him.
cool.
Yeah,
What
Just
a cool
hate fat
attack.
people.
yeah,
So,
I'm more okay with the delays and stuff. But the fact that they're hard to tell apart from the insta like stabby moves and stuff that exist is my bigger issue with the fact.
One thing I've been noticing now on my current playthrough with Melee, there's a bunch of attacks where you know, oh, he's going to do a slash forward. And it's like, oh, I'm just going to circle around him because I know he's doing that. But then all of a sudden, he does like a little attack backwards. If you guys noticed those ones. Because I had that just now with Commander Neil. So he does like an attack, he charges it, and it's like, oh, I'm going to circle backwards. But then he does an attack backwards, like he stabs you in the gut or something and staggers you, and then does a follow-up attack. And there's a bunch of those where I'm not actually sure when they apply because I feel like they don't do it all the time. So I'm not sure about that one. I don't think a lot of bosses do it, but I caught it here and there. I'm just like, oh, that's weird. Don't really understand how this works.
Throw into the mix as well with this. The cat statue bosses have this type of move. Margit had one of them where really fucking quick. They just sort of at you, and then it goes, and you're just like, whoa, and it's like, yep, that was a slice, just a quick one. And it's usually one, and it's specifically, I think, designed so that you don't, like, assume that every single move in this game is gonna be I lift my arm. Is it gonna be 1 second? 2, 3, 4? Who knows? Like, there are some moves that some characters have that just go, boom, and you're just like, that wasn't... I wouldn't want to confidently say there's no telegraphing on them, but it certainly fucking feels that way. Because of how much you're trained in this game to be like, don't just roll whenever you see them move. Well, and then there are moves where it's like, no, sometimes you need to roll when you see them move.
Maybe might be worthwhile to make a definitive statement on this. Ought you be able to dodge every attack ever, like theoretically?
As in, assuming you know, yeah. As in, should it be possible to no damage run the game? Is that the question?
Yes, but maybe barring if we take it as a game where you encounter enemies one at a time rather than getting mobbed, that you ought to be able to dodge every single attack.
I would say in a Souls game, absolutely, you ought to be able to dodge any attack an enemy throws at you.
I'd imagine, yeah, because the idea of an enemy that just gets free damage against you is frustrating in pretty much every game. There might be exceptions, but generally, you just feel like you're cheated if it's like, oh, I just take damage because I just take damage and it doesn't have anything to do with me.
Specific scenarios I just want to account for, like if it starts doing a big old charge up spell that's AoE, and you decide to commit to hitting it over and over and over and over and over again, knowing this spell's going to hit me because I can't escape it after a certain amount of time, but I want to eat the damage. Like, as long as you have the capacity to have evaded it in some way, shape, or form, then that's...
Yeah.
That's the thing, because that's part of the decision-making that's at the core of these games, because, like I said, the combat mechanics are not deep, so they rely heavily on this idea of correct decision-making and mistake allowance by being punishing. Which is why damage is going up with like every game, more or less.
Shush, Fring, you haven't even played it yet. You don't have to play a game to ask a question.
Come on.
I was going to say,
it's a
Fringy and Rags,
question.
I haven't played it. I've literally the only one. I think I'm the only one here who hasn't even purchased the game, and he yells at you. So I'm like, all right.
Well, I guess to make the point clear, you're allowed to ask questions about a game you haven't played yet. Right?
No.
You can certainly talk about general game mechanics.
Oh, so this is a general topic at this point. Yeah.
Totally is. Telegraphing? Yeah, that's
absolutely.
Just...
Also, I have played the game for 3 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, boy.
That's right.
Get absolutely wrecked, chatter.
Okay, so it sounds like the sentiment is yes, you ought to be able to dodge every attack.
I think so, yeah.
I guess broadly speaking.
Yeah.
I would jump to saying you should be able to, but I guess I'm open to the idea. Someone could convince me otherwise. I guess it would depend on semantics at that point of if they said like, well, should you be able to dodge a giant laser that opens up a grand entrance that is guaranteed not to kill you, but it's more so just about, I don't know, something to do with the story or whatever. I'd be like, oh, maybe.
Well, I guess
if you're trying
to
use it as
I kind of want to focus the question down. I guess in terms of what my criticism of this game would be, do you think it should be do you think it should be reasonable to expect a player to be able to dodge an attack on their first time seeing it?
Yeah.
Right. I think that's kind of where the question was heading.
I would say for the most part.
Yeah.
That's where I tend to lean, which is why I have a problem with this game, because no enemies, or at least very few of them, behave in a manner that can be considered anything remotely regular.
Well,
everyone.
Just to give, I guess, an example of what I assume you're going for. So, when you first play it, and let's say a character lifts their sword up to swing, and you're like, so when he comes down, I'm gonna roll, and then he digs it into the ground, and it does an explosion all around, and you get hit by it, and you're like, oh, for fuck's sake, okay, that's an AoE attack, right? Because you're talking about that, where you can't know a lot of what these moves are even gonna do, and so you have to get hit by them in order to kind of learn what they're gonna do.
Yeah, along those lines.
I guess the thing is, ideally, you don't want it to reach. You don't want people to see your game for what it is, which is mechanics. I think, like ideally, when a game is happening, you don't want the player to go, "Well, this is a boss with set moves, so I'm going to memorize the moves, and then I'm going to beat this computer program." Like you kind of want them.
What's the lore reason
like,
why I can't stand in this spot?
Well, I guess what I mean by that is you don't want people to see it for what it is, which is a challenge that is designed in a specific way with specific moves that need to be dodged. And the reason why you know to dodge those attacks is because you recognize the animation. It's like, oh, that's the animation that means he's going to do this attack. Better do this.
Yeah, so you want to dress up those animations as being believable and immersive. Like, oh, he's raising up his axe over his head. I better not stand in front of him because he's about to hit me with it. Because that's what people do when they want to hit people with an axe.
That's kind of where my issue is, I guess, twofold at least. On the first hand, the way enemies behave is at this point so far beyond the pale of regularity in terms of like normalness, because this isn't the greatest consideration in any given player's mind, but you like to try and think that the thing you're fighting is fighting you, right? And for me, at least, I can't really speak for anyone else, but for me, that is a bit damaged when they're doing attacks that take 5 seconds to wind up because they know I'm going to try and roll.
Yeah, this is the opposite of what someone would actually do if they wanted to hit me with a weapon.
Because they're just letting me smack them like 3 times.
Yeah,
yeah,
like if this was in a movie, if Shad was watching a movie, he'd be like, "What the fuck are you doing? Why are you standing there like a lemon? What's going on here?" It's too meta.
I think that's the thing. It is when you're fighting like the Dancer of the Boreal Valley.
Yes.
It's like you're attacking me weird because you know that I want to roll a dodge your attack.
Because you know that I'm a player playing a video game, not a knight fighting you.
That's why you're moving in a way that I don't understand.
That's why it works for Dancer and why it works in limited use, because Dancer is this really weird alien thing that's entire combat premise is its strange movements.
Yeah.
Everything.
But then when it's some other regular dude and he's just like, I'm gonna hold it, I'm just stretching. Yep. Oh, I got you. Yeah. Like
when it's literally everyone you run into. Like in Dark Souls 3, this shit isn't really. It is there, like Pontiff Sullivan's overhead. He holds that like a beat longer than you would expect. But other than that, his sword swings are just sword swings, man. He just swings his sword. Like,
I guess that's kind of what's happening here when we're talking about telegraphing. You know that they play tested it, and on average, players reacted at X times, so they just give an extra second
Well,
to punish
it's
you
the reality of
for-
the cultural impact that From Software games have had. Dark Souls 1, you didn't, even though this is present in all of them, right? I just think it's the most present in Elden Ring. Dark Souls 1, it's just like, it was of a popularity. Dark Souls 2, of a popularity. 3 was where I remember thinking, like, man, I'm seeing a lot of people play Dark Souls 3. Like, Dark Souls 3 is pretty well known as well. I was like, this shit is getting to be pretty mainstream. And then Bloodborne was adored. I don't know anybody who typically says like anything negative about Bloodborne that much. Sekiro was, it's again, people were just like, From Software, yeah. Then we finally get to this one, and it really feels like they're like, okay, everybody knows that you dodge when the sword's coming down, but do they know when the sword's coming down?
that's where my issue is kind of coming from on the mechanical side, because in terms of being able to reasonably expect to dodge an attack the first time I see it, often that's not going to be the case. Even when enemies are behaving normally, because the exact swing timing or whatnot, or exactly what they're doing, isn't apparent to me, or I don't know when to react.
It gets really awkward when you see an attack, like, oh, he's having his arm up, and then you dodge, like, oh, that was too early. I guess still have time. I dodge a second time, and then he still doesn't do the attack.
Yeah. You dodge like
and
4 times.
Then you dodge like 3 times, and the 4th time he hits you or something along those lines. Sometimes I can even just still dodge on the 3rd one, so I dodge roll 3 times, and the 3rd one was the only one I needed.
Yeah.
But we're at the point with Elden Ring where the enemy's behavior is giving me no clues as to what their intentions are. I see them, they raise their arm, that could mean fucking anything, dude.
The Malekith's face too, I just didn't know what he was doing. I was like, I don't even understand how I'm supposed to fight that thing. And sadly, I had discovered Horde Frost Stomp at that point, so I feel I robbed myself of the proper experience of Malekith.
It is very much.
Because I've noticed some people are saying, like, well, does this actually make it bad, this telegraphing thing? I think it's a little
not exactly.
It's complicated.
I think it's complicated, yeah.
I don't know if I'm ready to say it makes it bad, but I know that I don't like it.
I imagine it would annoy me. One of the things that I like about... You go ahead.
No, actually, I'm interested. What are you about to say?
So one of the things, like when I was watching Mahler, he was in Catacombs, and it was the one with the rolly thing going up and down the ramps.
Oh yeah.
And you fought that weird slimy monster, right? In that
the
room.
ulcerated tree spirit.
Ulcerated tree spirit.
Yeah, and I was like, man, watching you fight this doesn't look fun at all, because I was like watching it, and I'm like, I can't tell its attacks from its just normal movement. And the camera being pressed up around.
It's harsh, but I described that, I think, as a Bloodborne boss. I was like, this is...
Yeah, it totally is.
The pasta and the hair and the water effects, the particles, eventually a whole screen is filled with garbage, and you're just like, I guess I'll just attack and roll and attack and roll.
And it's just thrashing everywhere. And...
Try to get to wherever behind it is.
So there is an aspect of... I mentioned Mordhau, right? The way that Mordhau works is you have every melee attack is in 2 phases. You have the wind up, and then you have the release. Now, when you're winding up, you can choose to, when you wind up, your character will make an appropriate movement based on what direction you'll be attacking from, whether it's a slash, whether it's a stab, and you can do all sorts of things. You can cancel it and then just go back to being neutral in order to maybe draw your opponent out to blocking early. You can morph from a slash to a stab, or vice versa, or from one direction to the other. But regardless of what you choose to do, there's always the wind up and the release. And once you hit that release phase, because you can only wind up for so long, you hit that release point, your character will always make a noise. You'll go, ah, and then you have to commit to it, right? So you know that when you're watching someone who's trying to kill you, that you watch them wind up and there's a set amount of things that they can do, and they're all intuitive, and you know what can be done. It all makes sense based on what the character model's doing. And if you see him wind up and you just instinctively block, that's your fault. because it's a game about discipline in melee combat, not panicking and blocking. It's about staying calm and paying attention. And from watching some of the bosses in this game, granted, of course, I haven't played it, I would be very confused as to the cause and effect of a motion that something does and the result of what that motion is in terms of an attack.
Yeah,
The
absolutely.
combat in the From games is generally based on fixed animation timing, and once you initiate an action, you are committed to it unless you're staggered out of it or something like that happens. So it's not too far off, but there are some bosses like Ulcerated Tree Spirit, I think would actually be a really good example of one where it's difficult to really tell exactly what you're trying to avoid because you're fighting this like John Carpenter's The Thing mutation or like a Resident Evil endgame boss that's just mutated to something crazy looking.
I think it's. Sorry, go.
Well, go ahead.
I think it's like everyone. It's so many enemies in this game where it's almost impossible to tell what their intentions are until you've actually seen the attack for yourself. I feel like you have almost no hope of being able to reliably dodge something on first time seeing it in this game, especially since not only are there these incredibly delayed attacks with the fake out like animations and the fake out timings and stuff, but there's also, like Mauler mentioned, the really fucking quick ones to keep you on your toes, which means you cannot fully like relax and go into disciplined mode because you still do have to reaction dodge a lot. Margit being a great example of this. Everything he does is slow as balls, except for his dagger and his sword moves, which come out lightning fast, and you have to react to them incredibly quickly.
Yeah.
I think that's,
So you're left in a position where sometimes you have to reaction dodge, but sometimes you have to play disciplined, and it's impossible to kind of really get any kind of rhythm going or any understanding of how you need to tackle that particular challenge.
He's got a move that I think illustrates this pretty well. When I was first fighting him, right, it's like the first time you see it, he lifts up his big stick.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay. So I roll back, roll back, roll back. Then he starts walking forward with it. I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. And he slams it down. I was like, okay, I dodged that. And then if you do dodge that and you are successfully just there, he'll just do a spin after it. I think if he hits you with it, he doesn't do the spin. I remember just being like, this all feels very unpredictable.
There's several attacks like that are really obnoxious with Margit that he uses the daggers for. Like in Phase 2, do you know his weird sword combo where he does a thrust with it, then a slash, and then he stabs his staff into the ground?
Yeah.
That's a string, and it looks like he's done. If you approach him, he'll do a quick dagger swing. Just because, haha, you thought my combo was over.
He likes tossing his fucking daggers at you as well whenever you heal.
While jumping away.
While jumping away, yeah.
Yep.
So,
but if I do have to go. It is 6, and something happened yesterday, and I was made notified of a thing I need to be at. So I need to head on out. So you guys can talk about the Elden Ring game, and I will catch back up on this EFAP later on.
Very well.
Cool. Good talking to you, Rags.
You bet.
Forever.
I will see all of you later. Toodaloo. Bye-bye. See ya. Ciao.
Bye-bye.
So, I actually don't mind the delayed attack as much as I said before. Like, I don't mind the, like, having to, like, pull a boss, like, 10 or whatever, something times before you start to realize, or before you fully learn that, okay, so this attack is delayed. Like basically you pick up on the patterns and the telegraphs and stuff like that. Like for example, Dancer, I know Mauler knows this, is my favorite fight in Dark Souls 3. I absolutely love that fight because it took me a lot of time before I actually like learned how to perfect that fight, because I played it once when I did like a no health leveling playthrough, and I had to perfect that fight and know all of the timings perfectly, otherwise, because basically any attack that Dancer did except for one would one shot me. And like the satisfaction I got from finally beating Dancer after having perfected all of her moves, or his, or whatever it is, was incredible. Like it was the most fun I've had in a Souls game for a long time at that point. I absolutely adore that fight.
For me, I think I want to be clear that this issue is mostly a case of how prolific and how extensive and how frequent these sorts of attacks are, because
Hmm.
I think it's fine. In fact, I think it is good when it is done when it is fitting and in a very limited sort of sense. I think
Just like drugs.
yes, I think Dance is one of the best fights in DS3 because she moves in such an alien way compared to
Yeah.
most other things you run
Really
into in
cool.
that game. It really throws you off and gives the fight its
Hmm.
own unique feel. However, in Elden Ring, everyone's doing it. And there's a specific comparison that I fucking love. You know, Dance's you know her spin slash thing? I don't know. It's the phase one attack where she does a big step around and it looks like she's going to bring the sword down, but then it turns into a swipe that's a bit more delayed than you might expect.
Yeah. Yeah.
That attack. Fucking Magma Worm has that. Why does a big stupid lizard dragon have the same sort of graceful but alien kind of maneuver that the Dancer of the Boreal Valley has? But within its same moveset, it also has attacks like it does the big machete slam that every enemy with that kind of weapon in these games does, where it grabs the thing with both hands and presses it into
Yeah.
the ground. But this is in
Hmm.
the phase when it's still crawling on its belly. But that stuff, that one, he lifts it up and telegraphs the attack for a second and then snaps right back down in an instant, which is another variation that they love in this game, which is it looks like it's going to be a long telegraph and then it comes out, immediately. Margit has a few of those, like the hammer slam you can mix into his combos. He winds that
Hmm.
up for a good long while, and then in like the course of a couple of frames, suddenly the hammer hits you.
His
And
staff attack where he like uppercuts you.
yeah,
It
that
looks
one.
like it's gonna be a wind up, and then he just like.
I
It's like,
still can't dodge that one. I
Yeah,
still have
it's
no idea
really
how to dodge that
fast.
one.
mhm.
Because it goes like, and it's like, hey.
I guess I don't know how. Again, I'm not sure how far I'm willing to be definitive with this. I just wish it wasn't every enemy all the time because to me, it just gets a bit nauseating and obnoxious.
Hmm.
And it's like, oh look, another boss who's winding up. How long is he going to wind up for this time? And how long is it
Yeah.
going to take him to actually swing? And what even is the swing going to actually look like when he does it?
Yeah. I mean I'm like I probably wouldn't even be bothered by the frequency of it as long as it wasn't baited. Like you said it before with Margit, like she has where he whatever, I don't know. Has like the really quick like magic daggers that they do. And you have to be on your toes at all times because any movement can mean that you're about to take some damage.
Yeah,
But,
precisely.
but then at the same time, they also have the move that's, and I swear to God, it has to be this because it seems like it's perfectly timed so that if you like react like as a reflex, then it will 100% hit you as you come out of the roll. Like they
Mhm.
have so many attacks, especially Margit, that are like perfect roll catches.
Yeah,
So many of them.
his horizontal staff swings are the best example of that. They're timed just after you would roll for a delayed attack. Even they're a delayed delay to catch you because you rolled
Yeah.
for a delay.
And one thing that Margit did as well, and I don't know if this is something that we want to get into more later or whatever, but one thing that Margit had as well was that if you were too late with dodging an attack, you get staggered and then it cues your roll. So you
Mhm.
would roll after you got staggered, and then they would have an attack where they hit you like it was perfectly timed to hit you as you come out of the stagger and then the roll.
Mhm.
Like
I
that was another thing that really bothered me with that fight.
I think I think the input buffering, because it's usually severe in Souls games, it feels more severe in this game to me. I don't know if that's just my
Yeah.
impression, but
No,
I,
you're right.
It
I
100%
think
is.
in
It
this game, I
100%
think
is.
it's like extra damaging because of that sort of stuff. Because I've had it happen so many times where I hit the roll button just a second too late to dodge an attack, get clipped, it stores my roll, I roll, and I get roll catched.
No.
It's like, what the I tapped the button once, game. Come on.
One too many.
A theory that went around in my chat at the time was that maybe it's because the action you do happens at release of the button and not when you press it. So maybe that makes it feel artificially longer when you fuck up a dodge. So you get hit and then you release the button, and right then it buffers the thing because you just pressed it in the game's mind.
Has it not always been that way for Souls games though? Because Circle's always been sprint as well. So
yeah, you're right. So
that's another
forget
thing
about that.
makes it.
I'll take it back.
Makes it difficult to deal with the quicker stuff though, because your dash is coming out on release. So your timing has to be even better.
But I was just gonna say hello, Das.
Hello, Das.
We lost a doggo and gained a. Well, I guess he's just like a guy.
I'm just a guy.
Yeah, he's just a guy. But I assume it would be fair to if you've been listening, what have you got? Things to say about past subjects or future ones? I don't know. What do you want to say about Elden Ring?
Well, let me see. I'm trying to because I didn't sit down and write notes or nothing on what was discussed because I've just been doing shit. In terms of bosses, I don't know if you mentioned it or not. I liked the skinny cultist guy in terms of bosses. I don't remember his name. I think he was the
Godskin
skinny
Apostle.
cultist. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was honestly kind of surprised by him because I first met him over at the top of the windmill city or the windmill village. And
me too.
That's where that's where I first ran into him, and it's like at first it looked just like some dude at the top of the hill. I'm like, what the fuck is your deal? And all of a sudden, the boss music kicks in. It's unique boss fight music, and it's a unique boss, and it's like it was funky in its second form, and I got to be honest, the eco-friendliness of this game is wearing on me really bad. I'm really tired of the copy pasted bosses. So him coming along was like a breath of fresh air, and he wasn't even behind a fog wall. So I dug him. The Apostle was pretty cool. Not so great about his.
Should I tell you something about that boss?
Well,
about the
wait. So you haven't completed the game, right?
No, I'm playing it right now. Actually,
it's just. Well,
it's okay. I'm kind of at the point where I'm over the spoilers.
Well, okay. Well, so. Everyone right now who's completed this game is very baffled by you saying, I don't like repeated bosses. Loved the one time I fought the Apostle.
Yeah, but now, I understand he probably does come back later. And it's like, I've come to expect that. But when I first came across him, it was like, oh, that was cool.
Yeah.
I don't know if do they abuse him often in this one like they do the fucking Tree Sentinel?
Fuck the Tree Sentinel.
No, but you definitely...
him.
There is one more critical path fight with him.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I figured they were gonna. They've recycled everyone else to in a nauseating degree. So I expect I'm going to sour on him pretty soon. But for now, he's a pretty cool guy.
There are I think 12 bosses in this game that do not appear anywhere else.
Well, there's the main story path type bosses like the Fire Giant. Fire Giant was pretty cool. Although I have a problem. One of his attacks where he uses his shield as a shovel and swings at you all with a shoveling motion.
Yeah, that's a jump dodge one.
But didn't work.
I just rolled through that.
Oh, really?
Well, the problem is I was
trying to roll. Was the only thing
Well, the problem was I was trying to roll through that as well, but the problem comes from the fact that it's not only a hitbox; it's just a big old collision box too. So a lot of the times when you're dodging through, the iframes will kick in and work, but then he'll scoop you, and then basically you'll just be scooped into his attack as soon as your iframes wear off. And so it's that's really irritating. That's something that the Daughter of the Cosmos and Bloodborne pissed me off on.
Oh god, that out of me. Jeez, that's the pasta monster, right?
The charge attack where she flies forward is oops, I'm gonna carry you out of your iframes. Whee!
No, don't do that.
Never happened to me.
Am I getting that right? Is the one you just described from Bloodborne, is that the pasta monster or is that something else?
Pastor Monster. No, Daughter of the Cosmos is that fucking Cthulhu bastard with the big
Pasta
buggy
Monster.
face.
Yeah,
it's got
Abriata.
loads of pasta in its face, and the reason why I know it's Pasta Monster is I always get behind it and just dig in, and it kills it.
Pasta Monster. I thought you said Pastor Monster, like he's from church.
Vicar Amelia? No, not her.
Yeah.
She's a hairball monster, Amelia.
Screaming hairball.
Yeah, the reeing from her is kind of... That's the thing about Bloodborne. Whenever I stream it, it's like when I get into a boss, if I'm going to call with someone, I'm like, you have to wait.
I like the reeing. I like it a lot.
Ibritas, that's her name. She's funny.
Ebritas,
yeah, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but still.
But it was the same phenomenon, and it was kind of irritating, but overall pretty cool. Very big spectacle. He was pretty neat. He was pretty cool. Ripping his leg off, and I always dig that shit. Whenever they're so angry, they don't even care if they have to use their own body parts as weapons. Yeah. Well, I knew he was going to do it to him. I'm like, oh no, here it comes. I've seen this before from Soft. And then he ripped it right off.
That initial break, me on stream, I was like, ooh.
I feel like they've really started to like that one, the pull off the body part and
rip off the arms and use it as a weapon sort of thing,
Pulling swords out of goo and flesh and stuff. That's another weird one they do.
I got texted by pretty much every single one of my friends who got to the second phase of the Flame Giant whenever they did. They're like, hey, you know what boss you're like? I'm like, the Flame Giant? They're like, oh, so you got
there. I don't know if we've gotten to like regular monsters yet, so I'll just abstain.
Funnily enough, no. We are 4 hours in, and we've done ashes, bosses, difficulty telegraphing, summoning. That's about it.
Oh yes,
so we're kind of
telegraphs. Telegraphs I'm fine with. I think they work for this type of game because the combat is like really kind of unremarkable, as Matthew Matosis said. So it's like you really got to mix things up a bit. And so it's all like the telegraphs are kind of necessary because if they didn't telegraph, it would be I feel it would be actually an easier game.
It's the way in which they telegraph that annoys me because
the delayed telegraph,
like I said, what the enemy is doing by and large in this game no longer gives me any information as to what its intentions are, and there's always the extra follow-up that you wouldn't expect, like the combo is still going. I feel like I can go back to Margit with this again. He has that one combo that mixes up between the staff swings and the dagger swings. So I think it's like he swings his staff twice, then there's a couple of dagger things, and then there's a big staff slam, and then right after that, when it looks like he's just standing there, he like snaps into an attack animation and lunges at you for another couple of dagger swings. And, yeah, I'm not too big on it.
Yeah.
I don't like how things like the Leonine Misbegotten flail either.
Yeah. Ashes, my first Ash that I really wanted to put points into was actually Loodle the Headless. Because she can teleport and not get like, stuck in a corner or nothing like that. Throw her spear, and she kind of has a little of everything. I think the only issue was when she teleports, she wipes aggro. So it's like, okay, well, in terms of a distraction, you're not great.
Right.
But it's pretty cool. But I don't use the summons very much at all. I will use summons whenever I go to Mr. Hands, which we'll get to that. But like when it comes to like areas where there's just a big old spam bush lined up for you, I'll use like ashes because I'm really fucking tired of the spam bushes at this point. There's a lot of them.
Got some DS2 level
DS2 DNA, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. I'm noticing they didn't fire the DS2 guy that came up with the controls.
DS2 was the blueprint.
Yeah, the copy paste guy. Why is he not fired? Because apparently he's come back with a vengeance, and I'm actually at a part right now where the most like annoying enemy in the game has been copy pasted about 12 times, and I'm kind of fucking over it.
Are you in a room that? Where are you?
I'm not in a room.
Oh, okay.
I'm outside.
So we could move into talking about, instead of bosses now, just enemies. I would like to open the discussion on finding. It's going to be difficult for me to find. Maybe I can get a picture of him actually. Basically the enemy I hate the fucking most in the entire game. There's a couple of really good choices. I forget what his name. Well, and to be fair, I don't have a clue what his name is.
Teleports and spits poison and
there he
flames.
is. All right, you know what? Oh, good. This is useful. I just
that was exactly when I said Mr. Hands. That's what I was referring to.
Mr. Hands is the one. Yeah. So
the fucking worst.
Oh, the one on bottom right. Yeah,
bottom right. I despise that fucking thing.
I hate him so much.
Whoever designed this guy, you need to have a word with yourself, dude.
Yeah.
Like, Jesus Christ.
You might want to settle down on the drugs.
It's funny to me, like, they've got... This is an example of, like, most hated enemies in the game, I guess. Like, the other three don't even come close to him, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
It's those guys
those
and
three
the
are
weird
nothing.
prawn people who are...
There are consistent ways to counter the other three. Him, ooh.
I do not like those little gecko things in the top
Man's just
right.
gonna fucking flail all
Oh, you don't like
the
the petrify toads or whatever they're called now?
Yeah, surprise, you're dead now, guys.
So, yeah. Especially if you walk into a room where you didn't know they were in there, and then 4 of them do the attack, and you just go dead. And you're like, oh, okay.
Haha, we got you.
And it's like, if you craft those things that undo the... It's like, shut up. Just shut up. But yeah, Mr. Hands, if you want to call him that, when he does like a sprint toward you, going like hit, and you roll back, and then he does another one, you get tagged by it, and then another one, and then another, and you're like, you're not serious. You cannot keep fucking doing this. And
He
then
just doesn't stop.
he stops, and you're like, finally, a hit, and you go to hit him, and then he teleports because he goes into the fucking floor, appears behind you, and spits poison. You're like, alright, okay.
Just the absolute worst. What?
He's such
Yeah,
a
he's got a
troll.
rocket engine on his ass, and it's
And
pissing
there's
me
like
off.
5 or 6 in the Halictree area.
Yeah. I was already down there. That's one of the instances where I had to summon my Mimic Tier because I was not
fuck
putting
the
up with this
Halictree.
anymore.
A lot of them escaped from the first Evil Within game.
Can I highlight one of the worst portions for random enemy encounter? I'm going to put it on screen, see if you guys know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I hoped you would bring that up. I'm actually very close to that.
Ah,
yeah.
so fun.
This
fucking place.
What else can you say about this
Wow.
other than, guys, what are you doing? What are you doing?
You're not a stealth game. Stop trying.
Like, what is this crap where there's invisible enemies that do a backstab grab on me? Why?
And they have a mountain of health and poise. It's just, what the fuck is this?
I don't think they're even designed to be fought. I think you're
They're
supposed
not.
to kind of run around and just light the 4. Is it 4? Yeah, 4 candles.
It's a dumb
Yeah.
stealth section.
It's fucking stupid as shit. That's
like-
what it is.
Is it stealth? Because I mean,
No, it's
can
not
you
really
s-
There's
stealth.
nothing
because-
stealthy about it. You run around and suddenly, bam, backstabs. Like, what?
Look at that! Oh god,
Yeah.
this is gonna be great. I've got all the footage ready for this.
Yeah,
perfect.
Maybe,
Yeah, let's just
maybe
say.
when you're gonna do something like this, don't give them a lunging grab attack when I can't see them. You know?
Yeah, there's a torch that you can use to reveal them. The problem is you
Okay.
need to have that torch in your hands. If you switch to a shield, she will go invisible again. So you have to.
Oh,
You have
that
to.
sucks.
Yeah. So you have to hold this torch in your left hand. You can switch to like one-handed mode for your like right hand, and it'll be okay. But if you dare switch to anything else, she's gone again. So you
What torch
have
is
to
that?
hold that torch out. Yeah. Let me find the torch. It's in
I
my.
was gonna say,
kind of
where's the
moves.
torch? I didn't come across the torch,
Don't
unfortunately.
get it.
Oh, really?
It's all
It's
the,
Torches in this game.
Oh,
Uh,
just
it's
any
the,
torch?
Oh, no,
No,
it's
no.
a sentry torch.
This
I don't know what
specific
that
one.
is.
Okay.
so-
Sentry's
that one.
torch. That's what it is.
Of the kinds of moves I would give enemies like this, a lunging grab is not one of them.
It's just cruel. Why would you do this? It's so mean.
That is really mean.
Yeah, Sentry's torch. So you have to hold this thing. So you're essentially handicapping yourself to hold a stupid torch in your hand so you can fight this health-inflated poise monster.
Tomb of the
Is
Giants.
this worth
flashback.
complaining about? Fucking yes, it is. Did you see this?
Yes,
you
of
see the
course it
footage?
And there's 5 of them. There is 5 of these fuckers in this area.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't even opt to try and kill
They're
them. I was just
not-
running
Yeah,
away from
Yeah,
them.
that-
They are
Honestly,
not, dude. I
They're not
killed them out
meant
of
to be
spite. I
killed.
couldn't.
Killed them
Like, yeah, it was slow.
you
It
could have
was
told me there was
slow.
only
It was
one. I
lame.
didn't
It
even
wasn't fun. But they're all dead, and thank God they don't ever come back when
You
they're
know
killed.
what might have been a cool thing to do? You can see
Just-
their
just happy
footsteps
to-
in the snow or something.
Just happy the thing is short.
Hmm?
Just a one and done thing, and then you're out of there.
Oh, thank fuck it is, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an Everjail. It's just one with no actual combat boss.
And the archers fucking annihilate your health as well. They do
Yeah.
obscene amounts of damage.
Oh god, they were really funny, yeah. Ooh, having lots of fun. Just fun. It just makes you wonder what fun do you think people are getting out of this? It's like, it's a challenge. Like, yeah.
How
yeah.
many more than any other Souls game, and I usually ask this a decent amount with Souls games, I just keep asking with this game, what were they thinking? What did they hope was going to happen? What did they hope that gameplay of this zone would look like?
Running around.
Right
hoping
Oh
for the
yeah,
best.
this part for me, I was like, I can't get over there, and I don't.
Yeah, idiot.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, they have kind of a mountain of health too. Those little cloth boys, those crippled little cloth boys, take like a ton of hits to kill them too.
They're
And
also,
while you're
they
on
also
one, the
shoot
other
too
one's got a beat on you.
They also shoot too fast to spellcast something on them, which is also fun.
Yeah.
That's great.
It's
So
like,
you
I'm
need a
just
light
gonna-
weapon.
Just gonna rock fling them. It's like, nah, I'm just gonna shoot 3 arrows this whole time.
Yeah, nah,
He's literally spamming me. I'm just like,
yeah.
I
So
think
the
my
impression I'm
strategy
getting
was
is you
run
all
and
hate the
roll.
game.
I love it. It's awesome.
I do adore this game, but this is the thing, when you're dealing with a game that's 100 fucking hours long, there are going to be parts of it where I'm like, oh, look what...
Well, I
Yeah.
guess more central would be that I think that it's easier to identify what isn't working, and it's harder to, and it takes longer to explain what is working.
See that, Fringy?
What? Oh no, I didn't actually. Hold on. I saw the backstab. Yeah. Like, what are you meant to do to counter this?
I'm not sure. Apparently you're supposed to have a
What-
torch.
Yeah, hold a torch. And then it's going to take a fucking age to kill them. They fly forward in most of their attacks. That grab is actually harder to dodge than you think. Because she doesn't have like
When we
a
talk about
grab
telegraphing,
animation.
you know?
She's got a grab animation, but instead of like the grab happening when she squeezes her arms in, no. She just holds her hand out in front of you and flies forward, and if she bumps into you, you are grabbed.
For me, it was just attrition of surviving long enough to find the 4 candles and then executing a run where I just didn't engage a single one of those assassins.
Well, that's
Thankfully, those
that's
candles stay
that's
lit.
not ideal,
Yeah.
right? Like, you feel
Oh,
like
do they
when you
stay
start
lit
to
once
run
they're lit?
past the enemy.
Well, but I mean, it's kind of, there's sort of like a route. I guess the last one the last one I got was kind of at the other end and you had to climb it up. But the first 3, I think, the 2 that are on rooftops, those ones you kind of get to one and then the path to the next one is along the same route. So you kind of end up running the same circuit either way and just hoping that you don't get killed.
Yeah, these things are awful. That was no fun at all.
I just don't get it. I just don't get it.
Yeah, someone chat just
hard, man.
mentioned. Remember Painted World, Invisible Boss with footprints.
Oh,
Yeah, footprints.
And it didn't command grab you out of stealth.
Yeah.
So a boss I would like to mention for this portion, because of the fact that it started to appear so fucking much, I wasn't even sure if I could refer to it as a normal enemy anymore, was the fox.
I think it's a red wolf, but
Yeah,
Oh,
Red
the
Wolf.
Yeah.
The shameless Sif reference.
No, is that a spicy take?
Well,
I hope not.
I fought
Like a
him.
dog with a sword in its mouth. Only this time it's anime and it does
It's
spells.
an energy sword, yeah.
and it runs away from you constantly.
Yeah, that's
it's not
really
as
fun.
big.
No, but it's faster, dare I say? I don't know, maybe not.
Oh,
'cause Sif was pretty
A lot
definitely.
fast.
faster and more
I
aggressive.
don't know. I think
It
it's
doesn't
faster.
run
than
from you like a fucking
It's,
pussy. This
it-
thing
it's
does.
in Elden. It is in Elden Ring, therefore it is faster and more aggressive than Sif. Like it's.
When I first fought him, I was like, oh, bye, because he was really easy. He was in the magic place. And then every
Yeah.
subsequent time, I was just like, oh, it's you again. What? But why? Like,
Yeah.
okay, and just each time, the most annoying was in the Winter Wonderland area. I don't know if you fought him there. I think I may have fought him off stream because I was just walking around and I bumped into him and I was like, oh, this should be pretty easy. He was the hardest there than throughout the whole game. And yeah, I just started to be like, why do they just drop you in if they don't have anything else to do, don't they? And it's like, what, you mean the
Well, that's-
ulcerated tree spirits? And I'm like, no, those tend to have locations that are set with the Erd trees, right? Sometimes they pop
You
up
kind of need
anyway.
more room for them.
Mhm.
It felt so out of place the first time I fought him, like in the magic area. Like, sure,
Yeah.
he does magic, but what the fuck? It's a wolf.
Yeah.
Just have him have the fucking sword in his mouth and place him somewhere else, not in a fucking school, whatever the fuck That was his
It's on
boss arena.
some lecture hall. See somebody's pet.
Yeah, it was
The
the
debate
debate
parlor.
hall. Yeah, it was like, oh, here's the wolf at his debate
Just
hall.
like Sif. Fucking.
The bitterness, I can smell it.
I hate it, dude. I hate it.
So what can we to better? I don't know. It's like, what do you say about the average enemy in this game?
Well, you've got your hollows when I don't know if there should be hollows in this universe. You've got your knights when they all look the same despite serving different people, which, you know, that's whatever. They have different coloration, but the styling of their armor is the same. Maybe I'm asking too much, but I found that a bit disappointing that the Lanedell Knights look the same as the Raya Lucaria Knights, look the same as the Godric Knights, look the same as whatever the hell else.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of actual moveset, a fair few of the basic enemies do fine, but so many of them have the inane flailing plus heavy delay combination that makes them just a pain to deal with.
Do you think that there's a lack of variety in saying that, or?
Yes, probably. Everything seems to behave in a pretty similar way.
I guess that's because I guess it gets complicated because there might be, isn't one of the big criticisms of Dark Souls 2 that a lot of the enemies are knights with swords? That, like, that
dudes
is
in
very
armor.
common.
Bosses, yeah.
People
dudes in
level
armor.
that criticism of the bosses. I think
Okay.
the real criticism is beneath that. They just don't realize it. But
Well, that's why I brought it up, because the aesthetics is one thing, but really what matters is how do they affect gameplay?
Yeah.
How do you fight each person?
The problem with DS2's dudes in armor is they all behave the same way. They all act
Not that they
as
are
the
all
same
dudes in armor,
Dude,
because you could have all
DS2
dudes in armor and
had the unique fucking position of having bosses that killed themselves. Not to say that not all of the games have that to some degree, but DS2's ones were much more commonly killing themselves. It was funny as fuck.
F's in the chat
killing
for
themselves?
Dragon
What is
Rider.
that? Killing
The dudes in armor falling into water pits.
Walking off a bridge.
It was in my video. Like, I had several examples of, I forget the name of him, but he's a big knight and he just fucking commits suicide.
Dragon Rider.
Yeah, several times.
He
Play a
just
little fart sound
doesn't
every
want to
time they
live.
plunge.
Yeah.
Every time
Like equals one prayer.
Every time I got to a niche Dark Souls 2, it was just a case of, oh boy, I can't wait for it to do a 3-hit combo ending in either a slam or a stab, and I can't wait for it to have its one magic attack, its jumping attack, and its attack when I'm next to it. And that was all of them. They all had the same moveset. It was pretty impressive, actually.
You would say Elden Ring has more variety than that?
Yes.
Yeah.
It has a lot more variety than that.
Does it have as much variety as Dark Souls 1?
More so, but also several more enemies. So I guess that's are you talking percentages? Like, or,
well,
or
maybe
individual
that's more,
fights?
maybe that's well, I guess maybe it's both, right? It's probably not fair to downplay how big Elden Ring is compared to the other games. You know, that is a part of it.
Yeah, Elden Ring's fucking
Probably ought to
huge,
be
dude.
considered.
Yeah, in that sense, I'd say it's actually a tricky question to answer because, like, I'm willing to bet that Elden Ring definitely has more unique enemy types than DS1, but
the ratio of the unique enemy type to the amount of time it
to
takes
ones
to
that
beat
are
the
similar,
game.
yeah.
Like, the Lanedell Knights are technically distinct from the Godric Knights. However, they behave, they look nearly identical, and they have a lot of the same moves. It's like a variation on the same enemy.
This lad was pretty funny.
Ugh, fucking
Look at him
tentacles,
go!
Oh yeah, the
Can
land
I just point out that
it's another.
I shouldn't be here. I should be in Bloodborne. Where am I?
Another Elden Ring enemy that's just a screwball of damage, and then
his weak spot is his hardest part on his body.
Yeah.
Just wanted to point that out. Because he has a beak
it's true,
that's
his
harder
beak.
than everything else, but
You
that's
know what?
his weak spot.
I saw it just there. I appreciate the fact that they made the critical hit location glow.
Yes, that was a good.
Oh,
that
that's
was a
something
good
I wanted to
touch.
bring up, especially related to the ulcerated tree spirit. So sometimes you can proc the like stagger where they glow and you can hit them. Fuck me, so many enemies in this game are so bulbous and nonsense that by the time you can even get to the place that they've got the weak spot on, it's too late. Like,
Plus, in many cases, depending on the size of the boss, the weak spot falls into the floor. and you can't actually hit it.
Yeah.
Dude, the
Or
fucking
into a
giants or
Into a wall
golems,
too,
whatever.
yeah.
I hate
Yeah,
the
yeah,
golems
giants,
because the way
golems.
they fall
Oh.
down, you can get tangled into them, and then you can no longer reach the weak spot. It's like, fuck you, game. Like, I'm trying to.
If you drop a dragon and you get stuck behind his wings, fuck you. You're not getting that weak spot now. You can't jump those wings. Your
You
horse
could
sure
almost
can.
argue that has something to do with budget and development time, because I'm willing to bet they probably would want to take the time to have different like almost like the glory kills in Doom, where depending on the angle you approach it, you get a different animation and it's sort of a different attack. But I imagine that would be very difficult to do for every enemy. Not impossible though.
Did any of you guys take the transporter trap that takes you up to Lanedell, and there's a golem up there that you fight?
Yeah.
I think so.
Well,
Sorry, say that again.
The transporter trap that takes you up to Lanedell, and there's a big golem that you fight, and that's where you find the talisman that slowly restores HP.
I definitely did that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a distinct moment of, I guess, longing when I did that, because I had him standing with his back to the fucking sheer drop behind him, doing his attack that carries him backwards, and then I knocked him over and he fell backwards and he didn't fall off the bridge. And I couldn't help but think of Iron Golem, man.
Oh yeah.
It's like, oh hey, we have a mechanic where this boss falls over and it's on an actual platform. Maybe we should make that a thing that's part of the fight, that he can just fall off. And then this guy was just like, no, I guess we're just going to ignore that as a possibility and break my immersion.
Oh, hey, quick mention, the ashes of Oleg. I saw this happen to you as well, Metal. Sometimes he gets confused, tries to attack things outside the fucking boss room.
Oh yeah.
Thanks a lot.
I need your help here. I'm a squishy mage. I need you to aggro.
Let me at him.
He's like, no, there's a severe threat on the other side of this fog door. Trust me, buddy.
I can't let them ambush us.
I was also said like the golem was easy as hell. It's just like, well, they're all different amounts of health and damage and stuff, but the way I saw it, when he got staggered, I was like, just keep hitting the feet. Don't even go for the weak spot, because it's just gonna get fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you do 2 charged strong attacks to their feet, and they have like the exposed lava feet, you'll knock them down way quicker, and then you can just go for that crit attack, provided the torso doesn't fall into the floor again.
What about the vampires / oh, do you guys, what do you think of the eagles with the blade feet?
Fuck them.
Oh fuck.
Flying enemies in this game in general are just really obnoxious.
In my mage build, they didn't bother me at all because I could shoot them down. But when I started my melee build, I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, I want these enemies to be gone forever because I just can't hit them.
I just don't understand. They have everything. They're quick, they're agile, they're hard to hit, they fly, they do a shit ton of damage.
Yeah, they hit hard too. That's what I was about to say.
They literally have everything. They're so much stronger than any enemy in the surrounding area to where they're at. And then they appear like later on in the game, and it's just the same thing. They just do so much more damage than anything in the surrounding area.
They also get flame breath later on.
Yeah.
Like, stop it.
They deal more damage. I was about to say, they can chuck explosive barrels at you.
They deal more damage than the knights in the castles. It's like, why is this bird stronger than them? Help me.
Yeah, I didn't have too bad a time. I forgot to use guard counter all the goddamn time, but whenever it came to the birds, guard counter actually helped a lot for them. So as long as there weren't like more than 1, I had an okay time. But if there were like 2, I'm like, I'm out.
I found a jump and light attack with the greatsword was pretty good for them because it was a really big arc and it kind of angles up, and that helped.
Of another really fun enemy type I encountered that flies, because I hate flying enemies in this game. It was down in that castle in the southern area of Limgrave across the bridge. I think it was there. You run into a couple of flying beastmen people with bows. And they just hover above you, out of your reach. And they're just, Castle Morn, that's it, thanks. And they just hover above you, shooting you. And none of my swing arcs were high enough to reach them. And they just hovered there, shooting me. That was pretty cool. My jump attacks couldn't tag them either because of the particular swing arcs of the weapon I was using.
Yeah.
I have an enemy that is in like basically tied with Mr. Hands for like the worst enemy that I hate fighting in the world, and that's the shrimp people.
Oh,
Yeah, fuck those
Oh,
guys.
the shrimp
yeah.
people. Yeah, they're annoying.
Pygmies.
Shrimp people can go
Fucking shrimp,
fuck
dude.
themselves because they have so much annoying about them. First of all, they don't disappear when you've killed them. Obviously, they won't. But every single time you hit them, they do a retreating attack that has a ton of poise on it. So if you try to follow it up with a second combo attack, it's not going to stagger them.
Right.
And you're mid swing. Now you're open. They're going to stab you in the face. They
Shrimp people.
Yeah.
Yeah, like prawns.
Like prawns, yeah.
So we're just a step away from crab people, really.
Yeah, so
Oh, there are also crab people.
there's also
There
crab
are
people,
crabs.
but they're not
crab
too bad.
people. Oh god.
it's a
Yeah.
brawl
There are
with a
live
crab
under the
people.
ground.
You're not too bad.
Crab people. Crab people.
They're-
Also, fuck the shrimp people's projectile attack.
Yeah,
it hits you
sounds-
from cover.
Yeah.
If they fall into a pit, they can still hit you. They can
sounds
hit
like
you from
such a
anywhere.
mean enemy. Like,
They're
They-
shrimp
they
people
really
with
are.
spider webs that they
What-
shoot
what-
that track you.
we have a
It's
prawn
crazy,
enemy with a halberd that shoots missiles. Huh.
Yeah, and whenever they flee from you too, you're much more likely to clump together a bunch more enemies along with them. Their attacks are numerous, and they stuff you as if you're using a large weapon. And worse yet, these fuckers know that they're full of shit because they can stab you through a wall, and
Yep.
they know it.
They know.
You can be Yes, because while you're sitting like behind a full wall, they don't care. They'll still stab you through it, and they'll keep
Yeah.
trying too.
They just go the fuck on forever.
Yeah, they just keep going. They know they can stab through walls, so they do. And I hate them. And that place that I had, I was talking about where there were like 12 enemies that I hate, it was them.
Well,
Yeah.
12 of them, and they had little baby shrimp men along with them that also shoot projectiles. It took me like
That's
forever to clear
the
that
underground
area.
area.
You guys-
the kind of
Um,
big cavern with the
No,
the
tree land.
Helic tree area, yeah.
Yeah, Helig Tree. Metal
okay.
already knows.
Oh yeah. I fucking rage at these motherfuckers on stream. I
Yeah.
was like, fuck off.
Do you guys know
Yeah.
the Claymen? The Claymen underground?
Yeah. They're
really slow
they're
gearbox,
tanky.
and they
Yeah,
roll
they
around
take
and
like
stuff.
a million hits.
Yeah. There's a room underground with, I counted, no less than 26 of them.
Yeah.
Somebody told
They're
me
not
you can
very
summon.
aggressive though. You can just walk past them, I
Well,
think.
Yeah,
Somebody said
I
you
don't
could summon the
understand
shrimp
why
men.
they made a room full of, like, yeah, just walk past the enemies.
It's the lore, Theo. The lore.
They're fucking clay people.
Don't you disrespect the clay
I
people,
killed
you
them all
fucking
because-
racist. Oh my god, you killed them. Oh no.
Somebody said you
Oh,
can summon the
oh,
shrimp
no.
men. How much you
Guess
want to
I'm-
bet summon shrimp men actually suck ass?
Well,
I guess since a lot of complaining is being done, does anyone have any enemy types they like?
Honestly, I never even think about the normal enemies. I just kill them.
Yeah.
For me,
I'm
it's
in a
more of a
similar
just if I'm fighting them and I feel like the fight was fine, I don't register that as like a compliment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a regular enemy and it did what it was supposed to do.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's another enemy type I hate though. The fucking frosty anime dual wielding swordsmen up in Castle Sol.
know?
There is one of those in the fight with Niall.
yeah. The
Oh yeah, the enemy Olegs.
they're
Yeah.
frosty. I kind of thought of them as ghosts.
I think Banished Knights is what they are called.
Yeah, they are horrendous and I hate them.
They're as strong as Oleg. And now
They-
if I know why Oleg is so strong as my
They
That's why,
summon.
that's why in the Niall fight, I'm telling you, it's two-hand your weapon and kill that one before the fight even really begins. Just
But I one-on-one, I don't think they're a big problem. I think they're fine.
For me, they were like a huge issue because they just go on and on and on and on. They never fucking stop, and they can chase you forever because they have all sorts of variations on their weird windy
You know-
stomping move thing.
Little that narrows it down to any enemy.
Well, you've got a point, but they go even more on.
Yeah, no,
I like the
gotcha.
enemies that don't fight back.
Yeah, why can't the enemy just let me kill it? What the fuck?
Yeah, just stand there
Those
and
would
let
be
me
my
swing you.
favorites.
Just be a Lothric Knight and let me R1 you to death.
How dare you be more challenging than the other ones, you prick.
Shall we bite into another subject, perhaps, perchance?
Fine.
I saw people in chat mentioning how come you haven't talked about the Ashes of War, which are, dare I say, weapon arts?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I haven't used a lot of them, but there's a few that I like.
I was just using bloody slash throughout the whole game, pretty much.
It's pretty cool. I heard that got a bit of a nerf. I don't know how substantial it was. Did you ever find out, or?
Well, to show just how powerful it was in a sense, I was stuck on Crucible Knight plus other guy for a while, and I think the run I won was the run where I was like, I can keep using bloody slash. It's pretty good. I should keep using it. That his health started to get like absolutely just flattened, and yeah, like I like it a lot, but I haven't played with it since. The thing is, I was planning on my next run to not use it. I was gonna try other things, and you know, along with not using the summon spirit things, but yeah, that one was really good. I tested out a whole bunch of them. I thought they were kind of neat. I'm okay with them. I think they just have a bit of a balancing issue, which apparently they're sorting out, because Hoarfrost Stomp has been fixed as well, apparently.
Yeah, see, the Hoarfrost Stomp was really the first one I used, because what I initially had on my greatsword, it was still a cold damage greatsword that scaled on strength, but my weapon art was just like this little tornado that formed around me for a split second and did almost nothing. So for the vast majority of the game, I was just like, okay, whatever. I'm a melee build. I'm just not going to use any spells, whether they're part of my sword or not. And then it was Godskin Duo that I was stuck on, and someone said, yeah, Hoarfrost Stomp's really good for that. I was like, what's that? They're like, it's a weapon art. They're like, you could probably use it on your greatsword. Just go, I don't know, to this place and find it. So I did, came back and beat Godskin Duo, and then found I was kind of relying on it. I did start a Confessor, and I got this spear that has a frenzy attack on it on the weapon art, and I'm starting to think that one might also be broken. So my conclusion is that the weapon arts I've used are either useless or so strong they're broken. So I like the idea.
There is no in between.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that I've found one that suits my playstyle and doesn't feel like, okay, well now this is the only attack I'm using for the rest of the game.
I had spinning slash for a little bit in my first like 3 pots, I think. And I liked it. It was a very chill weapon art of just, you do like 2 attacks quickly. It's like worth 2 light attacks or even 3 for the cost of time of 2. It's like that, and it's just like, that's, yeah, right.
I think an issue that Ashes of War start to showcase about Souls games is that it's a fairly long running one, and it's part of the DNA of why they didn't focus on the combat in the first place. Attacks don't provoke any response from the enemies, and there's no difference in how they affect the enemy.
Mm-hmm.
So the properties on attacks are often completely void, other than their speed and their damage, or maybe a status effect if they apply them.
And there are other games
sometimes, but
that you have comparisons for this. I know it sounds ridiculous, but Killing Floor is like one of the things they really took care with in that game, was how enemies will react to where you hit them on the body, and it'll do something to them as a result, and they always react to the impact of your weaponry. I think Monster Hunter is probably a closer example.
Yeah, I was about to say
in that regard.
Yeah. Monster Hunter and Vermintide as well is a lot like that. Rags was talking about that earlier.
I'd just compare to other action games in general, because other action games, they are tackling this sort of thing, but their attacks, the attacks in them allow you to do different things generally, which that doesn't, as Matthew Matosis put it again, this doesn't necessarily mean you should be able to juggle hollows. I don't know that anyone's arguing that. It's just that with the way things currently are, the more action elements are leaned upon, the more it becomes clear that a lot of your options don't really mean much beyond how it feels to swing your weapon, which is more important than you might think. But it's not making a substantial difference in how things play out. So I found a lot of my weapon art selections were, I'll take the one that does a lot of damage, or the one that gives me a dash.
Seemed to me like it really fits in with the idea that we're trying to get more spectacular and cinematic, these sword art things. Like, how cool is that spin that I do? And I'm like, it is pretty cool. It's like the stomp, that's pretty awesome. The blood slash, so they're all really like, ooh,
flashy.
Yes.
Any sense of a grounded aesthetic for the Souls series is like long dead by now.
It's actually really funny that you mentioned that, because I was just about to say one of the weapon arts I had the most fun using was in the broadsword that you spawn with when you start a Confessor. the weapon art there is you hold like the left trigger and you assume
Square
a
up?
stance. Yeah, square up.
Oh, square
And
up's
then,
good.
well, then that's the thing. And then the R2 attack, once you're in that stance, is you kind of can charge it to a degree and release it when you want, and it just does insane posture damage. So
Yeah, if
it
somebody's
kind of feels
blocking
like,
that,
yeah.
they're fucked.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, this is kind of cool because it's like it's not a very crazy attack. It's basically just like a different heavy attack, and it's one that's a little bit hard to land, but it also is really good at staggering enemies. So it's I don't know. I found that I was using it quite a bit until I started, because I was making a confessor, investing more in faith stuff. So scaling strength didn't really make any more sense. So, but I did like that weapon art quite a bit.
I feel like a lot of weapon arts seem to be more for PvP builds.
Kind of
Like,
seems that
It
way.
does feel that way.
a lot of the twin blade ones, you do like a spinny, and they don't really do that much poise damage to regular enemies, but in PvP they actually stagger you, so you can actually get your entire spinny move off. But regular enemies in the game are just like, huh, now I'm gonna stab you and I'm gonna stagger you out of your move instead. Haha.
Yeah, that was cool and all what you did, but I'm gonna stab you now.
I
Yeah,
played with a
pretty much.
few. There was the barricade shield was great for whenever the bullshit bear showed up. Because like you could just press it, and then for like 8 seconds, your shield is basically like indestructible, and like they can't get through to your stamina. So it's great for enemies that just spam attacks a whole lot. I used that for a little while, until I got a little bored with it. The other one, the one I'm currently using right now, is the golden parry for my brass shield. It basically like the parry strength of like a buckler shield, but like long distance. So you don't even have to be close to the enemy to parry them.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Interesting.
it's pretty nuts. Bloodhound Step is great. I like using that for
Yeah.
I like the claw weapons, and it actually comes with the Bloodhound Step. So I like using the Bloodhound Step for like a nice little close in bleed type. That's pretty great. Seppuku. Who doesn't like seppuku?
I
No one
annoyingly,
alive.
annoyingly, a lot of the weapons I used had hard baked in Ashes of War, which were pretty alright. But well, I guess I was frustrated that some of the ones that had locked in Ashes of War, it was just the same as another Ash of War, but with a slightly different effect. Like Moonveil is just the katana's unsheath, but it fires projectiles, which in effect just means it's the same thing, but it deals a billion damage. I experimented with a few of them. Like I liked Spinning Slash, or not Spinning Slash, Sword Dance. It's one where you like dash forward with the weapon, do a quick couple of swings, and then you can do a third follow up. It was nice to have that kind of dash in effect. But the problem I ran into with most of them is probably to do with how broken katanas are, actually, or their weapon art being too good, because all of them were just slower and did less damage. So I had no real reason to want them. So I was just getting less damage and on a slower animation for no real gain in any direction.
For a really long time, I was using Bloodhound's Fang.
I used that a lot early game as
yeah,
well.
yeah.
Really cool weapon.
It's an extremely good weapon, and its weapon art does a ton of damage. It's got like inherent dodge in it. I used that for a really long time, so I didn't get to use Ashes of War too much until later on when I decided to mix things up. That's a really good weapon art.
That's a thing, actually, that's worth pointing out. They pumped the damage that weapon arts do in this game.
Yeah, they did.
I say the katana one does a lot, but all of them do a lot. The katana one just has the advantage of being super quick, and I'm not certain how I feel about that, because it feels like it makes it very possible to not really cheese bosses, but you spam your weapon art at them and it does a billion damage per hit.
Staggers them.
Well,
Yeah.
the risk with that isn't so much making it so that you have a tool that's that powerful, but it makes you not want to use your standard attacks as much.
Yeah,
because that's kind of what I was thinking with the Hoarfrost Stomp. It's not so much that it was there and it's like, well, if I want a better experience, I should just not use this. It's like, well, if I've got a minute to launch a heavy attack at an enemy, I can either swing my sword, by pressing R2 or the right trigger, or press the left trigger and do twice as much damage for a little bit of mana. Like,
I think related to that is part of the problem with them being so powerful is it's not a good kind of powerful to me because it doesn't feel like they're enabling me to do anything that I couldn't do before. They're not giving me access to a new kind of tool, they're giving me access to a bigger damage button.
I mean, the current speed runs, or the one, I guess they won't really be used anymore now since the nerf, but the speed runs right now literally just have an offhand with Royal Knight's Resolve, so you
Yeah.
buff yourself, and then in your main hand you have the icicle thingy that gives you Horfrost Stomp.
Yep. And
So
then
you
stomp
buff yourself,
everything.
and then you stomp, and then you buff yourself, and then you stomp, and you can like 3-shot most bosses.
It's okay. Now the speedruns are all about abusing Mimic Tier. Like, seriously.
It's funny because he got nerfed, but nope.
I've been
Mimic's Tier's
watching
still good.
someone try and route the All Remembrances speedrun and figure out
Wow.
what the fuck is good after everything gets nerfed, and he reckons it's just the Mimic Tier abusing a spell because he has infinite
Probably.
FP. Which is
Apparently, Predator said earlier that the behavioral changes that they did is apparently that they won't use the L2 as often anymore. So they will be more
that's
of a
probably a
swinging.
good thing.
Yeah. So they'll be more swinging now, apparently.
Yay.
Yeah.
If that's true, I don't know what his source for that was, but that's what he said.
I exploited a bit of a imbalance with the Erd Tree shield. Are you aware of the imbalance that was in the Erd Tree shield that got mega nerfed?
Nope.
Oh, the
So,
exploit, yeah.
Yeah, there was there's an Erd Tree shield that you can get from one of the 20 fucking tree sentinel bosses. There's the 2 up top of that golden ramp. One of them will drop the Erd Tree shield. And so what this sucker does is it's supposed to be used to counter spells that hit you. So it's like a reflector.
Oh,
It turns
sure,
whatever
yeah,
hits
yeah.
the shield into like this golden blast of death. It's
Oh,
really
wait,
cool.
Is that the machine gun
Is
thingy
that-
that people were talking
Yeah,
about?
I think that's what they're calling it. Yeah, I
Okay.
discovered it by accident when I got poisoned trying to fight some flowers. I was trying to see what happens if I could like reflect maybe some scarlet rot, and then I realized I fired off a blast before I even before that thing even hit me. So I kept hitting it, and apparently being poisoned was enough to just fire this thing off whenever I wanted.
Oh, damn.
So it's all like this thing does massive damage, and while you're doing the blast, you still count as blocking. So even if you could sit there and you could blast this thing over and over again, and if something tries to hit you, nope, you've just blocked it too. So there would be instances where there would be like spam bushes, because I'm so fucking tired of the spam bushes. At some point, it's like, oh look, there's 20 gargoyles just up this hill. Screw this! I'll light myself on fire and shoot these things. Because there's a spell to literally light yourself on fire, and that counts too. So I would do that whenever I see the spam bush, but I restricted myself. I didn't use it on bosses. Too cheap. Didn't use it on bosses, but spam bushes, I didn't have any quarrel.
I just want to address something I saw in chat, which was someone saying they thought like doing more damage with a weapon art was like the point. So don't really get the criticism. The point is that there's this system in place that allows you to swap between all of the different weapon arts to, pick whichever one you most want to use or whatever. The problem with this being the choice doesn't actually impact a lot because they're so similar in how they actually play out in gameplay, because there's no real new properties on many attacks in this game. So the actual choice doesn't really mean a whole lot beyond, I guess I'll just slap on whichever one does the most damage the quickest.
Well, I mean, they also changed the scaling of your weapon, like depending on which ash you attach to your weapon. So I learned this the hard way. I was handicapping myself because I had a holy ash of war on my greatsword that was kind of the only one I had. Like it was the only one I could attach to it. So I was like, okay, I might as well make it a holy greatsword. Why not? and then didn't realize until later that I'd been handicapping my sword, because then it started scaling on faith and I was doing a strength build. So that's actually kind of why I ended up switching to the cold greatsword, because it scales on strength still. But
well, what's cool, what's kind of weird is the game does, like, if you're first into the game and you're not familiar with the ashes, you'll realize if you try to put an ash on, you notice it like screws the scaling up. So you think that putting the ash will inherently screw the weapon up. But what it doesn't tell you is you could just set it to standard and it won't do that. So it's like it doesn't communicate itself too particularly well in this regard until you've tried it out. Also, I don't think, did it ever tell you that ashes were an equip-unequip thing?
I don't remember how that was communicated, because it was
Because
so
for a
long
while I
ago.
thought once you used them, they were lost. So I was like afraid to use any.
I remember having that inclination. I can't remember if it was well-founded or if it was me just being paranoid or not. You know?
I think when you understand Souls games for a while and you know that certain items are like limited, you start to think, well, that's probably the direction they're going, right? And it wasn't until like I decided to just watch somebody else like put on that ash and see what it does before I realized, oh, wait a minute, he just unequipped the fucking thing. God damn it. I was afraid for nothing.
I was actually going to say a possible segue there into just the general topic of handholding, or lack thereof, in the game. Thoughts on? Because obviously that's a big topic surrounding the game.
I like how hands-off a lot of it is. Maybe systems like that, though, having not necessarily a tutorial, but in like a codex that you could go into in the menu to be like, hey, how does weapon scaling work, and things like that, I think would be handy. But I sort of like that stuff like the quest logs are not really present. It's more just, this is a world that you can go explore, and you can kind of remember where people are and go talk to them. And if you've got an option for dialogue other than buy or sell something from this person, that's probably something you can click to advance a side story or a side quest, and then investigate it further from there. And I think it suits really well in this open world format, more so than in the other Souls games for the most part, because you can fast travel around pretty easily, and it's not like, okay, well, I see the Onion Knight guy here, and if I might not ever see him again, or I might see him around that corner, who knows. But I do like that it's the anti-Ubisoft game. Actually, it's funny, Frankie had earlier brought up Breath of the Wild, and I used to actually think it was always kind of cringe that every time a new open world game came out, all the mainstream game journalists would, in their preview coverage, the words like Breath of the Wild would be written at least once.
Yeah.
This is one of those games that it's impossible to kind of not compare it to Breath of the Wild, because they're both the inversion of the Ubisoft cluttered map format of the Ubisoft map, or like an Assassin's Creed game, a Far Cry game. The map's loaded with icons that are things for you to do, whereas the map screen in both Elden Ring and Breath of the Wild are the inverse of that. They're empty, and you need to explore to fill them with stuff. And I really like that design for an open world, because I think it actually justifies it, as opposed to just being, hey, this game's huge and it'll take you 60 hours, even though there's probably about 6 hours of story content and then a bunch of busy work, which is what I find most open world games boil down to.
Well, this meme got made, and I assume that I have to bring it up now.
Is it the Ubisoft HUD meme?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was great.
I want to ask, how far does handholding extend?
Also, because I think that these games have a definite idea on what they think should be and shouldn't be handheld for the player. We all know this. They have overt tutorials on some stuff, and then some things that seem pretty important, and they just don't give a fuck if you figured it out or not. Something that I don't know if this counts as within this sort of topic is something I'm not a fan of, is like you pick up a thing and it's like, it will increase your attack. Like, okay, by how much? It's like, well, you're gonna have to look at your stats before you equip it and then after you equip it. And it's like, that's fucking annoying, but okay. And that pretty much goes for everything. And so it's just like, why do they make it that way? And it's like, I'm not sure. I don't know. Do they want the flavor text to be shorter on these items that you equip, instead of just saying increases attack stat, or increases, strength stat by +5, or it will increase right hand weapon by blah 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 if it blah blah blah. Like, I don't know. Stuff like that annoys me, like how non-specific a lot of the stat increases are when they are super important. As well as, I'm pretty sure there are Vega ones, like making you good at
you
something.
have all the talismans, right?
Yeah.
I think I looked up one talisman because I thought it sounded super interesting, and I was like, maybe I should do a build around this.
Oh, I know which one you mean. The
Yeah,
poison
it was
one?
like, yeah, exactly. Like,
Yeah.
if something is affected by poison or rot in the vicinity, then you gain a damage buff. And I was like, ooh, wow, maybe I can do something with daggers or some shit. And I looked it up, and you get a 15-second buff of 10 AR. Like,
10 AR?
Yeah.
Not
I'm
even,
just like,
not 10%, just 10.
No,
Just
10.
10.
Like, your damage goes up by
Bro.
10 points per attack.
Wow.
And I'm like, what?
Garbage.
You can't even have the equivalent of an extra hit in the time that would run out.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, you have to reapply it for you to get the buff. So you get the buff for 15 seconds, and poison lasts for what, like 2 minutes?
Yeah. So it's like you better hope there's another enemy that's got enough health to withstand your blows, right?
Yeah. So
That's
that went from being like, ooh, wow, how interesting, to, well, no, that's shit.
Oh, by the way, not to put us off topic, I should have brought this one up earlier. We were talking about it.
Actually sweet.
I hate it, man. I hate it.
It's funny.
That's a good one. Step forward, do a half swing, then freeze for half a second.
Actually swing. I like Theo's idea of there being a codex of systems. I think it'd be nice
That
to
was
like.
Mark's
that
idea,
wasn't
wasn't it?
me. That was,
Oh, was it? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. I wasn't
it's
going to
okay,
be
I've already
picky.
patented the idea.
But no, the codex would be a good idea for things like I think a lot of people did have trouble with understanding scaling, like what heavy meant, what dex, what this and that meant. So it's like that'd be nice. Incantations, like what the hell are bestial incantations? How to cast spells in the first place, but don't do it in like menus that pause the game or nothing like that. Just have a codex.
So just if you're at a point of grace and it's like, hey, what I don't really understand how this spell I just got works. Like, hey, it basically just things that can go into more depth than just the item descriptions.
Yeah.
But,
according to chat, there is a codex.
No.
Is there?
Is there? Let me check.
They're not talking about the wiki.
There's a bunch of stuff in the.
I doubt they're talking about the wiki, but
You're not. Yeah, I was about to say you're not just talking about
No,
extra life
there's stuff.
wiki or something.
There's stuff in the inventory. Hang on.
something.
So if you go all the way to the right, you get like I don't even know. It just info. It just says info on the right, and then you have like a bunch of stuff like about Guidance of Grace, about the map, about Round Hole Table, sorceries, all that stuff. Yeah.
Oh, it was my bad then. I just didn't notice.
I forgot, so I'm happy someone brought it up in chat because I completely forgot about that because I never looked at it.
Well,
and I was like, oh right, yeah, you can actually look at this.
my assessment is the game's pretty good in this regard. There's just a couple of tweaks I would like them to make, and they haven't made them since all the way back in their first attempt. They just refuse to tell. They way prefer to tell me attack increase, and I'm like, you fucking troll.
Just
Exactly.
save me the time of unequipping and equipping the things all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Also, make sure the fucking PC release can actually run well.
That's
Have any of you had the invisible enemy glitch where the enemies don't appear?
No, that's new. What happened? So they just you can't see them at all?
When I was playing, whenever I jumped on my horse, that seemed to cause the problem. My horse would disappear and the enemies would disappear too. Like they're still there and they can still hit me.
Yeah,
dude. Like,
mine was a different problem. My horse, I would mount my horse, and then my horse would run off without me. I'd freeze in the air and die.
Yeah, you freeze in the air, you'd be there for like 10 seconds, and
I
then
didn't have that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the issue that I had was something to do with like draw distances, or I don't know what it was, but it was specifically if I jumped on my horse and then I like went running, the enemies and the horse would disappear. So it would just be my guy sitting on air. And I couldn't see the enemies, and I think I nearly died once. That was kind of annoying. So hopefully it's not a persistent problem. Though it sounds like I'm the only person who had that issue here.
Yeah, that's
pretty
unique.
I came across like 0 bugs except a couple graphical glitches, and I had about 10 freezes in total, something like that. Which I think someone would be like, "Wow, that's a lot," and I'd be like, I had 100 hours, so no.
When I
No
first
matter-
picked it up, I had a micro stuttering issue. PC, I don't know why it would be my computer's fault that the enemies disappear, but maybe it is.
No, that's probably a glitch.
Have you
more
considered
so
getting
than
good?
performance.
Yeah,
I
get
did
good.
Good.
yeah.
You would have less bugs in your game.
Well, I know that the performance issues were worse when I was streaming it because once I stopped,
Oh
it
my,
started running
yes.
better. But I
Mm.
don't know that that has any bearing on the enemies disappearing.
I'm still getting
No.
a decent chunk of micro stuttering, if we're calling it that, throughout
and I've
both
had a-
streaming and non-streaming.
And I've had a crash once per session. It doesn't ever do it again. Whenever I relaunch the game, it never happens again. But I can always expect at least one crash per session.
The game takes for fucking ever to actually close as well.
Yeah, that is a bit of a weird thing. I've
Just
noticed
the
that.
blasting
one's odd,
menu
yeah.
music at me. Fucking.
It's
I
like I'm
found
trying
that-
to use Microsoft Word.
Damn, how did we get into this? We were talking about hand holding.
Yeah, I'd like to come back to hand holding quickly
Let's do
because
it.
there's a
I
something...
would say it's fine. I say like the hand holding becomes an issue because games have been doing that for so fucking long that I think people have become like attached to hand holding. It was really weird how like a friend of mine was playing and they're like, I don't want to progress the story, so where should I go? I'm like, well, just I don't know,
Just
dude,
go.
explore. Like, just
Yeah.
go, explore.
I mean, hand holding is by degrees. I'm sure we would all agree that there's like
Yeah, there's
varying
hand-holding in this
degrees of
game.
hand-holding.
Yeah.
There's a specific thing where perhaps you might argue they could use more, and FromSoft would maybe agree with that assessment, and that's character quests, because of the way Souls character quests work and interact with an open world. Because you talk to them at a place, you do a thing, and then they go somewhere else in the world, right?
Yeah.
That's
Now-
that's fine in a world like Dark Souls, usually, because it's small enough that they can reliably expect that you'll probably run back into them, or they're relatively easy to find. That's a bit less okay in a game as fucking enormous as Elden Ring, especially when NPCs are not giving any like indication of what their intentions are. You speak to them, and then they're gonna go somewhere. But
Maybe.
I like.
Yeah, I
They
feel
have
like
in the new patch though, they have added something to facilitate making that more easy, because now when you highlight a site of grace on the map, it will say which NPCs are there or like in that area. So
you can just
if you know
see
who you're
NPCs
looking
on the
for, you
map,
can
yeah.
I think it's Millicent that just says, "Oh, I'm gonna go off to my quest now. Bye."
Bye.
I was like, okay.
Goodbye.
I'm such a
But
like.
hey, that's pretty immersive, right? Because you
Like-
wouldn't know where they're going.
I'm such a-
Yeah, that's true.
I'm such a bad housewife with these sorts of games that I just never. With this one, I was like, I ain't gonna even bother learning people's names. Whatever. If I see you, I see you. I'll talk
You're
to
gonna
you if I
die.
talk to you. But yeah, I'm just running
Yeah.
through killing stuff. All right.
That's how I tend to treat it. And it was fine with Solaire because, Solaire just follows your progression. It's fine to an extent with Siegmeyer because Siegmeyer, he's fine up to a point, and then he disappears down to Blighttown after Anolondo, and you wonder what the fuck he's doing down there.
Really? No, I didn't know that's where he went.
Yeah, after... I think it's after Anolondo. It's certainly after Sen's Fortress. He goes back to Firelink, and then after Firelink, he goes down to Blighttown because he's heading to the Demon Ruins. And then he dies in Ash Lake, which is a secret zone. So
I know that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But doesn't he join a fight too? Or is it Dark? No, that's
yeah.
the Dark Souls 3.
No, there's the fight with the Chaos Eaters, which is like the critical point in his quest line, where if you talk to him, he's going to jump down there, and he can either die in the
What?
fight.
You were
or...
supposed to wait for me. Oh well, here I go.
You should have waited.
Found a similar thing. Well, meanwhile, my comparison point, I guess, would be Alexander in this game, because he's just Siegmeyer again, shamelessly. He's talking about, I'm going to go to the Festival of Combat. It's going to be so cool. And then you go to the Festival of Combat because his progression leads him there. You find him in Gale Tunnel because he's looking for a way to Redan Castle or whatever. And he goes down there. He's like, oh no, the door's shut. And then you let him through, and you summon him to fight Redan or whatever. You have a chat with him, and then he vanishes off to fucking Liurnia.
Yep.
Why the fuck am I going to be in Liurnia if I've done Caelid?
Well,
I have no reason to be there.
Apparently, his quest line ends really strangely as well.
I've heard
But
it is
they might have
unfinished.
fixed that now since they added a bunch of stuff to NPC quests. But I don't know if he was a part of that.
I find a lot of the discussion cringeworthy when you have people who are just like, I've been playing the game for 20 hours and I haven't even found a boss. I'm like, okay, how?
How
Bullshit.
Nah, no
Actively
way.
avoiding content at that
There's
point.
no way. No way.
There are
The
almost
only
too many
Somebody,
bosses in this game.
somebody shared that on like there was this huge paragraph talking about how broken the open world is, how it makes no sense at all, and one of the many complaints involved 20 hours of gameplay, and they hadn't come across any bosses outside of the initial one. And like the person just like, I disregard everything you're saying after you said that. I'm just done. I can't.
I played for like 3 hours and I encountered this like wolf dungeon where there were a bunch of wolves in there and then a wolf boss and then the guy on the bridge. That was like after 2 hours.
Also,
Yeah,
this
I
is the
was
funny
about to
thing.
Encounter the bosses.
If you watched my playthrough, if anyone did, I could totally have expected people would assume I would have been critical of it, but I really wasn't. I spent the first like 4 hours walking around the world without having talked to Tutorial Man. And so I didn't even I didn't even get my horse. But like some people were like, what a fucking disaster, idiot. How do you miss blah blah? And I was like, no, guy, you don't understand. I'm having fun.
Sorry.
I'm having fun. Please let me have fun.
I got my horse when I went to a I sat down and then the lady was like, "Oh, hey,
Well, yeah,
I'm
so
gonna help you."
I think
Get
what they
horsey."
intend is for you to walk forward and you see the guy and he tells you the basic idea of where you're going, which is the castle. On your way to the castle, you'll get to the church, sit there, and then she gives you your horse, and then further up you get your ashes before you get to the castle. I think, and then they want you kind of to kill a few things on the way, get to Murgit, he fucking annihilates you, and then you go open world. I think that's what they were looking for people to do. I immediately got out of the opening building, was curious about the building itself. I was like, I wonder what's behind it, just in case. What are they hiding?
Yeah, I went in the opposite direction.
And I saw
Yeah,
the
I went
landscape,
the other
and
way.
I was like, I'm just gonna go wander. Here I go.
I think, yeah, what happened with me was I walked out and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna go the opposite way that I think you want me to go. I'm gonna go backward and see what's that way. That felt fun.
See, I pretty much moved right towards Stormvale and fought Margit. I think by the time I got there, I was level 17. And then I had one of those, I don't know if you guys ever have this happen to you in the Souls games, but the first time you fight a boss, you do better than your next 20 attempts.
Every
So,
time. Every
I
single
had
time.
against Margit, I had that beginner's luck one where I got him down to about 30% health, and I'm like, okay, I can do this. And yeah, I was there for about 3 hours, I'd say. Just like I got him though, and then felt like I was way over leveled because the runes I got from him, I think, boosted me from level 17 to level 26 or something. Like I was like, oh, okay. It's nice though that he's designed in a way that it was possible for me to beat him, even if it wasn't easy. But yeah,
It is interesting though what having an open world game as compared to like the closed world of Dark Souls.
What I just highlighted about what I think the pathway they wanted players to typically go for through a little bit of pushing, I really don't have much reference outside of that kind of direction in the game. Outside of that, I feel like they really were just like, you can fucking go anywhere and do anything you want in any order, really. We'll make it so that there is technically a pathway. I'd imagine someone could probably build one in terms
Grace's point you.
Yeah,
oh, well, yeah, you've got... Well, so what I'm saying is, like, some of them aren't even... You don't want to... Like, you don't want to go to Murgit... Is it Murgit?
Margit
first.
The Felled Omen, right?
Yeah, I say you don't want to. You totally can if you think you can take him, of course. But, like, they direct you to him first. And it's like, you don't want to go there. You want to go elsewhere, wherever that may entail. Like, a couple of catacombs or caves or whatever else. To build up some levels. That's, I guess, what I'm trying to say is, yes, they have the vague idea, well, because we got a general direction of you need to collect the shards, right? But I don't think this game has, and I think this is just a consequence of the open world. It doesn't feel like it has the same direction as a lot of the other Souls games in terms of a linear world of Undead Burg is the first place you're supposed to go to in Dark Souls. At least that's the way it comes across. It's like you could go other places, but that's going to be very fucking dangerous for you. In this, I think it's the initial continent you're on. And then you're supposed to go to, Limgrave, then Liurnia, then... I don't know if you're supposed to go to Altus or Caelid first.
I don't know.
You can kind of find the quote-unquote intended path, I guess, because Metal and I were messing around with like this interactive map that they have on the wiki, I think, where you can see where literally any item in the game is placed on the map, and then you can search for the smithing stones. And by searching like by the tiers, you can kind of see like, oh, so the tier 4 is this, like at this part of the map
Right.
and at this part of the map. So you can kind of get a sense of, okay, so this is what they deem is the natural progression.
That's kind of what I was trying to say in terms of I think someone could build what they're like the thing that the developers would be aware of by like mapping all that out. But even to the point of mapping out boss health or boss rune counts, you could probably see where they're expecting a vague idea of where you'd go. And you know, it's cool in the sense that it's like you could fight something that's a bit above you and then fight something that's way below you later, or you could fight them in quote-unquote the correct order and face them all as you're growing as a strength of character, and there's nothing wrong with either of those experiences necessarily. The only thing is, when magnified to this level, and I'm almost turning this conversation into open world versus linear right now, the dramatic nature of, like, I just fought 17 things in a row that I was out over-leveled for, and then 2 guys in a row that were just so beyond me I had no chance.
Yeah, that's an issue, I suppose.
It always came across to me in the opposite direction.
You were underleveled?
Well, just by naturally playing the game, I was finding myself over-leveled for things. That's why I was dissatisfied with Morgott, and it's basically why the entire middle section of the game was ruined for me, because nothing could even... I obliterated everything I ran into, and nothing could really cause any kind of trouble for me apart from an optional super boss that I fought, the Black Blade
I felt
King.
like that was a
You got to
similar...
get less good.
Get less good. You want to... Oh, yeah, well, stop using it.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Your skills, stop using it. I had a similar situation. It actually got to the point where I thought, maybe I'll just stop leveling at 110. And then I got to Snowland, where everything was bullshit. I'm like, okay, never mind. This game's not over yet.
I guess that's worth asking. What level did you guys beat the game at?
174, I think I was at, something like that.
Like 126?
Give me
I'm
1
currently
second, I'll tell you.
137. I'm not done yet. I don't know how far I am from done, but I can't imagine there's too much left. But I kind of I've kind of set a challenge for myself where I'm going to see as much of this game as I can before I play it, or before I beat it, because I don't think I'm going to pick it up again afterward. So it's all like, enjoy it while it lasts.
I don't have my game open, but I think I'm like 140-ish or 130-ish.
Okay, I was about 120, 110, I think, when I finished the game. I was just curious about that in terms of how well they managed to get people to a roughly equivalent point, or how over-leveled.
Yeah,
or
I had originally said
that you can get.
I'd originally said 110 because I wasn't. It looked like I was about to win, and then I was far from it. It's like, okay, never mind.
I think I was at about 106 when I got to Millennia, and then decided it was time to grind for a bit because wow,
I think I was about 90 for Millennia, and then I got like massive soul infusions from the next few bosses that took me to the end.
Yeah, I didn't grind per se, like, farming or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's just that I kept getting a whole bunch of souls, but rather than just blow it on like stones or shit I didn't need or whatever, to keep myself at 110, I decided, nah, fuck it, I'll just keep leveling then.
I ask because I have kind of, I guess, weird relationship with open world games in that it sounds like I'm complete opposite to most of you guys, where the act of exploring without any directional purpose given to me to go in that direction beyond maybe find stuff is very taxing to me, and I lose patience for it incredibly quickly. Like,
I can see where you're coming from on that, because I would say, like, having explored for this long, I am very fatigued of the eco-friendliness going on. There is too much recycling going on, and it's wearing on me. It's actually to the point where I thought of saying, just fuck it, I'm going to complete the game now. I'm over this. But then, I come back later and I keep exploring, and now I'm stuck. I'm like, okay, maybe I'm not going to complete it. So it's like, I can see exactly where you're coming from, because, take too long, you can see a little too much recycling, and it can get boring.
It's the recycling among a bunch of other things, because for me, by the time I was in Altus, I couldn't do it anymore. I just ran straight to Lanedell. I couldn't make myself... I couldn't make myself just run around on the vague promises of stuff to find anymore, because make no mistake, there is always stuff to find, but it wasn't things that were engaging me, and I couldn't handle it anymore. I knew I was missing Gelmir. I'd seen a pathway up there, but I just wanted it to end. I wanted to go feel like I had a reason to go in the directions I was going.
It might seem like kind of a strange point, but I sort of like that almost everything you find is not that big of a deal. Like no reward in any one of the like mini dungeons that you're around is like, oh man, this is the thing that's going to turn the game around for me, or this is going to make me twice as strong as I was. It's like, oh, here's a weapon that I don't know I can maybe use if I respec or something, or yeah, I just got some smithing stones. It's cool, and
Yeah,
I kind of like that it's not like, oh, you have to do this one because it has the real valuable weapon. And
well, I think you're right. You're right, but you're also incorrect, because sometimes it does have the real valuable one, because Gale Tunnel, some random dungeon in the middle of nowhere, has Moonveil.
And to be fair, I never got Moonveil and didn't
Yeah.
use any katanas, so
And
fuck
it's
me.
not as if you need those things to like break the game wide open. That's far from necessary. It's a Souls game. You just can use them if you want them.
Go ahead.
Yeah, as I was just saying, like sometimes there is like a big cool weapon to find. Sometimes it's just smithing stones, and I do agree that it shouldn't be dramatically important in the grand scheme of things if I'm just going around doing a catacomb.
I think then it is probably time, since we're already almost there, to just talk about how does it fare as an open world game.
For me, I normally don't really like open world games in the sense that we know them.
Same.
So I was pretty happy with this one because I didn't really want it to end.
Yeah. I'm to that. Like,
I
how long
was-
have I been playing? 117 hours, and I don't think I'm even close to done yet.
150 for me. Started a new game plus run on PC, and I've been streaming it on PlayStation.
Yeah, because I was just like, ooh, where's this going? It's like, oh shit, there's like a whole nother area I'm exploring. It's like, okay, but after this, I'm done, right? Like I can go to, oh, there's another area. Okay, now fought this main boss. Oh, I'm just gonna get teleported to this completely different area as well. It's like, oh Jesus. Okay.
Just real quick. So someone said, "Are you not going to talk about the horse then?" It's like, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 subjects I've got left listed. So
Okay.
and we are 5 hours and 20 minutes in.
The horse,
nice way to get around. I hate fighting on it.
Well, we're on open world for now. We'll come back to the horse.
Okay. Well, that's all I'm saying. I don't have much to say at all about the horse.
Oh, I have plenty to say about it. So anyway, Hope of Will. I'm pretty much lined up entirely with metal, and I think this is going to be a big old subjectism for me, because I just love the way everything looks in this world. I really get a good sense of exploring places rather than just repeated assets. Though I think if I were more cynical, or if someone were to show me how much everything is similar, maybe I could be changed on that. But I was just enjoying my time, especially with the vista changes. There are some areas that are so impactful to me stylistically that I was just like, man, I'm just happy to be here. I don't care what loot there is or what enemies there are. I'm just happy to be here.
I like it.
On that point, there are some like really cinematic, almost like you'll turn a corner and it seems like they've just upped the render distance for that particular area, where you'll see like a big fucking building etched into a mountain or something, and you're just like, holy fuck, this looks actually cinematic, as if they pre-recorded, but they didn't, because you literally just turned the corner yourself.
For any shit I might give the open world, which is mostly a personal thing, I cannot deny that the way they use their space is very impressive in places. They do really well with the sense of scale, because you can tell it's you know the view from Firelink Shrine where you've got these giant walls rising up all around you.
Yeah.
It felt like with that, it's like they want to make the full world, but they can't. And here they're finally allowed. Okay, we can take the scale of Lordran and we can just make that. We can make the entire thing.
I was blown away by how there wasn't really anything I ever saw in the distance that I couldn't just walk over to.
Yeah.
The Divine Towers are the most impressive one for that for me.
Yeah,
like,
which has always been. Yeah, that's always been a staple of Souls, and then they like upped it to the nth degree on this one. So
So Dark Souls 1 gets appreciated for the fact that there are some areas where logistically you should be able to see other areas from there, and you can see they've attempted to recreate it as a background. And it's like, that's really cool, nice, but it's not actually there, it hasn't been loaded.
No.
This game was
But the
like,
fact of the matter
nah,
is
we're
The
going full chat on
realization of
this.
that, yeah.
You see this
Yeah.
over there? You can jump on this.
The funny part being
touch
Dark
it.
Souls 2's, like, it can't, because there are places that are inside the current places that it can't make any fucking sense at all. So it's just like, ugh.
But it's
wanna go to that-
in its incompleteness.
The first time,
Hey, you want to go to that
I went
tower?
into the underworld, I was like, "Oh no, is this some Dark Souls 2 shit where I went down into a elevator and somehow there's like a big world with a night sky under here?" And then I was like, "What? Nope, it's not that." And it quickly turned into like one of my favorite areas, just aesthetically. It looks
loved,
so fucking cool down there.
Nokron. It's just like, felt like a death city, basically.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was a creepy one. I thought what was crazy is when I realized that the shooting star after the Radon fight actually just blew a crater into
Yeah.
the world that revealed an entire other map underground. I was like, oh, okay, this is what I'm doing today then.
Oh, that was a really... I mean, we're kind of drifting into just talking about how much stuff there is in this game, but I had started up a stream with the intention to just carry on with... I was talking to Ronnie, and she was like, I need a thing, and I was like, yeah, I guess we can go get that thing. And I was like, it's going to be at that crash site, and I was like, yeah, okay. And I went there, and then I was just like, wait, and it's just like, welcome to a whole city, and you're going to have to... I spent the whole stream just doing that. I was just like, well... Side quests in this, or little tangential moments, or even just a small doorway can lead to enormous pieces of content. And you're just like, whoa.
And you can
Which-
just miss it. You can just miss huge amounts of content if you don't
Yeah, I've
explore.
Yeah,
missed
this
so
game
much
doesn't give a
just by
shit.
getting minor sidetracked.
This game couldn't give less of a fuck if you didn't play all of it. It's just like, you do whatever the fuck you want. And you're like, wow.
No.
Hey, thanks, man.
That's
if you ever
classic
see a
From
coffin by a cliff, check to see if it's an elevator.
Trust me, okay? Yeah, and Nokron,
Also,
by the
apparently,
way, reminded me of the DLC city in DS2. I was like, please don't be that shit. Just be good. Remember that place? Guys, do you remember the Torment?
Never played the DLC in Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 didn't deserve that much attention.
I'm pretty
DLC.
sure I did. Is that the one where is it the Fume Night at the end of it?
I can't remember. No, I think it's,
No,
it's like
that's-
the
that's
Queen of
Sid,
Poison or
right?
whatever she is. Well, so it's the place, funnily enough, where Fortea found the safety square.
Did you guys know that I'm pretty sure Dark Souls 2 had the highest Metacritic score of every FromSoft game until Elden Ring came out. Did you know that? Higher than Dark Souls 1 and 3
Beautiful.
and Sekiro
Let's
Okay,
talk
well,
about
Bloodborne.
let's talk
I'm
about
just-
and Demon
that
Souls.
site and how
Let's
good
talk
it
about
is.
how games journalists don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Oh, we already
Yeah,
know?
they like
Okay.
Elden.
Yeah, Demon Souls had an 89. I'm pretty sure Dark Souls had a 90, and then Dark Souls 2 had 91.
Dark Souls 2's
How?
biggest achievement is being Dark Souls' son.
Yeah, no. Actually, Dark Souls had 89, and then Dark Souls 2 got a 91, and then Dark Souls 3, I think, got an 89.
That
Yeah.
fucking game rides Dark Souls coattails hardcore.
Yeah. What's
Did you
Sekiro
like
get?
the Ornstein fight? Wow.
We need to not start talking about the horrors of Dark Souls 2, because it'll be here for so long.
Send
Wait,
H
what did
Bomber got the
Bloodborne
link.
get? Oh, Bloodborne did better than Dark Souls 2. There you go. Alright, that
Well,
was
see,
a mistake.
Bloodborne.
It got 1 point
Bloodborne's
higher.
Success. I think Bloodborne's success is kind of interesting because I think I could almost entirely knock that down to the time it was released and being a PS4 exclusive at a time when there are hardly any games on PlayStation. So I honestly think that Bloodborne got a lot of people who never would have tried Dark Souls 3 to be like, okay, well, this is the new big
You might be right
thing.
about that, yeah.
Like,
I will also go as far as saying Bloodborne is just like Eldritch plus Victorian, like
Yeah.
two
So
biggest.
First,
Cool.
first
Fuck
half,
me with
first
that.
half's a Bram
But I mean-
Stoker's book. Second half's a
Like
Lovecraft book.
Yeah, it's just the style of that game. Oh, so gorgeous.
It's wonderful. But I mean, the biggest thing with that game was that shields suck, right? So they took it away, and that was like
There's
pretty
only
ingenious.
there's two shields in it. One of them's pretty much useless. One of them's a magic shield. Like, it's not proof of fucking anything.
Yeah,
but passivity, Mauler, engenders passivity.
There are people who were telling us in chat, like, shield play, like, a gameplay could fuck Millennia up, and I was just like, shut up. Like, but also good that there's shield builds, because that's fine. It's not engendering passivity.
I still kind of wonder though where Bloodborne would be on my hierarchy of which of the From games I like the most if it ran at like a proper frame rate, because it still makes me sad that one's stuck at struggling to sometimes hit 30. And
it would definitely be higher for me because that's one of my major.
It's honestly it's my biggest problem with it. Like, I was like, Bloodborne's great, but it kind of runs like trash.
Oh, dude,
Amelia plays at fucking 5 FPS. Like,
give us a PC release and we'll talk.
I follow a Twitter account called Bloodborne on PC, and just every day it posts as of like March 19th, 2022, Bloodborne has not been announced for PC. And it's every single day.
It's not okay. The frame rate is not okay.
That's not okay.
Some guy made like a patch for it himself where he made it so
Lance McDonald.
Yeah, it might be him. He made it so you could play at 720 instead of 1080, and that unlocked the frame rate. Or he managed to get the frame rate up to 60 FPS.
Yeah, with a PS4 Pro running it at 720, and you need to like jailbreak or have like a dev kit PS4 Pro in order to do it. But I gotta admit, there was part of me that was like, should I go through what it takes to do this?
Yeah,
but, I never did. But I'm kind of just hoping it comes out on PC.
Yeah, he shows some gameplay of the Amelia fight when he makes her bleed, and it's just like, oh my god, that looks so good.
Dude, the game honestly will look so much better if the frame rate was stable. Damn.
And it'll play better too.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say it's not even just about looks. It's just that there's so much delay in the game, and I think that's because of the frame rate.
That's what I always say to people. Well, like, there's kind of a meme on like the Geeks and Gamers streams that I'm like obsessed with frame rate. And I'm just like, guys, you can't make the argument that you care about gameplay and not graphics, and then don't care about frame rate.
I was about to say, how can you not be obsessed with frame rate when you're a gamer?
Right.
Big gamer exposed.
Big game awards. You
can say game awards on stream.
I will
frame rate is a game award.
Oh my god, you said it again.
I will happily sacrifice like graphics for FPS any day.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. And I do too, because I remember there. In fact, I remember in Neo when it came out on the PlayStation 4, it had a graphics mode and a performance mode. Yeah, and it was great to have the option.
A lot of the games that are coming out now on like PS5 and Xbox have that option, performance and like fidelity, which is good that exists.
Yeah,
it is good. I worry though that as this generation plugs along, that
they'll get rid of it. Yeah,
Lord to be like, okay, well, we're releasing The Last of Us Part 3, and it needs to look super real. We need to see the testosterone leaking out of Abby's cheeks.
I remember when Uncharted 4 was. God damn, that was a while ago. Actually, when Uncharted 4 was coming out, there was a talk of aiming for 60 FPS across the board. And then when the game eventually came out, they went 30 FPS for single player, and then 60 FPS for console. And it's just like, the reason why that happens is because graphics sells. You need them fancy schmancy graphics.
And you want to know one of the reasons why that is? Because when you do television commercials like Celestial TV,
that's always going to be
exactly. So they say, okay, we need the commercials because the normies don't understand frame rate, but they'll see really realistic looking high fidelity graphics and be like, oh, that must be a good video game.
It's super interesting to me because Call of Duty was pretty consistently going for higher frame rates on consoles back in the day. And I don't know that and I don't know that it's a surprise that Call of Duty ended up being so successful, perhaps in part because all of the games heavily prioritized running well over graphics. at
Did
the
I say
time. I don't
celestial
know.
TV?
I don't know if
I
that's
meant
true anymore.
terrestrial. Sorry, I
I'm
just
not
saw in
sure
the chat.
that's
I think I might
right.
have said celestial.
Celestial
I didn't mean-
TV.
Celestial
I meant
television. Yeah.
terrestrial TV. I'm just
Welcome
I'm
to
stupid.
God TV. It's me,
Celestial.
God. Yeah, no, frame rate's super important, but it does feel like as each generation presses on, we just kind of give up.
Yeah.
I remember that at the end of the PS3 360 gen, holy shit. Grand Theft
Yeah,
Auto
it's
5
getting rough.
runs like utter dog shit on PS3.
Honestly,
it's
it's
awful.
one of the points I made in the God of War video that I made a video just going over every game in the God of War series, is that is a series that seems like it is designed for the generation after the game's release. Because God of War 1 and 2 play better in the PS3 HD version that came out. Like the performance is much more consistent. The controls feel more responsive. It's just overall better. God of War 3 plays better in its PS4 remaster, and God of War 2018 played a lot better on PS5, and I mean now it's on PC and you can run it at whatever you want. But I was like, man, it always seems like they're making this series so that it looks absolutely incredible, but they're pushing the hardware that they're releasing it on like a generation ahead of where it needs to be.
So that's kind of the problem is that here's the awkward truth is people care about graphics more than performance. They do, because if they didn't, games wouldn't be made this way. They would all prioritize performance over graphics. There used to be a time when performance did matter more than graphics. PlayStation 2 generation, the amount of games that ran at like 60 frames per second, it would surprise you how many games were running, like Jak and Daxter, Ratchet and Clank, Devil May Cry. A whole bunch of games were going for better performance over graphics. Something changed with the PS3 360 generation, though. I don't know what happened. Something changed. We pushed hardcore for graphics that were like beyond what the hardware was ever capable of.
Is why it's
there was
kind
a
of nuts if
significant
you
trade-off.
go back and fire up games from the PS3 360 era on a decent PC now. If you get the Steam versions or GOG versions of them, they look and play incredibly. Like you're just like, wow,
yeah.
I don't remember Spec Ops: The Line being this awesome. Like I thought it was
Spec Ops,
a game that had like a good story, but like no, it actually looks pretty good in motion if you're running it on hardware that can handle it.
So someone said lots of N64 catalog runs at 60 was something that became very apparent during the sixth. Yeah, that was the sixth generation PS2 Xbox.
N64 only has one 60 FPS game. It's F-Zero.
That's what yeah, like I actually didn't think that was the case because it was the gen after that it was like, okay, we passed like the very beginnings of 3D. We're now into like proper 3D, and we can try and push that. There were a lot of innovations at that time in terms of hiding loading screens and just really pushing performance. But then something changed. Do you guys remember that Killzone 2 pre-rendered
that might have been that actually might have been the thing, the thing that did it, because everyone was like, "Oh my god, that looks like real life."
Well, it was MotorStorm, and the thing is, you look at those now, it's still kind of beyond what can be achieved in real time. But it's like, shit, you put that into people's minds that that's what we're going for in terms of graphics, well beyond what even the PS4 can do. You just end up in this problem where you have to push so hard for graphics that it's just beyond what the console can do. And the reality is that like most people are pretty chill with that, because if they weren't, it wouldn't happen.
I think
people like graphics.
I don't necessarily think that people are okay with it. I think it's just easier for companies to sell their game if it looks amazing when they're advertising.
You can't
really like go and
rates.
say like, oh, this game plays at 120 FPS perfectly. Like that doesn't really sell as well as showing like a really high graphic picture.
I think that's
video.
Still indicative of a bottom-up problem, that it is easier to convince people to buy a game because of how good it looks, without any consideration for how well it plays.
I would also go as far as saying
but
there are plenty of Bloodborne players that are like, "Oh, it's such a good game." You're like, "What about the FPS?" And they'll be like, "Huh?"
Yeah, they don't even know what you're talking about.
What does that matter? Human beings can only see in 30
wow.
FPS,
Wow.
and then you degrade
I'm not sure if you guys remember, but
instantly develop when I hear that.
Miyazaki actually, when he was talking about Bloodborne, I think he tried to defend the 30 FPS option, saying that it was like better for action. Fuck, I don't want to I just remember that there was a quote from him about Bloodborne frame rate. Let me see if I can find it.
This is gonna make me lose respect for Miyazaki.
Well, so I guess the thing is that I don't even know if it was like a decision that he gets to make. Oh, okay. So he hopes that you will be kind with Bloodborne's frame rate. Hold on.
Okay, that's
be kind.
So obviously, whatever we can do within the technical limitations, while making sure we deliver the best thing we possibly can for Bloodborne. And I understand that there are many voices saying, "Why aren't you running at 60 FPS?" And I get it, but at the same time, we're not here to make excuses for why we can't do it. This is where we are. The reality is, it's running, and it's the best of what can offer for Bloodborne today. Let me see if I can find the. Oh, here it is. So oh no, it wasn't him. It was a producer. A Bloodborne producer said oh god, holy shit. There was so he said there was some miscommunication in that particular QA in which the subtle nuance was misunderstood. Oh no, the original story. So this is what was said.
We'll get there.
Sorry, it's
getting
just
closer.
The producer said that from the beginning, quote, "We weren't targeting 60 FPS because it's not first-person shooting; it's an action game."
Oh,
that was the original quote.
Whoa.
How do you develop games and say that?
I don't know that there is any game except maybe South Park: The Stick of Truth and the Fractured Butthole that has ever benefited from having a lower frame rate. I don't know what that means for it. That it's better that you've got less information coming to you.
I think you could even probably make the argument the South Park games, if they were running at 60, they might actually end up looking better than the show.
Well, that's the thing. Stick of Truth is running at 60. It's just the animations aren't.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
so
right.
it's still 60. But they just kept it down to low animations on the animation assets to make it look like the show.
Something that I found really frustrating about the discussion, I remember I don't know if it happens anymore because of performance options and stuff, but the PlayStation 4 and the PlayStation 3, like the PlayStation 2, were more than capable of running games at 60 FPS, just at lower graphics. That's it. Like there is no console that is going to become incapable of achieving something. Like post PS2, you can achieve a level of fidelity that will give you 60 FPS. The question is whether you feel like it, whether you want to make that decision for a game.
It's the priorities of the fidelity targets. And I think that Nintendo's first party games for the most part are pretty decent with this. The sad exception being Breath of the Wild, which I think has the Bloodborne problem of this game's really good, but man, does it run like crap. But when you have things like Mario Kart and Smash Brothers, even Mario Odyssey, they all run at 60, even though they're on the Switch, which is significantly less powerful than my phone. So
it's about your priorities. Nintendo tends to prioritize a higher frame rate for the sake of gameplay. It's super important. And it is important because when people say that I can't see, it's like, well, that's not true. But even if that was true, you can feel the difference.
Yeah, you're getting twice the amount of visual information to react to, and the input lag is half as long. So no matter what, it will make the gameplay better, whether you're perceiving it or not.
And, I suppose the important point to address would be, well, why don't we always push for then 120? But at that point, it's just about feasibility. Most people's TVs only display 60 hertz refresh rate.
My answer to that would be why indeed. Let's do it. Let's go for 120.
Let's push even further. Go for 120. I guess it's just because there's very few films or television shows that are more than 24 frames per second. So
yeah, well, and I mean, and for live action, that's always the debate that comes up. We might get
for something you watch, it doesn't matter because I'm not interacting with it. When I watch it, it's fine. When I'm playing it, you definitely feel it. It's definitely something you feel when you play games on PC. It's like, I want to play Uncharted 4. Holy shit. Like, god damn.
Also, when you see live action footage above 24 frames a second, it looks fake. Like it kind of ends up looking
it
like a
looks
reality
very
show.
smooth.
Like, yeah.
I think it's because reality shows do display it at higher rates, right?
And sports often do as well. But there's just an element that it pulls you out of, say, like a cinematic experience. Did anyone ever see the Hobbit in the high frame rate modes in the theaters?
Yep.
I don't think they ever released them with that. But what I found with that is it made any dialogue scene look ridiculous. But then like in the second one, when you'd see Smaug, he'd look really good because it kind of removes a layer of Uncanny Valley. And one layer of Uncanny Valley between you and live action actors, I think, makes things look more cinematic and a little more dreamy, a little more like a movie. But then you see a computer animated character there and they have that little bit of unrealism to it. So if you remove that layer of Uncanny Valley from that and up the frame rate on it, computer animated characters can end up looking more real than they did at a lower frame rate. And that's kind of why I think video games tend to look a lot better in higher frame rate modes than not.
Seeing something interesting in chat. Someone said, I worked on Need for Speed for PlayStation 1. We shipped at 30 FPS, but we all played Daytona and loved 60 FPS. Yeah, I imagine that a lot of the time the decision is like beyond
marketing, probably
there
publishers.
Are like broader objectives that need to be achieved. Like with Battlefield, graphics is always a big push. With like Naughty Dog games, it's always a big push. In fact, pretty much all of Sony's first-party games make a big push for graphics. Nintendo, I guess, has an advantage in that their games are never trying to be cutting edge. So, like, there is no expectation there of delivering. But, I mean, I do want... We will end this tangent shortly, but just one more thought I had was, I wonder how long it's going to be before it just becomes increasingly unfeasible for developers to push graphics further. You know, like...
It's going to be so costly.
My thought is soon because of costs, and I think things like the launch of Battlefield 2042 is a good indicator that maybe the ultra AAA super big budget Hollywood blockbuster games are hitting a bit of a ceiling as far as how much money they're costing versus how much they're making back.
Because the thing is that we can do a lot better with like video game graphics are not close to what you can achieve with like pre-rendered CGI stuff, but it's not about that. It's a matter of feasibility. How many people do you need to make all of this stuff? How long is it going to take? Yeah. Who knows? Sorry, that was a long tangent.
No, that's just alien to this show. I
We never have tangents.
Long tangent bad.
Long tangent bad.
I suppose, can we round off the open world discussion if that's possible?
It is definitely jam packed with shit to do, and not in the annoying sense where you got to go and do time trial races or collect flags.
I was about to say, collect 10
it's like
flags.
Because all that stupid like busy work that's clearly in there to break your experience apart. It's like, no, the game is still grounded in the story and the world and everything like that, and all of the side paths usually lead to sweet loot or a boss fight or both, and it's just kind of fun to find all the cool shit that you can use as a tangible reward later for all kinds of crazy experiences. So rather than just concept art, so it's good as an open world game. I like it. It's refreshing.
Are we just an open world or open world versus the
prior
old school?
the approach they've had in their other games, which funnily enough there are differences in each of the Souls games for how they've done it, but this one feels like the broadest departure compared to the rest.
Well, if you had to make me choose between the two, I would go with the older format, to be honest with you. Like, I like this open world, but not more than like the Dark Souls 3 type of world.
Because one thing that I know we've discussed a bit before is that if you know the game, like you know where things are and where to find them, or you have access to Google, you can get super empowered immediately as you start your playthrough.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think VaatiVidya made like a 30-minute video on how to become uber powerful before the first boss or something.
Yeah.
I made a video on Gaming with Geeks that showing people how to, from the tutorial, like from once you exit into Limgrave, how to get the Sword of Night and Flame and go to a place where you could level yourself up to the stats to use it within 90 minutes.
Yeah.
So like, less than 2 hours, you can have what was at least one of the most powerful weapons in the game. I actually got it for X-Ray Girl, my wife. She's never played a FromSoft game before and still summons me during boss fights, but we have a good time.
Because in the older games, the areas were usually, blocked off behind bosses and stuff. So you couldn't really go and get whatever weapon you wanted and then go and farm or find the upgrade materials that you needed the same way you can in Elden Ring. Because, again, like, getting a really OP upgrade material was usually tied to being behind a pretty strong boss most of the time. So it's easier to get overpowered in this game than it is in the other ones.
I think it might be actually the easiest to get powerful as a mage early on, because you can just go to not to Kayla, to the Rotten Swamp, which I think you can go to almost immediately if you just right there. And you can get the Meteorite Staff, which is super powerful. You can't upgrade that thing, but it's already powerful. And basically right next to it is the Rock Fling spell, which is arguably the best spell in the game, if you ask me. Because it staggers like crazy, deals good amount of damage, has incredible range.
Yeah, from what I saw your playthrough, that seemed like the move.
That thing is just a stagger machine. Like dragons, 3 casts, stagger, no problem. Yeah, you can get that pretty early on. But yeah, later on you want something else, obviously. But for like early to probably early late game even, you can use that thing, no problemo, because that incredible sorcery scaling, like over 200, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So it's like incredibly good.
So I feel as though the open world is really neat in that I can run around anywhere and basically be entertained with whatever I'm finding and get a good sense of, oh, I shouldn't be here yet, or hey, this seems like kind of a place I should be. However, I think this is where I'm going with this conversation, has the effect of allowing me to snowball through the entire game. We mentioned this a couple of times, I just want to be more specific with this. Basically, like, you can build a momentum, and that is that if you are, like, over-leveled for, let's say, Margit, the kill him, and then his souls push you up. Oh, echoes. No, fuck. Runes. His juice pushes you.
Them all.
You're already too much for him, and it pushes you past that, and then everything in the area following him, you're just gonna make it through with mostly not dying, and that means you basically eat everything, like rune-wise. And that just can keep going and going and going to the point where, as Theo was describing, I do think that that's more of a consequence of having it be open world sometimes. You can spend some time running around, and then you go back to playing like Dark Souls designed dungeons or castles, and you just fucking slaughter everything in them. Meanwhile, and Dark Souls 1 seems to me to be like just the best example of this. Like, it feels so much more handcrafted to the point where that, as a problem, is mitigated to a significant degree. You can still cause it to happen, but it seems much less likely to happen.
Because they can control.
You kind of have to really push through.
They do a really good job of controlling what you have access to and when is the big thing that makes it distinct.
Not to mention, when it's a much more crafted experience like that, it feels like a lot of the places feel more special in terms of like enemy design, aesthetic, and bosses especially, because I feel like this game, having as many bosses as it was like let the experience down later. Because
they started to become like lollipops. You go through an area and you're like, here's your boss. What is it? It's like, it's this guy. You remember him? You're like, okay, yeah.
I just had that one. Okay.
I don't want to. I can't relate my experience to your guys, so I don't want to spend too long on it. But that was basically my experience of interacting with the open world. Was I'd see a path that I have a narrative reason to go down, and then I'd feel a compulsion to just run off in some other direction because, I don't know, maybe there's stuff that way. and I'd stumble into catacombs or ruins full of haphazardly placed enemies that were like easy to get past and had no real thought into how they were positioned relative to one another. Then maybe I'd go down through uninspired level design to find a boss that's terrible and dies in like 2 or 3 hits. And that was all of it.
Damn.
That was everything I did.
It seems like that is kind of the
hollowing.
story with the catacombs and stuff. But I think you actually hit the nail on the head earlier, Theo, when you compared them to the Chalice dungeons from Bloodborne. That's basically what a lot of the catacombs are.
But they
No,
look
I
as well.
guess they're
That's my
more
immediate thoughts,
designed
like,
though,
oh,
because
catacombs.
the Chalice dungeons were procedural, right? Like they weren't.
Yeah, and they were tile based, so it looked like a lot of swappables kept showing up.
Yeah.
Which, I was actually saying this to Theo the other day, but it felt like the catacombs were procedurally generated and then taken by the dev to look at and be like, this is good enough, or we need to move this here and this here, otherwise it's broken.
I guess to round off from my perspective, I never felt like my time was being respected unless I was doing critical path content or something constructed in that way. And then it felt like I was just playing Dark Souls 3, which is level design wise worse than Dark Souls 1, and I get sad again.
I think it's honestly hard for them to make strong level design when you've got this much game. Eventually, and it does seem like it's like places were designed and then they were placed in the big map that some guy was working on with some other people, and it's like, all right, we got, Stormvale is done. It's like, all right, put it here. That should probably work out just fine. And it's like, that really works. That's great. This is everything. It's like, I've done my castle. What one's yours? It's like Castle Wumbo, and you're like, oh fuck.
I need to change that name.
Put it there. It's like, okay, there it goes. It's like, all right, what are we gonna put in this? It's like, I don't know, put fucking Ultimate Tree Spirit in there. I don't know, whatever.
Another one.
I guess I'd want to be sympathetic in that, with this much space to cover, having like rigorously designed content throughout all of it that is rewarding to engage with as opposed to gives you rewards, is like, that's an incredibly difficult thing to do. But that's why I think the ambition of filling all of that space might be misguided in the first place.
So you're kind of with me in the sense that you think the game would benefit from being a little smaller?
Either smaller or, unironically, emptier.
Actually, that might be kind of what I was going to bring up, is that I think that if you focus in on stuff like the catacombs and mines and the things that seem similar to each other, it's easy to forget that a lot of the stuff, like just the way the land and the mountains and the rocks and stuff are formed, where there's just like little structures or bombed out villages, or not bombed out, but like dragon burnt or whatever. And I actually think that the just outside in the game is pretty cool a lot of the times, and there is some interesting stuff to engage in outside, as opposed to like this just open space until I find my next dungeon to go into.
This is maybe me being too poisoned against the game, but I never felt the same degree of atmosphere and atmospheric storytelling that Dark Souls was able to pull off, where the way the place looks, and I guess an easy comparison is Blighttown. Blighttown, that area is like a masterclass. That area is a masterclass in visual storytelling, with the enormous, huge structures that have this bit of this shanty town built around them, which then creates a really engaging level in and of itself. I never really got that in this game, except maybe with Nokron, and maybe some of the legacy dungeons. But even then, they're just it was missing something. It felt. Don't know how to put it.
Well, that's the thing. I think it's a super controversial thing to say, but imagine take half of the dungeons out of this game and use that time to be spent on refining the current ones in all different ways.
Because the capital, for example, I really enjoyed the capital because that felt like
pretty cool.
That was you got all the shortcuts, and it was like one of the only places where it's like, oh man, I could really use like a grace right now because I'm running out of resources. I need a safe spot or a shortcut, please.
Oh yeah, Kayla does quite well in terms of visual storytelling as well.
Yeah.
You can tell stuff happened there.
It was like a scarred landscape, basically.
Yeah, the rest of the world I found really. I don't want to use the word hollow because then I sound like a fucking video essayist.
Chilling.
And yeah, someone was just highlighting as well. It's like you might encounter a problem if you start emptying the world. In that some of these caves are literally very tiny caves at the side of a mountain, very easy to miss as openings to dungeons. And then it's like, so wait, are we saying we should implement some kind of system that's like, you know, I've got the dungeon horn. When I blow it, it takes me to any dungeon I haven't been to. It's like,
a dungeon horn.
The thing it's not the same kind of experience at all. So the comparison isn't fully apt, but I guess just as a display that this sort of thing is possible, I want to point at Shadow of the Colossus.
Oh yeah, that is a very
Awesome
empty
game.
open world in a sense.
Yeah.
That's not a criticism.
That game is not full of stuff. It doesn't need to be full of stuff to do what it's trying to do with its space. And I don't know that Elden Ring needs to be full of stuff for its space to have the effect that it needs.
I feel like they should have just had less space, honestly. Like, I like the amount of stuff going on, but maybe they should have done, like, less space.
I'm hesitant to say that because they use the scale to good effect, you know?
Well, yeah, sure, but maybe just lessen the scale a little bit, and you'd still have a good game.
Sure, but I'm trying to piece together what they were trying to do, I guess, and how I think would be a better way of representing what they were aiming for. Of course, this is me not being cynical and saying they wanted to make an open world game because that shit sells like hotcakes.
This dude sounds like this isn't this. This is Theo, who was on EFAP. Jeez.
Who's this duding me?
This dude feels like he just wants Dark Souls 1. It's like, well...
I am mad it's not Dark Souls, actually. Yes, you're right.
Well, this is kind of what I was going to say. If anyone pushed back on that, I'd be like, well, I mean, wouldn't that make sense if you thought Dark Souls 1 was superior?
Not just superior. I think it is something special in and of its own right. I think that there is a lot about Dark Souls 1 that makes it good outside of it just being le hard action game or whatever. And I think that all of that has been lost as FromSoft have gone forward. And that's why I'm annoyed.
Yeah, I think it's impossible not to compare these games to their predecessors because it's all being built on itself and they're making decisions to change certain ideas when I think all of us can agree there are some ideas that's like, oh, you shouldn't have changed that one. That one was a neat one.
The easy one is why'd they change the healing system?
Again, they change it every single time and they'll never be as good as Dark Souls 1. For a quick...
I don't mind the healing system.
It's so Dark Souls, well, yeah, let's just do a quick version, right? Dark Souls 1's healing system was, we're going to build these landscapes and enemies based around the fact that we assume everyone's pretty much going to have 5, but they might have 10 Estus if they sacrifice some humanities. And then the pro players will have unlocked 20, but at that point, you know, it's nothing to worry about. That's just something they're using to benefit themselves. So most places will be balanced around the fact that you can make a certain amount of mistakes, which are tied to how much you can heal. That's how Dark Souls 1 ran. It was really fucking cool, really simple, and it just creates a very balanced way of dictating difficulty. DS2 fucked everything. It gave you loads of health. It has no idea what it's doing. It's a spazzing out game. It's just like, oh, health, me. Dark Souls 3 was like, we're kind of going with a different idea now. We're gonna give you can find resources in the world that can increase the amount you get and the potency of them. And to the point where I'm pretty sure most people who played Dark Souls up to that point was like, man, this is a lot of health. You're giving me a lot of health. Bloodborne has its own mistakes, but there's things I like and things I don't like about that health system. The fact
Having
that
to farm it is a big problem.
Yeah, that should have just been removed. There's just no reason for that to be there.
Why is there no minimum amount? I don't understand.
Exactly.
Or even past a certain point. Like if they say, okay, if you get past Vicar Amelia, you fill up to 20 blood vials after every rest.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And a big thing as well is the vials in that game, they just get upgraded automatically if you level health. By the nature of the fact that they're percentage heals, which I don't even know that they recognized how significant that is in terms of changing how difficult the game is. I don't know. Because in this game, I remember I got a lot of flasks at one point, but I hadn't gone past +6, and I realized, like, man, it takes like 4 of these to heal my health bar to full when it got absurd, and I was just like, yeah, I need to actually get the quality upgrades, sort of. But Bloodborne doesn't have that problem.
Even at max quality, I'm still using 2 flasks to heal from almost dead, which I think is a little on the strange side.
I don't know if that's okay. That might be okay because of the amount of flasks you have. This is the thing.
Maybe, but I guess if you're also using magic, then like those same charges are going towards your mana also.
True. But yeah, so this game, it's like a variation on DS3's systems. So that's the quick version. Do you want to open with what you hate about it, Theo? Presumably.
About what specifically?
Healing.
Oh, healing. I don't know where to start really, because it just lets you get so overpowered, and there's no reason for it to ever have changed from how it was in Dark Souls 1. Like, by the end of this game, you end up with it's not as bad as DS3, so I guess credit there, but you end up with such an insane Estus Flask by the end of these last few games that it's much easier to just trade and steamroll your way through whatever challenging endgame content there is, unless it has something like lifesteal going on.
Which is interesting, right? Because we combo that up with the other things we've been highlighting about the lack of balance. So if my Mimic, for any reason, should not be able to tank something, or if it dies, I'm like, well, I've still got all of this, so I should be alright.
Mm-hmm. Like, I remember I did actually... It was mostly a subconscious thing, but I did have to handicap myself a bit when fighting Malekith, so I didn't just blast him. Because I had so much damage and so much healing by that point in the game, because I had snowballed and gotten overpowered and had a well-upgraded Estus Flask.
Yeah, and this one's just a little bit complicated, I suppose. With the criticism is coming in with balance. But I know a lot of people would just be like, "Isn't this going to depend on how good you are?" And pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Nearly every balance factor in a From game can be chalked up to, well, if you're good enough, you don't need to worry about that.
My criticism of the Ashes is that you don't even need to fucking swing your sword sometimes, so at that point, at least with healing, it's like, alright, but what if you're really bad? It's just like, well, I guess that just comes into talking about the challenging nature of the games as a whole, right? Like, if you can only land one hit per 10 hours, if you have 10 trillion Estus Flasks, I guess you'll make it.
Yep.
But nobody would play that game. Like, if that was the parameters of it. It's like, so what's the right decision then? It's like, well, we know that DS2 is definitely not the fucking way. 100 heals, plus your Estus, plus all those other items you can find. It's like, that is a fucking bloated mess, so definitely not that.
I just like to reference the thing after my second playthrough where I just go all the healing items in my inventory, like 1 million in there after I beat the game.
And you never get past using life gems because you restock them with leftover souls.
Yeah, it's so easy.
It's not even a risk reward or offset with, you spend it on your levels or your health. It's none of that. Sorry, anyway, but yeah, I think the healing's probably a bit much in this game, but it's lower down on my list of complaints, I would say.
How do we
I would agree.
How do we put in the reallocation of flasks in this regard? Because with my mage build, I had to sacrifice a bunch of my health for FP.
That's an opinion I've been cooking, and I wonder if FP is the way to go, or if the memory system...
Yeah, because
maybe they shouldn't be allocating them that way. Maybe it should be that health, Estus, and then pots for restoring mana are just their own things.
Yeah,
it seems like an interesting trade-off at first glance, but then you realize that certain builds just use their FP more. And
there's almost this implication that melee builds need more health restore because that's just the nature of what we expect is going to happen with our players, I guess. It's just like, okay, I guess so. I don't know.
What if they just made it so that there were separate charges for each one, so you didn't really have to worry about, oh man, like I have, I don't know, 4 charges for my healing and 4 charges for my FP. I think putting it on the player to decide the allocation makes it trickier, but if they just made it so that the golden seeds could then be invested to add an additional charge, and that's when you had to make the decision, as opposed to being at your point of grace and deciding for any given encounter, okay, I'm gonna lean more towards healing or lean more towards recovering mana, or just make the mana like something that slowly recharges, so that
That's why I wonder about going back to the memory system, because something I ran into in my first playthrough where I was using magic. I wasn't using really ranged magic. I was just using the carry-in spells that give you basically extra sword move sets in your offhand, because I found that a lot of fun to pair with my katana. By the way, the magic in this game is pretty cool.
Yeah, I like my magic playthrough.
A concern I ran into later on was I had this one really good spell called Adula's Moonblade, and it did a shit fucking zillion damage compared
Yeah,
to anything else I could do with my FP.
when you're
So I
close enough, it hits twice.
yeah, you fire it
Pretty
upwards through an
good.
Erdtree avatar or something, and it hits him like 3 times and does like 4k damage. So the reason that's a problem to me is I start the thought started occurring to me: why do I spend my FP on anything else? And I think that's a problem. I don't know if that's necessarily a balance problem inherently with the things, because the bigger spell should have the more powerful effect, right?
Mhm.
But it should also conversely cost more.
Well, I would probably argue that it, you need to be close for this, and normally as a mage, you're pretty squishy. So there's like a risk reward kind of deal, because I tended to not use that one because I had to get close and then I got killed. So I opted for the rock spell. But then I had the problem you just said with the rock spell, because the rock fling is just so fucking good. I just that just became my mainstay for most of the things.
And I didn't really run into that because I wasn't so much a mage character. I was just using magic. My
Oh,
main
okay.
go-to was still I'm using Moonveil. I'm running at people and I'm hitting them with a weapon.
Because I just went full mage on my first playthrough.
Yeah, fair enough.
Which was
And
weird to me, because normally first playthrough, yeah, melee as always. But this one was like, you know what, I'm gonna mix it up this time.
yeah, same. I got tempted to try out the magic because I'd heard from people it was a bit cooler in this game, and I was happy to see they were right. I enjoyed playing with the magic, but yeah, I was very concerned towards the end of my playthrough that all of my FP probably should just go to Moonveil Weapon Art R2s or to Adula's Moonblade, because carry and slice is nice and all, but it doesn't.
Well,
Its benefits don't do anything for me in PvE really, because properties aren't
what's
real.
what's so funny about that to me is like, oh yes, I wouldn't want to spend my FP on an Ashe, and someone could be like, ah, so there is a balance there, isn't there? And I'd be like, well, you know, are there any that cost health? It's like, oh, just one. Which one is that?
The
best
strongest
one.
one.
The best one in the game. Ah,
Yeah. I don't
Someone
know
is
if
asking in chat, did you get a flask shot I gave you infinite magic for 10 seconds? I did get that one. It was very helpful, combined with the Kamehameha spell while I was fighting Malenia, because that gave me a nice little push for getting a bunch of health off of her.
I needed that for the rest of summoning throughout the game, because I respected and lost all my upgrades for the FP, and I was just like, well,
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
just use that every time I summon.
Yeah, you can do some crazy combo with the Azure Comet spell and the FP thingy. It's like, damn.
I guess to round out the thought, that's the thing that makes me wonder if maybe the memory system would be better, so that my usage of Adula's Moonblade is not infringing on my usage of Carrion Slicer.
In the same
I
vein,
can do both.
just yeah, balancing. It seems like mages are going to be more likely to think that the healing system is pretty fair.
Yeah.
While melee builds will just be like, I didn't even allocate one. I didn't need it. Maybe, you know, it depends on what you're building.
I kept myself at one mana flask the entire way through, and I actually kind of balanced out towards the end game because my flask wasn't too overpowered because I stopped exploring. So I wasn't just able to fully face tank my way through everything I ran into, and I was having to double chug for a lot of attacks.
We kind of have partially covered it, so I was thinking of just rounding it out as well through having talked about other things, but I had a subject of world design. So I guess that would entail, like, what do you think of the world of, and I was about to name it, and I don't even know what the name of it is. What is the world of
The
this?
Lands Between.
Lands between. Yeah.
Well, there you go. What do you think of the lands between?
Visually, fucking great. Like, I'm just looking around right now, and it's like, I would screenshot that and put that on my desktop. And when I look the other direction, yeah, I would put that on my desktop too.
Visually, some zones great, some zones meh. I guess design-wise, I might lean towards not so great.
any map with falling snow is like super pretty, and then I realize any map with falling snow is also where the design of enemies fall apart. It kind of seems to me like every map that has snow falling in it, usually you can expect to have enemies in like with a lot of health that are in clumps, or they range attack you from all directions.
I hated the parts of that area that were in blizzards. I fucking hate that shit.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, in a game where a small drop can kill me, I need to not have that happening, okay?
I so nearly had a moment where I was like, oh, the game's doing something kind of neat when, the fog swept in and then Borealis, the ice dragon, showed up. And then the ice dragon called the Freezing Fog landed, shouted at me, and the fog went away. And it was just a normal dragon fight.
Yeah, I had the exact same thoughts. I did it offline and I was like, oh, so the blizzard's being caused by this... No?
I fucking died inside,
Nope,
dude.
he put it away. Oh,
I was
nice
so
of you.
ready for the game to give me something kind of interesting, and then it didn't. It backpedaled out.
Chickened out. One of the dragons used a sword on me. That was
in
pretty
terms
fucking
of
sick.
world design, any sense of interconnectedness is kind of a rough one to talk about, considering the zones are so huge and they're just open fields a lot of the time, as opposed to anything
I don't
else.
think there's much to celebrate on that.
I completely disregard this, even talking about it, because it's kind of pointless in the open world, because, well, it is all available to walk to. It's
and you can walk everywhere.
But with that, I'm more focused on the smaller areas, like the capital or all the other things that I can't think the names of. I was like, oh yeah, those are kind of neat. Can we have more of those on the map? Like more of those?
No.
Or no?
You may
Okay.
not.
But yeah, I would like to have more of those, Dark Souls-y areas where you go around, get your little shortcuts and stuff. And you have like the Helic Tree area, which you can just completely miss on your playthrough, which is a huge area which has that.
It's really big.
Yeah, that is a really interesting element of this. Like, one of the biggest payoffs for me, and I'm assuming similar for you guys, was the connecting Filing Shrine to the is it a chapel?
Undead Parish.
Undead Parish.
Dude, when you first come fucking down that elevator, dude.
It's
pretty mind-blowing.
And that's part of why I adore that game so much. What a way to implement a payoff. It's a mechanical understanding of how the world reconnects to itself, because it's all there. It's not nonsense levels that just teleport you. Like I said, another Dark Souls game. You're like, holy shit, I'm back home, and now I can get to the latest place I was at directly from my home. That's so fucking cool.
And also, I can get all these healing things down there, because this is by default 10. This is good.
Yep.
This is great.
And you connect all these different shortcuts in all different areas, because it's been compared to a flower, Dark Souls 1, where as you progress through the game, the shortcuts are longer and the areas connect to fewer places. But that initial set, because the game is small, it's like the perfect size to be able to do those sorts of payoffs. Does them a lot. In this game, I think it was like 5 times. I was like, oh, that's a shortcut. Okay.
And the shortcuts are the Dark Souls 3 shortcuts. They exist for the sake of your convenience and to get you to where you want to go after you've done a zone.
Which is fine.
It's okay, I guess.
But it feels like that one in Dark Souls 1, and there's a couple of them, were almost crafted for that moment of realizing that, and it's just like, oh, yeah. World design.
The world in this game feels, I'm going to say linear. Because you start in Limgrave, you can go to Caelid. You can. You probably don't. But Caelid being the main exception, then it's, a path up to Liurnia. Liurnia doesn't connect to Caelid. Then Liurnia leads
teleporting
into
Cheshire
Altus.
does.
Liurnia takes you to Altus, and then Altus takes you to mountaintops, and then you're in the end game, and you teleport to Leyndell again and do the final boss with Gelmir off to the left.
You could probably argue that Weeping Peninsula is the actual beginner area.
Yeah.
Misbegotten warrior, Leonin, whatever his name is. He's a lot easier than Margit, and is the boss of I keep forgetting the name of that castle. Something with an M. Morn, yeah.
Me.
I'm not sure how I feel about that, calling it linear as a result of that.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah.
It's funny too because you just mentioned you can go to Caelid, but it's like a big path. It's like, well, yeah, there's a little chest in the rat cave that'll bring you straight there, whether you like it or not.
Sure, but then you
So
walk
it's not
back.
like you can you could once you get out of that cave. You can do
Yeah.
it right away.
I agree it's a good moment though. My concern is it's in the way the world is built. Like I mean, the physical geographic masses is none of them really connect to each other than to one other, which is informed by the game's progression generally.
Ew, I just got a notification that says Disney is laying the perfect groundwork for its Buffy reboot. No.
No. Can they just not?
Go away.
I bet you that hits particularly close to home for you, Mauler.
It's a disgusting rat creature that's poking its tendrils into all these nice things in our nice room of nice things. Get out.
Yeah.
It's just like,
Hasn't
love
Joss
me.
Whedon gone through enough? Let him rest.
They're coming for a shoe. Stupid creature. Okay. Where should we go next? Graphics?
I want blue.
Very pretty.
Tying into how many locations in the world that I thought were pretty damn schmicky schmexy. I think these graphics are more than acceptable, and that the style makes up for any shortcomings for the most part in the graphics. I don't have a huge amount to say. I think I'll pass this over to anybody else who has more stuff to say.
There's no peach fuzz on Millennia's cheek, so 2 out of 10.
No. What is she, a
No,
man?
I'm kidding. I think it's a beautiful game, but it's beautiful because of its art direction, and I think that tends to be the kind of good looking video game that sticks around longer than, oh my god, this is so awesome looking for this current point in history.
It's just from me just randomly standing around like just now. It's like, goddamn, this looks great.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the thing. I don't know, man. There's a lot of gorgeousness in this game. Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lots of little details. I mean, Blythe's dick looks beautiful. Oh, nobody else? Okay.
No, okay. Yeah, I like the looks a lot.
I think I think we're all good on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything else to say really.
That's
really good.
It's a pretty ass game.
I mean, I guess there's people who say the graphics are bad, maybe? I don't know.
That's the thing. I was thinking in my head,
this?
like, what are things people say about this? Like, I don't think there's many people saying the graphics aren't very good, right? That's not really.
It's the people who are saying the graphics are bad tend to be the community, at least that what I've seen on Twitter and Facebook, of PlayStation fanboys who are upset that this game has kind of stolen a bit of Horizon Forbidden West thunder. That was kind of the reference I was making with the peach fuzz, because they're like, well, you can even see the peach fuzz on Aloy's cheek.
Yeah, for a second there, I was lost.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Well, yeah, I just love the meme of the guy being like, "What is she, a guy?" Or something like that. It's like, because it's a beard. It's like, oh my god, dude. What?
It's not exactly it, but when I'm playing an open world action game, the last thing I'm thinking is like, well, can I see the peach fuzz on my character's cheeks or not? Because if not, terrible game.
Terrible. Big poop.
Well, you know what? Let's go to crafting. It shouldn't take too long.
Oh.
Crafting,
You can craft in this game?
Oh, really? News to me.
If I can,
You'd be forgiven.
My take will be, I thought I'd be a fan of the idea that you collect these little cookbooks and then you would further unlock a lot of little things and you can take advantage of them, so thus exploring gives you more access to more things to read. I didn't fucking craft anything. And to be honest with you, there was a couple things I was looking to craft throughout the whole game and I never seemed to pick up the right fucking cookbooks, and to be honest with you, I think that they should have been default. Stuff like, slow down or cure poison. It's just like, if you want to put that in a fucking book and I miss that book, dude, not cool.
Yeah,
I think it's pretty damaging,
And
because later
not
in the game
sell
it
it.
seems to expect that you have found certain cookbooks in terms of your
not
ability
enough.
to cure certain things.
I was thinking,
even
is
if you
this a
have the
solution
cookbooks.
to make it so that the cookbook pages don't have definitive locations? Instead, they're all, like, they all have the same location in that all of them are everywhere, but you pick the first one up, wherever it may be, and it'll be page 1. And then whenever you pick up the next one, it'll be page 2, and then they can craft it so that the things that you're gonna desperately need, they're the first couple things you pick up. By the time you get to page 100, you unlock something that's pretty fucking cool, let's say. Is that better or worse? Because I know people like to have locations so that they can just pick up the direct one they need. So you lose that. But, I don't know, man. The fact that they had a crafting system at all surprised me, and then the fact that I realized like halfway through, I was like, I'm not using that ever. What the hell?
Yeah, I think I crafted a couple of
There weren't a
poison
lot of
thingies.
useful shit, really.
Crafting is a reward for exploring?
Rewarding you with what?
You need so much to make most things too. Like, and you honestly, to make arrows, which is should be a pretty simple thing to craft, you have to be killing just the NPC animals that aren't enemies. Like, you have to be taking out like sheep and stuff to get the
fire
bones.
papers I can't put on my weapon because it's magic.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I hated that too.
Bloodborne wins for this one. Just having they cost insight. Insight can be valuable for other things. You can store insight boosts, and you get them from bosses, and then you can just stock up on fire papers and bolt papers, and I love you, Bloodborne. Some stuff.
You're a very cool game.
I love you, cool. Bloodborne, for everything except your frame rate.
I love you, Bloodborne.
Can you please come to PC? I would love you forever. You'll find a home here. Very comfortable.
Seriously, we all will.
I think it does actually get damaging, though, when the game is expecting, or seems to be expecting you to have ways to deal with certain things, either through crafting or through spells. Like the Lake of Rot being my main example. It's a big lake of Scarlet Rot that does more damage than the normal Scarlet Rot. It seems to me that zone is designed expecting that you will have either a shitload of the boluses that cure it, or the ability to make them.
That's when I realized I don't have those ones. I had all of them except that one.
I had neither of those things.
I had a faith spell that cured rot and poison, so it was like, okay, easy.
Ooh, someone said this is the worst EFAP they've ever heard. At least we've got it out of the way now.
Always one.
Only goes up from here. Well, I guess it keeps getting worse.
It's just good to know we got the one that's the worst. Like, we know what it is.
It always feels like there is no clear, identifiable metric by which we can judge how good these episodes are. People would just say it's the worst one if they disagree with it.
Yeah.
Now, not to say that we've never been wrong, but you got to qualify it a little bit. So, who said that, and specifically, what is wrong with this episode?
If the answer is the cyborg guy, just keep it to yourself.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's because of the fact that we're making fun of the crafting system, and they don't like that.
Well, I mean, it's not a great crafting system.
I haven't seen anyone complimenting the crafting system. I'm surprised this is a bit hard for people to take.
Most people don't acknowledge
Theo and his fiery hot takes. That's the fun part of this episode, my dude. I'm all for it.
Anyone saying that is the worst EFAP has not seen the debates.
The debates are loved. What do you mean?
I guess on the note of the cookbooks, if I might make a comparison real quick.
Do it.
You ever notice how in Dark Souls 1, you can very easily end up just stumbling into Darkroot Garden, thinking, this is the next zone I'm in. And you get a lot of these weird purple moss clump things there that might be helpful in a future zone.
Mm-hmm.
Notice how this is nowhere present in Elden Ring's design because they have this cookbook, I think. And they expect that you'll probably just find that. Or you'll have the Flame Cleanse Me spell. Neither of which is necessarily the most likely thing ever, because it's an item in an open world. It's a single item in a location. I think we shouldn't really underestimate how easy a single item out in the open world's overworld is to miss.
Oh, yeah.
You just run past that shit easily. This place is giant. So the game is not as good as making sure you have the things necessary to handle where you're going next as Dark Souls 1 was, which is a side effect of the open world stuff.
Yeah,
that's also kind of what makes it so that you'll often have to outpace status anomalies with just overhealing them. Like, oh, I got bleed damage. Okay, I guess I'm using 2 flasks now. Okay, it looks like Scarlet Rot. Okay, I gotta remember every 4 seconds to drink a flask, and that kind of sucks.
For me, every trip through the Lake of Rot was a one-way trip.
Thunder said, I crafted mainly food for Torrent, stuff that gets rid of Scarlet Rot and I think bone darts and stuff. I
I only made horse food. That's all I made.
I made it, tried it out, decided, fuck it, it's just not something I give a shit about.
Yeah.
Like, and you'd be like, what do you mean? It's like, well, the few times I can give it to Torrent is when I'm exploring for a long while, and Torrent's taken some damage that I can heal. Most of the time when Torrent is taking damage and I'm like, oh, you're close to death, I could shove 5 berries down his throat or just be like, no, just die and I'll resurrect you with an Estus.
Just die.
And other than that, it gets healed. Like, maybe we could transition into talking about the horse now.
Like, you can okay, 150 hours in this game and I'm asking this question. You can heal Torrent?
You
Yeah,
can.
you
With
can
your
make horse
Estus.
food.
No, okay, I know.
Food.
You can like respawn him with an Estus. I didn't know there was another option for healing.
Yeah.
Torrent also
Really?
gets health
Using
back when
Torrent.
you chuck Estus on horseback.
Oh, okay.
No, but like there are these berries that you can craft with extremely common flowers, and then like it's
Isn't it
really
Roa
easy
fruit?
to make.
Isn't
And
it?
then
Oh,
yeah,
that's
something
what
like
those
that.
are
And
for.
then I just bound them to my pouch up, and then that was it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I never knew that. So.
I know it's a thing, but I never used it because I just no need.
I tried to use it and just gave up. I got bored. I was like, I don't need to. It's fine. I'll just.
I crafted a
The
few
only
fire
times-
papers, and I was like, wow, I can just craft whatever papers I need. That's
it's
pretty cool.
grease.
And then I never used them. Oh, well,
Royce.
yeah, I guess it is. Why is it grease in this game?
I don't know.
They just changed all the names.
Dude, there was
because
this
it's not
fucking
Dark
meme
Souls.
I saw get shared. If Free's here, he would appreciate it. But basically, some of you may. I don't know if you know this reference, but basically, Dark Souls players, especially when they're introduced to this, a lot of the time you're like, "Oh man, this is a good item. Should I use it here?" It's like, well, no, because if I use it here, I might not be able to use it later. And then you eventually just hoard everything.
And the
Yeah.
game with 500 of them.
And yeah, like they had the idea of you've collected all these different greases and you still just don't want to use them. She's like, what if I need them for a later fight? And then they had Groundskeeper Willie from Simpsons. They're like, the second
grease.
you say you use your grease for the first time, and it just shows him saying, "My retirement grease, no!"
No! Yeah, even I can't remember what he says, but
Grease
I know that he
bandits,
calls
I think.
Yeah, and then he's like, oh, what was it? When he started punching him, it's like, oh, that really hurts. It's like, oh, it's okay. I'll strangle you for a while.
Yeah. But point being that like there were things to hold precious a little bit because for me at least I was like I have so few materials to be able to make a lot of them that I should be careful with them.
Yeah, make sure you hold on to that retirement grease. You know, the future is uncertain.
True.
Never use an elixir in a Final Fantasy game unless it's the final boss.
It seals everything. It's so useful.
But yeah,
God,
I don't know.
the ammo at the end of a Resident Evil game too.
I tried to understand the system and I tried to use it, but I just found I slipped into not caring that I could even craft it all. I just
Yeah.
Poorly integrated, I want to say.
I'm not going to push back on that. I'm not going to do it. I don't know if anyone else wants
Like
to.
not enormously poorly. It's just kind of esoteric and pointless.
So let's talk about Torrent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Mupsli, how did you like to double jump?
So I don't know if this is like an alien experience for a lot of people, but if you watch my playthrough, when I discover that I can double jump on the horse, I'm like laughing my ass off. I think it's the stupidest shit. I'm like, what in the world am I fucking doing? This is my horse. Like, why can it double
I
jump?
kind of loved it.
Well, so I have to like pass this out a little for people. It's just like, what the fuck's wrong with that? The game's filled with magic, and I'm like, I don't know, man. It just seems out of the fucking blue that my horse can double jump. That's just
Your reaction. That was so funny to me.
It feels
'Cause
like
I
I'm
was
in a Mario
okay,
game. Like, what's happening? I thought that this was grounded.
Do you have a problem with double jump as a thing for a horsey?
No, I think it's absurd. So like, and
what
funny.
about
There's
what about
lots
for
of
video games in general?
It's
Well,
fucking
so-
stupid that the double jump can't be used to negate fall damage, though.
Oh yeah, I agree
Yeah.
with that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Everything.
That's
fall
that. I
damage.
remember that was I was playing and I saw a cliff and I'm like, I want to go down there. I'll just jump with the double jump for my horsey, and then we
Yep.
both died.
Nope.
Splat.
That was
'Cause, like,
very sad.
fall damage.
It's a
is
mechanic.
inconsistent
It's
to this
straightforward.
game.
It functions, and I know why it's there. I just thought it was hilarious, and I think I'd find it as hilarious as your character being able to double jump. It just doesn't come into my realm of how this world works at all. And there's a couple of things that are like that in Dark Souls, and I honestly think of them as just really funny moments, like the big fat guy doing his big roll. That's so like, what? And it's just like, yeah, that's the thing that he does. What? And you're like, no, yeah, fine, okay. There's just some things that here and there that are
Wait,
just...
you mean the fire giant doing his little rolly
No,
roll?
Oh, his
fat guy.
rolls are really funny as well.
His rolls are funny, yeah.
Big Dark Souls rolling.
It's like,
That's good.
I even like ripping someone's own head off and pulling a sword out of its mouth. I'm just like, what?
makes sense, sure.
Yeah, the people will be like, there are magic things in this game. I'm like, yeah, I know. I just
They can't
You
help
just think that
themselves.
this is silly magic, do you?
it is, you know, everyone would have a different line for this. I think the horse double jumping, it just took me off guard completely. I thought it was hilarious.
I could grumble about, you know, grounded aesthetic or whatever, but that's like long gone. So
This is the thing. I if someone was like, so you wouldn't have it, I was like, no. I'm just saying it was funny for me. That's all. Mechanically, it worked relatively well. The problem I have with the horse is something that's a feature, which is its awkward control. It's supposed to have awkward control. It's a horse, and it's just like, yeah, but like, you demand a lot of platforming from me on my horse. So
yeah, maybe that if you're gonna make it control weirdly.
There's a good level of bosses that kind of ask you to hop on the horse, and fighting on the horse is a pain in the ass, considering a little torchman can just kind of stick the fucking torch up the horse's nose, and the horse explodes.
Dude, and it doesn't help that the sound effects, it's like... It's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I get it.
Your horse exploded! Is he dead? No!
No, he's fine!
No. I would probably...
Just hop back on!
I'd question the idea there's a lot of bosses that like mandate horse usage. What would you be? I guess which ones?
I don't feel any mandated it, but several may have been made with that in mind.
I imagine a lot were, but I found pretty much everything that didn't force me to use the horse was a lot easier to fight on foot and a lot less clumsy.
By the way, on screen right now,
on a horse is bad.
look on screen right now. You're about to see
go cruise.
Is Crucible Knight about to fly off the... Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
go.
Yeah. I'm so jealous. I tried to make those guys do that so many times and never worked.
See you at the party, Richter.
A little bit, yeah.
Nice.
What are we talking about?
Total Recall.
The horse.
I think.
It's not fun.
Horse combat is... It's not the worst horse combat I've played, but unfortunately it's horse combat, so...
I feel like it's designed deliberately to have a level of awkwardness to offset the efficiency of speed, and I'm just like, yeah, it's not that fun, though.
All that means you're doing is, I'm just not going to interact with enemies I run past at all.
Pretty much. Or you do a pass, hit, so it's much more straightforward, instead of awkwardly schloobling around and trying to get... And then someone with a torch goes... God, that shit was in Bloodborne too. The fucking torch people. I hate them.
Yeah.
Away!
There was a Twitter post the other day that was like, Bloodborne was very radical in having you fight such a varied amount of bosses, including like anything from eldritch monsters to rats to English people.
Truly bold.
Truly bold.
Most fearsome of enemy types. English people.
English.
Hoodlums.
Oh, disgusting.
What can be said about the horse?
The horse kind of fucks any idea of encounter design in the open world, but I don't know if there ever was an idea of encounter design. Enemies are just sort of around, and you can deal with them if you want, I guess.
It does.
I'm bummed that you can't get other mounts.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. Or edit
Like some
to some
specialized
degree
mounts.
the appearance. You'd think that'd be a neat little bonus.
Yeah,
But
something like that. Like that big ass. What's that? There's this big ass like lion with an eye patch on. I thought that'd be a riding mount.
yeah,
Remember on the
fucking
cover?
awesome.
There's like this.
Oh, the weird
Yeah.
Naruto lion in Stormvale.
I guess so. I thought that was a mount on the cover. I'm like, yeah, I want to unlock that mount. It looks awesome. Nope.
Nope.
I was just going to mention, yeah, like, and I think that does take away from the game a little bit when it's like you're running around and it just goes, "Welcome, great dragon Argonor of Philibon," and then it's fucking lightning strikes everywhere, just like, oh, he's disappeared. I've ran past him.
Yeah, I'm good. Whatever.
It's a little awkward, and it's like, well, what's the solution to that? And I'm like, I don't know.
There's a bunch of fortifications here leading up to Stormvale, or leading up to Castle Morn, or whatever, leading up to Redmane Castle. It's going to be a challenge. Now I'm just going to ride past. Whatever.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of great enemies, even boss fights. Like one of the magma worms is one that's in the open world. There's more than one actually. And like I remember seeing it when I was playing offline, and I was like, oh shit, I should probably kill that online. So like he had this grand entrance, lava spewed everywhere. He's like da 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 da. Oh, music stopped. Okay, bye. And yeah, I'm not sure how they can account for that, but it can create a bit of an awkward experience that could affect the overall immersion.
Yeah, because they put the academy key like behind a dragon. And you're like, oh, shouldn't you fight the dragon? It's like, nah, actually, you can just go on Torrent and just grab the key and fuck off.
I think I did that. I'm pretty
I did it
sure,
in my second playthrough. It's like, oh, I'm here now. I might as well grab the key real quick.
I'm just not fond of fighting dragons. So it's like
the dragons in this game suck. They're fucking awful.
I kind of like. I liked fighting that one. Like,
Is that a hot take?
No, I think mine is the hot take for liking fighting the dragons, because I'm the only one who seemed to enjoy it.
Well,
I just used a massive sword and.
Cat might like the dragons. I don't know. I didn't find them particularly.
Cat likes
engaging.
the dragons. I'm gonna lose any faith I might have had left in them.
Oh no!
Oh my god!
I mean, like, aside from, I guess, a Monster Hunter game, I can't think of a lot of games where fighting dragons is fun.
What
Like,
is that?
In Skyrim, it's pretty much just like, okay, so use a bow and just constantly shoot arrows at it, and that's it.
Yeah, I think Monster
Can't
Hunter...
say they're wyverns, chat. They have fucking dragon in their name. Like...
Well, yeah, that's just gonna... I remember fighting with chat about this before.
To be fair, I haven't played Dragon's Dogma. I see a bunch of people saying Dragon's Dogma, but...
I don't know why, but everyone feels the need to definitively be like, make sure you don't call a dragon a wyvern and a wyvern a dragon. And I'm just sitting here like, look...
Fucking flying dragon grail. It's not a dragon.
So what is meant to be the difference between... So a wyvern has 2 legs instead of 4?
Yeah,
supposedly
they're both winged... like reptiles that breathe fire, right?
And so you're realizing, Fringy, that the substance of what we're talking about, the encounters with those creatures, that's what matters, but there's people getting hung up on whether or not that's the correct fucking labeling.
I don't... So apparently Wikipedia says a wyvern is a legendary dragon, so it sounds like dragon is the door of watching.
Well...
It does sound... According to Wikipedia,
I mean, don't a lot of the dragons, I guess, do they get on all 4s? Or I guess, yeah, no, they have legs and hands, don't they? I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm
sure
it doesn't matter.
The difference is present. I'm just waiting for the part where it's like, so can we go back to what we were talking about, which is that the fights suck, not whether or not they're called fucking dragons.
They're slow and clumsy, and they don't really do anything.
And focus is just out, pretty much, because of the way they fly around. The camera just spins around, being like, I don't know what you're looking at.
I found that focusing on its legs helped target my sword, and just switching the leg if they were going to do that stomp strike. So
do you remember?
You have to kind of...
I can't remember if I'm insane or not. When you get to Ludwig's second phase and you focus on him, the camera like goes out further than normal.
Yes, that's a thing.
Yes, it definitely
larger bosses in the Souls games.
I fucking wish they did more effort into. It's like that's evidence right there that they are aware that focus can get fucked sometimes. And then they were like, let's try and account for that this time. And it's like, let's not most of the time. And it's like, hey, account for it more.
This is FromSoft. Every game must be 3 steps forward, 2 steps back, 5 to the side, another 1 back, maybe 2 more forward. Because they cannot consistently learn lessons. It's really fucking weird.
Yeah.
What's that one? What's that one Ubisoft melee-based PvP game?
For Honor.
For Honor.
Was it For Honor? They did. I loved how the camera would phase into the world rather than have the camera ram into it and fuck up. It phased into the world, but you could still see your character. So even if you were backed against a wall, you could see your character perfectly. I really wish that FromSoft would eventually do that.
I'm reminded of a fun instance of bad camera in this game where you guys know the big gargoyle outside of the Bestial Sanctuary?
Yes.
The boss? I was fighting him just a couple of days ago, and he fought on the stairs, which is, of course, horrible. I hate it when he fights on the stairs. Enemies in these games still don't know how to handle elevation. But more importantly, sometimes when I was like on like next to him on the stairs, my camera would clip back to the staircase to my side, but there was foliage on it, so the foliage would just obscure my entire screen, so I couldn't see anything, because for some reason that stuff needs to, be able to persist in front of the camera.
Yeah.
That was really good.
There are ways around these things, and From just refused to do anything about it, especially considering they've shown evidence that they're interested in doing something about it sometimes. It's like, ugh. Because that Ludwig's second phase is so good, and it would be much worse if not for that zoom out of the camera.
Oh, and his music is fucking the best in the game.
There's a lot of better action games that know that the camera needs to do some work on its own in order for you to be able to see what the fuck is happening, and so you're not wrestling with it.
Should we just say then, we just did the camera segment. It's like, what do you mean? It's like, it's the same fucking thing in all of the games. It's a problem, but it's also fine. You know what I mean? Like, it's fine. It bugs me when people complain about camera too much in reference to the idea, as though this is the only one that has this problem. It's like, a lot of games have this problem. Camera's tough to nail.
Yeah.
But this hasn't improved it at all.
I honestly think it's a way bigger problem than God of War, like the newest one. I just recently played it on the highest difficulty, and that, like, especially on that difficulty, not knowing that there's an enemy behind you about to attack is a serious problem, to the point that the target focus is essentially useless at that difficulty mode.
I thought they have, like,
need to be
notifications
spinning
for
the
it.
camera around all the time.
You've got tiny little arrows.
You've got like a little arrow, but like on Gimme God of War difficulty, they attack so fast and hit so hard that you can't really rely on that.
And
so what you have to end up doing is kind of kiting yourself into a corner and then being able to see all the enemies that are currently attacking you. And I mean, I got through the game, but it was a constant struggle against the camera. And I find that the field of view in the From Software games tends to be more comfortable than that, at the very least.
Well, there are...
Yo, I'm back.
Like I said, most of the time I think it works as intended and it's kind of okay, but sometimes it just fucks you up. And I don't know about you guys, ever just jammed in enemies or into a wall, and the camera is actually the reason you die sometimes, because you're like, yes, I'm stuck, but if I could just see where I am, where they am, and maybe I can make a move, but it's just like the camera's fucked. It's gone up, it's gone down, it has no idea where anything is anymore.
It's buried in the gargoyle. I can't see.
It's a shame that it happens, but it do.
So many better action games have better cameras. Not all of them are perfect cameras. Very few of them do, because camera's incredibly hard to nail, but we can do a lot better than this, FromSoft.
Neo got it half right. It doesn't like phase through the wait, did I just disconnect? What the hell?
Fortea has fallen asleep, so he's
got it. Yeah, I heard the disconnect normally. Anyway, Neo had it half right. Through like buildings and like houses and stuff, the camera would clip through the house. But not so much in like solid mountains and stuff. So I got it half right.
I mean, it's almost hard to compare, but I'd compare to good action games like Devil May Cry, Bayonetta, where the camera is doing a lot of work on its own without needing to be micromanaged by me to keep enemies on the screen.
God of War 2 and 3 did that. You didn't even have camera controls in that game, and it was great.
Yeah, I think I've always felt 3 was the one that like finally figured everything out about God of War 1 and 2. So anyway, that's it for camera, and because Das vaguely alluded to it in Bloodborne, I'm going to open with saying I fucking adore Bloodborne soundtrack. This game's soundtrack's pretty neat.
Yeah, it's alright.
It's okay, I guess.
I love the menu theme.
My love for Bloodborne soundtrack is like an anger. I love it that much.
Oh no.
I have problems with this game's soundtrack, but
God damn it, Theo.
God damn it, Theo.
This could have been the one where Theo's like, yeah, you know what? The music? Perfect.
Let me finish that thought. A lot of the music's really good. I was too harsh on it in my first impression because I was overexposed to the bad tracks, because they're the ones that are constantly playing.
Yeah.
I mean, the okay, so is it the Tree Sentinel
Tree Sentinel's
and the
music,
and
Dragon
the
music.
one Dragon music. Oh, dragon music and the tree, the asylum demon. I mean the tree monster.
Yeah.
Is it or is that the same track? Do the
No,
dragons
that's
and
not
the
the same
asylum
track.
demon share the same fucking track?
No,
Oh.
they're different tracks.
Okay.
The problem I have with a lot of the game's music is it feels like someone took Dark Souls 3's entire soundtrack and fed it into an algorithm and then had that algorithm make new songs, and this is what we got. It's the most incredibly generic, epic music that you ever did hear. However, a lot of the more designed boss themes specific to particular bosses are really well done. Malekith's is fantastic. Godric's is great in the first phase. Melania's is pretty good in the first phase.
I actually really like the Godskin lads' music.
Oh, yeah, I was about to say.
Godskin
Man.
Music
and I
is
felt
it was a unique
so.
song.
How's this for a double-edged sort of fucking commentary? I was like, I got stuck on Godskin Apostle for a little while, in my 3rd or 4th stream, I think. And I remember once I completed it, I was like, oh, thank God one of the bosses I got stuck on had a really good track. And in my head, I was like, ooh, that's a bit bad to say, isn't it? Yeah, I wasn't as impacted by the soundtrack in this game as I would very much like to be, though there were plenty of soundtrack parts that I was like, oh, my ears, they're orgasming.
The theme's great. The theme's,
I don't like the main theme.
I do.
What don't you
I
like?
do. It's just that, you can get, it's easy to get tired of because you've heard it too many times. Sure.
It feels, like I said, it feels very generically epic to me in a way that I find uninspiring.
What do you think of the Dark Souls 3 main theme by comparison?
It's okay.
I actually really like Dark Souls 3.
You better watch your fucking mouth, Theo.
Well, the thing
it's a bit much for me.
I kind of adore the soundtrack to Dark Souls 3. I think it's so
There's a lot of really good tracks.
Glory to Lothric is awesome. I like Soul of Cinder, and I like both phases of Soul of Cinder, not just the second half. Abyss Watchers is cool as fuck.
Abyss Watchers!
I really like I like the first phase of Dragon Slayer armor. It's really cool.
Yeah, before the poop monsters.
The second stage I don't like as much.
Poop monster
the second
ruins
stage feels more like
well, it does.
I really like
but I guess music is embarrassing for him because it's one of the most insanely grandiose tracks you ever.
I was about to say, I adore Vort's track.
Something that's
dude, Fort of the Boreal Valley is amazing. I love that one.
Something that is interesting about the FromSoft game. This is coming from someone who hasn't even played a lot of these ones, but Demon's Souls has a very understated soundtrack by comparison.
Yes.
Like I think the clear.
I don't know about that.
Flame Lurker's theme in Demon's Souls is really understated. But in the Demon's Souls remake, it's this big, epic, bombastic song, and I like it.
The music, I think.
But Flame Lurker is super, it's dialed down, and it just sort of feel. I guess is that like, would you say that your issue with the music in this game is that a lot of it is very loud and dramatic, right?
Yeah,
with not much variety.
It feels unstructured, kind of like
yeah.
I would go in the opposite direction. I'd say it's too formulaic.
Well, I think its contrast is interesting when you think about soundtracks because is the reason why Gwyn's theme is probably so impactful is because you don't expect the final boss of this game to have a really melancholic piano.
Yeah.
You would expect something more. Yeah, and Sif is there's kind of a sadness to that one. It's like, oh, I don't like this.
That's what
I like
really...
the song. I think it's fucking great, but it makes you sad, doesn't it?
What I really like Dark Souls melody soundtrack for, it's got a lot of that. It's got a lot of quieter tracks, and it's got a lot more melancholy to it. It feels like it has a lot more character to it. And even when it's being more aggressive and uptoned, it's nowhere near as dramatic with how it takes itself. I say as if I know anything about music.
Well, I think that was what I was about to quote. I think it is difficult to say how good a soundtrack is in its totality because is it really good enough to say that there is a lack of variety in a soundtrack? What, is that necessarily a bad thing, that a lot of the music is falling into I guess a broad archetype, or is it better when a soundtrack in its whole has more variety? I don't know. I'm not sure how you. And also the problem as well is that context of where it's placed
Yeah,
in a
I think
game makes a big difference too.
that's how I would try and connect it back, is how the track is used within the game and what each track
Yeah.
represents, and thereby, if there's lots of similar tracks, that means the game is playing a lot of similar notes, the same, like, over and over again,
hmm
which
I
is
think
something I would accuse this game of.
Yeah,
right.
there's not a lot of hummable melodies in this game. It's all sounds like a bucket of mud.
Well, I guess
Damn.
it's hard
What does that sound
to.
like?
I think one of the strengths that a lot of video game music had, especially back in the 8-bit and 16-bit era, was that the lack of instruments meant that there needed to be strong melodies are like pretty clearly identifiable in a lot of the like most iconic songs of that time, because they really needed to lean in on those melodies. Now we don't really have those limitations, but it feels like a lot of video games still lean into strong melodies. And I think you can see that in I think you can see that in even like the grand orchestral music that you have in like Dark Souls 3, that there are strong melodies for a lot of them.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
if you want a memorable soundtrack, those melodies do got to have to stick. You need to be able to hum that shit.
well, I think a big part of it is that because video games often repeats the music over and over and over again, that music needs to be good. You don't want to get bored of that music because you're going to be hearing it a lot.
That's part of why I'm
like
always happy to fight Ludwig, even in his first phase. I get the track. I'm like, yeah.
Well, and that's quite an accomplishment, isn't it? When you're so excited to, I mean, Lady Maria, holy shit, this song is so good.
Also,
The
yeah,
waifu is German.
I was literally
German's
humming
music
to
is beautiful.
the Godskin soundtrack, by the way, or whatever you want to call it, the track thing. So
That's maybe it's maybe my favorite one in the game. Probably not as good as Malekith's for me, but it's really good when I listen to it. I went and listened to a bunch of Elden Ring music the other day because there was a conversation about it in the Discord, and yeah, I gave that I gave the game's soundtrack a much worse rep than it really deserved because I was overexposed to the tracks I hated.
Well, so I guess I don't know how you would. It might be worthwhile to qualify for chat. By the way, I'm not really talking about Elden Ring soundtrack because I don't know it much. I know the main theme and I like the ambient music in the first area that you go to. I guess that might be a difference though. This game has ambient music more so than
How do you
the other
guys
games
feel about
are.
that choice?
I found Bloodborne to have a fair amount of ambient music. Like, in fact,
Well,
Bloodborne
it
I
has a
found was
couple of
quiet.
very
So
subdued.
when I mean ambient music, I mean we're not counting boss areas and we're not counting like a safe zone. When you're out in the open world, when the music is just playing, or like when the music plays when you have an encounter, which I don't think the other games have, right? I think Sekiro
No.
has ambient
Sekiro
music.
has ambient and combat
It
music.
does, yes. But
Yeah.
there's I don't think I don't know. I think it's just the time era or the theme or not theme. The
Style?
yeah, the style, I guess, like when you get into like that really Japanese or samurai type style, that I guess I just personally really do not like that type of music
Have
because
you
it just
played Ghost of Tsushima?
yes, a little
So
bit.
Ghost of Tsushima has a banger soundtrack, and it
Does it?
leans heavily into. I think
Need to
I
pick
think the
that up.
song "The Way of the Ghost" it's fucking awesome.
Okay.
That's a real strong melody as well that throughout the whole game.
Yeah, because like
The,
Sekiro and Sifu both are
I know
very
what it.
similar in the regards of like their songs. They seem really simple with very minimal instruments, and they don't and the songs aren't very strong. It's just kind of weird and distorted flutes and shit. I don't really like that. So I didn't really like
I really
Sekiro's
like.
soundtrack.
Is it called the wind flute? That's the wind. It is right. The wind flute. That's like the sort of recognizable jet. I need to double check if that's what it's called. I know that's I really like the way that I don't. Yeah, I think yes. I think it is. Or am I mixing up with something else? No, they're just giving me flutes. I need the wind flute. This, what's it? Oh, there we go. There it is. I can't pronounce that. That's but I really love the sound that that instrument makes, and that's kind of one of the ones that you associate a lot with, I guess, like feudal Japanese kind of. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not my thing. I didn't. So for that, I didn't really dig Sekiro's soundtrack. But we're not talking about Sekiro, are we?
No,
Well,
we're talking
you
about
is.
Elden Ring.
I am sorry.
Well, so I guess for my reference, the guy that you fight in the bridge, what's his name again?
Margit the Fellowman.
Yeah, I like the music for him
Even
in the
Fellowman.
first phase. Is that similar to what it is throughout the game, or?
Yeah, most of the music is along that style, or the dragon,
Okay.
or
The skin flute. No.
I guess the thing
Ew.
is that I don't. I'm not. I guess I can't say anything. I haven't played enough of this game to get a grasp on the soundtrack.
It's a position for me of too much of the same thing. I'm okay with grandiose, bombastic tracks where they are warranted, but I feel like this game has them everywhere, and oftentimes they feel kind of mismatched to what I've run into. Like the Tree Sentinel's kind of just a guy when his soundtrack goes harder than ONS.
I guess the thing is now I'm thinking about Metal Gear Rising because thinking about music, and I was thinking about context as well because Metal Gear Rising has dynamic music where depending on which stage you're in the battle, the music will change to
the vocals kick in halfway through.
Well, yeah, the vocals will kick in usually when you like about to initiate, the quick time event to end the battle. But that's an interesting one because I mean, all of the music is loud and aggressive and in your face, but it still feels like there's variety there.
Good.
I love that soundtrack.
Yeah, it's one of the best gaming has to offer, I feel, probably.
Yeah. What's funny too is like I think didn't the artist say that he'd never tried that type of music before?
Really?
Yeah, I think I heard somewhere that was the first time he'd ever attempted that kind of music.
Oh, damn.
Blew it away.
Really
that game does so many cool things with its soundtrack, from the different stylings of each track to the lyrics giving insight into different characters' motivations and stories. That's it's like more games need to do that shit as well as just the dynamic stuff going on in it.
Well, I mean, the Dark Souls games, I guess, kind of have it in that there are multiple phases for the boss battles and the music changes, but there's not.
Yeah, but it's hard to classify that as dynamic.
I've noticed.
No, I get you.
On that note, I've noticed in this game there seems to be a lot less phase transition music and a lot more the music cuts and then the second phase music starts playing. Just from listening to tracks like Margit the Fellowman, for example, he doesn't have. There is no transition from phase 1 to phase 2. In terms of the track as it is on YouTube. It's just there's the phase 1 music, then there's the phase 2 music.
Is that it? I wonder if that's like an issue of technical, because I mean, if you've done it before, right, you figure that you'd be able to do it again.
Yeah.
I guess it is, that you need to try and musically justify the transition and find a way to make it work, and that can be a bit complicated. But I mean, if they've done it before, I figure that they can. Is it the same composer as the other games?
Yeah, this game is mainly Yuka Kitamura, who's been in charge of the games from like Dark Souls 3. You can tell it has an extremely similar sound to Dark Souls 3.
Okay, well, it says that there are 5 composers who worked on Elden Ring.
Yeah, this game,
big old team.
And some of them, what's the guy's name? He made Shoei Miyazawa. First time working as a composer on this game and made some of the best tracks for it. He's responsible for Godric the Grafted and he's responsible for Malekith's theme. It's like insane work for first time as a composer on a project. It's really, really
cool. Right.
Well,
so it sounds like the general sentiment is that that you all generally seem to like it, but you don't think that it's as strong as like Bloodborne or.
No, not even close, really.
It doesn't come close to Dark Souls 1, 3, or Bloodborne to me, but I do like it.
One has so much character, dude, that none of the others ever really. It had that really somber quietness about it at times, and none of the others ever recaptured that.
I mean, Bloodborne has some chill. Well, not chill, but like
Bloodborne, when Bloodborne's getting quiet, it tends to be unsettling.
The whole idea of that is just scary. And I love the soundtrack for that.
Yeah, it's Hail the Nightmare, the one playing in the Hippodian jail, and it being fucking diegetic as well. That's big thumbs up from me.
I really love that that little like viola or cello melody that plays in the Hunter stream. Like,
yeah.
Oh, that's very cozy. Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, I was about to ask, what is everybody's favorite track from the whole Soulsborne series?
German the First Hunter.
It's gotta go to
Easy.
it's gotta go to shit. Pass for a minute.
Yeah, no worries.
I have a long list of honorable mentions, but it's pretty easily German the First
It
Hunter.
might
for
be
me.
Ludwig's track for me.
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Ludwig's second half. It's right there.
I like Hard Day's Night.
That's a solid song.
Metal.
I'm just really bad at remembering
does that play on?
songs in video games.
Oh, you're a
But
bad person.
But I really like Vort's theme. I really love that one.
Vort's theme's great. I love it.
Yeah.
It's so fucking
Intense
powerful.
as fuck, yeah.
I know, like
Just-
the second half. I love how it just matches the second phase. Like, I'm grumpy man, but then all of a sudden he becomes a fucking bull rush, and then the music just kicks in.
The
You're
intro
gonna
with those
die!
huge fucking pounding drums and the brass going fucking crazy. It's like, this is Vort, man. He's shit.
By the way, what a screenshot right there.
Yeah. Poor man. That's unfortunate.
1 HP. The sliver problem.
HP in a
Yep.
dream.
Is anybody's favorite the Filing Shrine from Dark Souls 1?
That track is excellent. I love it so much. It's
'Cause
not
I
my
adore
favorite, but
I mean, I love Gwen's theme a lot.
Yeah,
like I
Gwen's
said,
is great.
like I said, I have a very long list of honorable mentions
And
after.
I love
my
Lauren and
favorite.
Lothric. Well, what's it? That's their names, right? I'm
Yeah.
not mixing them
Yeah.
up. Yeah, that one's really great. The transition. Oh, this is so
Mhm.
good.
When you get a phase transition just right, it's some
Yeah.
of the most like Ludwig's is so powerful for that reason as well, because the phase transition is so well executed, and that's actually something Sekiro does quite wrong. Mostly Sekiro. I can't think of any other games.
Someone
but
said, "Come on, guys, Majula's theme."
A couple
Fuck off.
people in chat, a couple of people in chat have said nameless song. Now,
Nameless Song is
it?
that made me like deeply emotional when I beat the game for the first time, and that played.
Is nameless song sounds similar to the one from Demon Souls, right? The credits for Demon Souls.
I
can't
haven't heard
remember
Demon
what that
Souls
one's called.
credits song in a long time, but
it's just reminding me of that one.
Opens with really
Demon
lonely
Souls credit one
vocals.
is really great. Yes, it does have the vocals. No Father Gascoigne. His is pretty cool. I like.
Yeah,
it
his
a
is
lot.
great. I like Gascoigne's
How many times
theme.
does Theo
It's
need to
just-
say there would be a lot of honorable mentions?
A lot of honorable.
Yeah.
I guess we're going through them all now.
Like, that's coming.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. Would you say that Bloodborne has the best soundtrack of all the?
It's my favorite. I don't know if it's the best.
Well, I guess the problem is, what are we saying when we say best?
That's the
When we're
problem.
talking
I don't have enough arguments for the music.
Okay.
Suited to
Number
create
of
the
tracks, like the
atmosphere.
number of tracks that you like, the one that you like the most wins, I guess.
So just say favorite, right?
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, if you've
My
got more
favorite was
tracks that you
probably-
like among the games than the most, I'd say it's your favorite.
Mine's
I think my
Bloodborne
favorite
with
is
Dark Souls 1
3, and
just
then
coming behind it.
Bloodborne.
Overall, I probably like more tracks in Dark Souls 1 and maybe 3 than Bloodborne, but Bloodborne has higher highs.
Yeah.
Well, Orphan
not
of
certain
Kos
on that.
first phase, I think is fantastic.
I really like the second phase as well.
I like the second phase too.
I
But
like
the first
it.
phase is sweet.
It really is, especially because you can't hear it over the fucking screaming. I like the second phase a lot because it goes really above and beyond a lot of what the game has been doing in terms of bombast, and it gives off this very strong
It's
impression
very
of
unsettling.
yeah, this is really strong impression of good god, this thing needs to die now. That matches really well with a player's position when they're in that point, because usually if you're not like a Dark Souls god, you get to Orphan Phase 2 and suddenly you're chugging through blood vials. You're getting tagged as he flies all over your fucking screen.
I fucking
because
love
this
that
thing
fight, man.
He is
I've
so
still
far
not
beyond
beaten
your
him. I still
he's
haven't beaten that fight.
Oh no, you
It's
must
just-
do it.
so far beyond your control at that point, and it's an incredible experience with the music going as crazy as it does.
Elden Ring soundtrack is not as great in.
I would say it's the weakest of the whole series.
I wasn't as impacted by it.
Yeah.
That's the best I can say. I wouldn't want to claim anything stronger than that.
They do some really good things in terms of fitting a track to a boss. For example, Godric's track has a lot of really random dramatic flourishes in among this. It uses the same sinister waltz kind of thing that Ludwig's track had going in the second phase, not the first phase. And then this with Godric's track, it's like he's just making it up as he goes along. There's just, random musical flourishes just here and there scattered, like whatever, because he's just doing whatever he wants, which is very fitting to the boss, I think, narratively. And I really like it when soundtracks are made to fit like that.
I guess I just want it said is like loads of people will adore this one more than any other, and they'll be like confused. Just like for me, I'm just like, I mean, can't really do anything to explain more.
I mean,
they're wrong.
I don't know that you can talk somebody into or out of a perspective on like music and
music,
terms of, I guess, the impact on them.
Yeah.
I don't. Like nobody can come up to me and be like, well, no, you see, this is the reason why like Firelink Shrine is actually terribly composed. First of all, I wouldn't believe that. But second of all, even if you could prove it mathematically, it's like, well, I still like it a lot.
Yeah, you can't retroactively change someone's experience when it comes to listening to a song.
Firelink is so somber but sad but
I adore
peaceful.
Firelink. It is a weird mix of peaceful and sad and and
it's like home, such as it is, kind of thing.
Home. This sucks. I'm sad.
Well, I think that is the great thing about that track is it does actually make you feel a little bit safe, like at least a little bit. It's kind of like Resident Evil save room music.
Yes, Resident. It's fucking uncanny that you were thinking about that, because I was literally thinking about it and having it play in my head as you were talking about that weird sort of neutral, unsettling but safe at the same time music.
Resident Evil 2 is really great for that because it's sad, but it's like, but you are safe here, you feel
yeah, you're safe, and it's just now. Like you're yeah, it's like you're safe. The song.
Right, best Resident Evil with the best save room one. Go.
I can't remember enough of them. I'm just gonna default to 4.
2 is pretty fucking good.
The one Regs was humming in my head is the only one. I don't know if I just play it in my head whenever I get to a save room in other Resident Evil games or what, but I immediately, like the second thing he said, Resident Evil save rooms, doom doom doom, like instantly. It's like a reflex.
I really liked the Resident Evil 2 one.
Because there's sort of two in Resident Evil 4.
Yeah, RE2 is pretty... Yeah, I'd say that's my favorite, RE2.
It's so good! It's really fantastic.
I'm almost certain that Resident Evil Village had a soundtrack. It definitely had one,
You sure?
I think, but I can't remember any of it.
Might need to confirm later.
Yeah, we'll find out. Get science on it. Well... What is next? It's a bit of a broad topic, I suppose, but it's something to address, as with all of their games. The RPG side of everything. What are we thinking?
Well, there is a lot of shit you can do in this
Dark
game.
Souls 3 in it.
Basically, yes. Well, there was a funny thing about that. Some people, I guess, square it as a criticism, but it's just something to be discussed. They're like, this is just Dark Souls or Dark Souls 3 in an open world. It's like, that's why I'm here.
Yeah, I know. There was some asshole on Discord that said like, whoa, you guys got suckered into buying the Dark Souls 3 again. It's like, no, that's why I'm here.
Let's be honest for a second. If they released a Dark Souls 3 expansion that was as big as Dark Souls 3 again, and they charged $60 or whatever, I think we'd just be like, all right.
Yeah,
sweet, I'm in.
I'd be in.
I probably would have liked that more than this.
Theo, you always find a way to dampen any statement being made.
I'm sorry.
The thought occurred to me, and it was really outrageous.
I had to say,
Well, we've talked about this. Elden Ring's kind of funny. It's like, no, these aren't Titanite shards. They're somber smithing stones. You're like,
Smithing
oh, okay.
stones.
No,
this
these
aren't
aren't
souls,
souls.
they're runes.
It's not Estus. It's flasks of crimson tears. You're like, what?
Well, I think even did anyone ever see the interview with George R.R. Martin where he's talking about this game, and it almost sounds like he doesn't really know anything about it, like because people are asking.
Boomer talking about a video game.
Yeah, but
Well,
like
he worked on it,
in
though.
that interview, he's like, "Oh yeah, it's a sequel to a game called Dark Souls. This one's called the Elden Ring." So like he actually said it's a sequel.
Well, to be
The
fair, I
Elden
don't know what
Souls.
I don't even know what he did in the game, so I guess it's just like a back and forth relationship.
It sounds like his work on it was done like 4 years ago, and they said he helped with the world building. So my guess is he, Miyazaki, and a translator went out for coffee and talked for a few hours. That's probably
and then George R.R. Martin said he was going to do it and then didn't. And
Miyazaki finished.
Do you think they were like,
Miyazaki eventually just wrote it for him.
Imagine his contribution was like, make it about a ring. And it's like, has that been done before? It's like, no.
No.
Really
A
old
fantasy series centering around.
And whenever
ring.
the enemies die, they're felled, alright? Felled.
Like a
Felled,
tree?
yes,
Yeah,
they're
like a tree.
felled.
They're like a
felled
lumberjack
down
knight.
like a tree.
And make a big snake man who says "together" in a stupid voice.
Throw some dragons in there too. People love dragons.
Make them shit though.
But yeah,
We have a lot of dragons? No, just one copy pasted.
I would go as far as saying that whatever commentary you have for the RPG system in Dark Souls 3, it's going to be very similar for what you have to say in this game, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, mega similar.
I don't know that we need weapons to go up to plus 25, but
They certainly
Whatever.
made that the case, though.
Yeah.
Why not?
Bigger,
like
better,
plus
more.
15 was fine, I thought, but I don't know.
Maybe it's a
Unless
way
you
to
have
keep
a special weapon,
new
then it's
or
only
old
plus 10.
weapons more viable longer.
No, sure, but you don't need to go to 25 to do that.
You don't
The
need to do a lot of
prevailing-
things.
Because
Well,
there's a problem, right? Because to upgrade normal weapons that don't upgrade using somber stones, you need vastly more quantities of normal smithing
Yeah, for
stones.
reference, the somber ones, they go up to a plus 10 on the weapons. These are plus 25.
Yeah.
And
And
the plus... the
And
ones
you
that
need
go
about
up-
12 stones per,
Yeah.
I think it was 3 levels.
Yeah,
Yep.
and
2,
the somber
4,
ones,
6.
they need one. They need one of each type.
Yep.
And I don't really know why that's the case. It feels weirdly punishing.
Maybe
on
it's to
non-somber stone
encourage. I guess with so much content in this game, it gives you another reason to keep looking for them.
Eventually you can buy a lot of the somber stones even too. So it's like I was expecting once I figured out the weapon leveling system and knowing that the legendary weapons are only upgraded with the somber stones, I kind of figured those would be items that you can only find, but you get bell bearings for the somber ones too. And once you get the bell bearings for the standard ones, it kind of trivializes the we need to up these by 25 levels, because all it means is if you want to totally switch to a new weapon and it'll get it up to level 24, you can do that by buying the shards that you need, or not shards, but the stones that you need for it. It's only the ancient dragon stones that will be for the level 25 upgrade, and those ones I believe you have to get by killing one of the ancient dragons.
That it's like slabs in the old games. That's like getting this is a big deal. You got the big upgrade material. But the fact that it takes normal non-somber stone weapons so long to scale up compared to somber stone weapons has a knock-on effect of making them feel a lot weaker in moment-to-moment gameplay. Because I don't know if anyone else had the same experience, but I found it a lot easier actually to scrounge together the materials to upgrade my somber stone weapons.
Yes.
And each upgrade mattered a lot more. Like a plus 4 Bloodhound's Fang versus my plus 4 Uchigatana. The plus 4 Bloodhound's Fang is like miles ahead.
Yeah.
It's insane. So it feels like I don't know why it is this way, I guess.
Yeah, I really wanted to start using Ashes of War on a greatsword And so I thought, okay, well, we got this great sword that's got bleed on it, so I don't have to keep on using the Beast Fang, right? But then when I got the other bleed sword to like level 20, Beast Fang level 9 was still like leagues above it. It's like, damn, dude.
I was just wondering when my Uchi Katana would catch up, if ever. And then I just found Somber Stone Katana, and then, it was over.
Yeah, the general statement, I guess, would just be that you can pursue many different stats, and it seems to it has like a general sense of a strong balance as far as I'm concerned. It seems to work pretty well. Like, there's a lot of different options you can go for. Obviously, it can always be stronger. I still think that all of the Soulsborne things have problems with how exactly it can work and how you can exploit it, but I'm not sure what else we should say about it, basically.
I'm wondering what other commentary I can offer, because I noticed this game is kind of like Bloodborne early game in the sense that you don't really get much out of putting points into damage stats, because your weapon scalings scale up with upgrade level. So your scalings kind of suck when you first get the weapons you want to use. So there's no real point in investing into damage stats, and because the damage in this game is so high, you're pretty much just better off pumping health, and you don't need stamina. Like, you do not need to
really,
level
no.
stamina in this game.
I think the only time I really needed stamina was when I got to Millennia.
I did a test with a friend, and it's fucking bonkers. I started Dark Souls 1 again recently because I wanted to, cleanse the palate. And that game, I started as the banditman with the scimitar. You can, with your starting stamina and your starting equipment on, you can roll 4 times or swing 4 times. The last swing or roll coming out with like a tiny sliver of stamina. In this game, in Elden Ring, with your starting stamina, you can swing an Ultra Greatsword 6 times, and you're good.
I'll say this, I love that running when you're not in combat does not consume stamina.
Oh, with the distances you have to travel, that's a good one.
Yeah,
it is a good one.
I think didn't DS3 was like the one that started that big change for how stamina worked, or was it DS2?
I think it was DS3. Stamina has been trending down in importance for
Sekiro. There's
Dark
no
Souls
stamina
1
at all.
is seriously important. Dark Souls 1 becomes a very deliberate game in all your choices when your stamina is that limited.
Mm-hmm. I am, especially with how quickly it regenerates as well. Because in this game it regenerates a shitload faster as well. I am this close to saying this game may as well not actually have stamina.
Well, it's funny because I think Dark Souls 1 trained people to level stamina, and I remember in Dark Souls 3 that people, when I was playing it online, would be like, "Why aren't you leveling stamina?" And I was like, "I still really need to." And in this game, I didn't even consider it really.
I did level a fair amount in endurance. I think part of that was so I could carry my shield in addition to my greatsword and not bat roll.
To be fair, that was the only time I considered it was equip load. It wasn't stamina.
I was about to say, you level endurance when you want equip load.
Because I got like this big chunky armor, the goat one, and that needs like a fuck ton of endurance if you also want to equip a weapon later on.
At that point though, it's like the equip load stat and stamina just doesn't even... Stamina should be much more important. I don't know why it's not.
Because they want to do action combat.
Ooh.
And they need you to be able to actually move, and I don't know.
Then maybe they should have it tied to, if they want to strike that balance where you don't like need it, I guess, then maybe the compromise is you need it for like heavy attacks, or you need it for particular, like if there was 2 different, like, you know how The Witcher 3 had 2 dodges, right? You had the short one and then you had the long roll. Maybe something like that, but there's got to be a way to strike that balance. I'm sure there is.
I do feel like if they're going to keep going in this direction, their time with the stamina mechanic is probably done. Because in this game, in 90% of cases, the limiting factor on my ability to do things was not my stamina, it was what the enemy was doing.
Yeah.
Like, I'm never going to be able to exhaust my stamina unless I get a really lucky sequence of boss attacks, or I'm just flailing at an enemy way too hard.
What about blocking though? Because blocking
That is
hits
the
your
concern.
stamina and like I mean that's kind of the factor of how many hits you can tank before getting knocked off balance. So
What if it was
I don't know. I'm
a
not sure what the answer is.
You'd have to jury rig something together, yeah.
Because you also need
maybe
a little bit of
blocking could deplete your stamina, and then after that it starts depleting health?
Well, I mean, actually, I answered my own question by saying Sekiro has no stamina bar. In Sekiro, it's your posture. So you have a
Yeah.
posture bar that fills, and as if you're just doing standard blocks, every single hit will add to your posture bar, and when it's full, you get knocked off balance. But if you're deflecting, so if you're timing your blocks with the actual hits landing on your sword, then you deflect. You basically like parry the enemy, just several tiny parries as opposed to the single big ones that you do in the Souls games. It adds to, instead of adding to your posture bar, it adds to your enemy's posture bar. So it's one thing I really liked about Sekiro, that you can actually hurt your enemy by being good at defense, and that I thought was a pretty cool mechanic.
I've seen someone say that greatsword is still reliant on stamina. I'm using a greatsword in my second playthrough. No, they're not. Don't run out of stamina.
Yeah, no, not really for attacking. I
Yeah,
used a great sword in my
I
playthrough.
suppose worth mentioning, it's like we all will hit 0 on stamina, but it's about really noticing that as opposed to it simply happening. Because DS1, like you have to be aware of your stamina. In this game, I was rarely having to be concerned about it.
I have enough stamina right now with all the endurance I had to level for this armor. I can swing my halberd two-handed, all like full combo twice before I run out of stamina.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Because like I said, I've been playing a little bit of Dark Souls 1 again as a comparison, and Jesus Christ, you really have to be aware of your stamina in that game, because it runs out really quick and it's not coming back that fast as compared to the newer games.
Also, your dodge roll only goes in 4 directions, and that's really off-putting.
Yeah, could have fixed that with the remaster, but then they decided,
Oh, they could
whatever.
have fixed so much with the remaster.
They did. That was the only thing they changed for the gameplay in the Blue Point's Demon Souls remake, that they made it omnidirectional rolling, and I was like, yeah, that's a good change.
I wish I could play that. I also wish I cared about PS5.
Yeah, I don't use mine very often, to be honest, so I wouldn't recommend the financial investment.
Yeah, it needs more games.
Why is game not other game? Gah. I mean, for a second there I was like, are you saying that about our commentary for how Dark Souls does not have the mechanic? No, I know. But the funny thing is they said it right after we were saying like, oh, 4 directions, not cool. Omnidirection, cool. It's like, why is this game not the other game? It's like, well, yeah. Like, the 4 directions in Dark Souls 1, I think, is only complemented in the fact that Dark Souls 1, compared to the rest of them, has enemies that are much more predictable, because that was before a lot more of the attitudes of making them fast and unpredictable had come in. So the 4 directions is, not as hampering at this point. At the same time, I would prefer omnidirectional for sure.
Yeah, it's still annoying. I would still change it.
Yeah. All right.
Sorry. I'm playing right now. I had to take care of an invader named DS2 is bad. He is not wrong. I am ashamed that I had to kill him.
There's 2 options here. We've kind of covered them briefly. I don't know if there's anything else that wish to be said about encounter and level design.
Sorry, say that again.
Encounter and level design. Basically, how they've constructed the game for you to complete it. How much thought do you believe has gone into it versus not? And do you think there are problems or praises?
I think they just wanted you to give you this whole big area and just like go wild.
I don't think there was much consideration as to the placement of enemies in terms of how the player's going to approach them. I don't think there was any, really.
Yeah, I mean, any world that is easy to distract me in like a good way, that makes me want to see like what's in there is it's good in my book.
Well,
yeah, I liked it.
Any is not correct. Sorry, because there are cases where there's clearly an effort put into the level design. Things like Stormvale. I don't think Stormvale is like a fantastic level. I think it's probably pretty good, maybe a bit less than pretty good, thereabouts. It's about on the level of a DS3 level, I suppose.
I was much more excited by entering castles than I was by entering catacombs or whatever, because I was like, at least the castle. The castle will likely have started as someone trying to design a real castle and then match it to be mechanically satisfying in some way. And so I was always like, here we go. With catacombs, it's just like, all right, gotta find the lever wherever that may be, and then.
The capital sewers made me want to kill myself.
Oh yeah,
going around in tubes
area.
and pipes. I'm like, oh please don't.
Stormvale.
I'm better than this.
I'm better than this.
I only went into the sewers at all because I thought that that's where you had to go to fight the final boss, because it seemed like you get done at Farum Azula, you respawn, and then the first thing ahead of you is a big hole into the sewer. So I'm like, all right, down we go, and then got through the entire dungeon. It was like, wait, I just leave now? Oh.
Well, you do got to go down to the sewers to take care of the Poop Man quest.
Stormvale had a pretty neat thing going on in that it was approachable from two directions because of the do you want to take the front gate or, clamber around the side thing.
Yeah.
That was reasonably interesting. But would I be right in saying the level is pretty, tiny? Feels pretty tiny, thinking about it.
Stormvale?
Stormvale.
Yeah,
Stormvale isn't very...
I mean, the
very
capital is much bigger, but I guess it is actually much bigger, so,
Yeah, which... using scale appropriately, so whatever. Maybe Stormvale should be small, but...
I didn't find as much to be impressed by with when I was approaching each thing in the world. I was more so just like, alright, who's next? Alright, what's next? Alright, as opposed to, oh, they want me to try and, okay, or, ooh, this, that, oh, this is a challenge, or, oh, this is going to take advantage of what I've learned recently, to blah, blah, blah. Nah, not really. Which I can forgive to some degree because of how enormous this fucking game is.
Yeah.
Somebody said it's small but complex. I like that.
I don't know if I would call Stormvale all that complex. It's small, certainly, and it's a pretty good level, but I don't think it's complex.
Also, question is, if I go into the Forge of Giants, am I headed toward the end game?
Yeah.
Okay.
Still a bit to go.
Are you worried about locking yourself off from something, or...?
I don't want to go straight to the end boss just yet. But there are two areas. There's a couple areas where I thought I was going end bossy, and I don't want to go there yet.
You've got two more areas, with one being significantly bigger than the other, and the other one being a variation of something you visited before.
Okay, so
I tried to say that with as few spoilers as possible.
That's fine. I'm in the Halleck tree. It looked kind of end gamey up here, so I wasn't sure.
No, oh, fuck no.
Have you got to the bottom of the Halleck tree?
I think so.
Oh, well,
I had to kill another pain in the ass tree worm guy in Scarlet Rot. That was great.
How do you feel about redheads?
Redheads?
Yeah.
Are you talking about Millicent?
No.
Yeah,
Well, when it happens,
Millicent
you'll know.
Millicent went bye-bye, and so... I don't know what you're talking about, but I've already helped Millicent
Oh, you
out.
will.
How do you guys feel about the Raya Lucaria Academy?
I really don't like the fact that the whole big network of rooftops and everything with all the marionette soldiers and gargoyles and everything is sort of an area that you don't even have to go to at all. And I've played that area 3 times, and I keep on forgetting that to get to the boss you just have to go right instead of left once you get to that courtyard after the first boss.
That's actually another enemy I fucking hate, is those weird dudes with like a million bows and arrows, and when they spaz out and just go
marionettes, yeah.
I hate them.
Just why did you do this to me?
Because if the enemy flails, then it's difficult.
Yeah,
not a bad
that's
summon,
Bloodborne's
though.
fault, by the way.
Yeah. They learned that one from Bloodborne, and they haven't been able to let go of it.
And at least in Bloodborne, they were like, right, your character's really fast and the gameplay's really fast, so we need some enemies that are real fast. I see how that happened. But then you just put it in everything.
And the things that are flailing at you are literal beasts. They're
at least
huge
that, yeah.
monsters. We can get something out of this.
I like the marionette guys. Okay.
That's an opinion.
That's fine. It is fine.
I like them when I can one-hit kill them finally.
What about some of my opinions on the Academy, though? I do enjoy...
You just best not miss.
I enjoy the way it loops back in on itself with the rooftop segment, but the enemies in it are... Ugh. And the encounters in it. They decided... You know Shrine of Amana? Shrine of Amana was cool. Let's do that.
It looked cool. That is it.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, oh boy.
You know that room that has 3 different magic caster guys who are just going to spam spells at you the moment you peek around the doorway?
Meanwhile, the floor may fall out from under you because your torch wasn't looking
just
down.
Don't. Anyone attempting to defend Shrine of Amana, I feel sorry for them.
Best part is
like, even
that's an uphill battle.
Remember, H-Bomber Guy was desperate when defending that place to the point where he was like, some people say it's hard when you don't have people to help you through it. And it's like, well, I guess it sucks for anybody who doesn't have friends.
H-Bomber Guy has entered the chat.
Just DS2. This is the thing, by the way. I'm just going to say it now in case there was any confusion. This game is leagues ahead of DS2. It's like a different realm of existence, okay?
Oh, God, yeah.
I think it did pull some things from DS2, but luckily, Theo is probably going to agree. They have 3 things that it pulled from it. Power stancing, repeated enemies that are out in the open world, and... I guess, maybe getting a 3rd one might be kind of tricky.
And disgracing the boss health bar.
Disgracing the boss health bar, yeah.
Well, I fucking hate the logic that it's got DS2's DNA. It's like DS2 and this have Dark Souls DNA, which has Demon Souls DNA.
Yeah. No, it's a vindication of Dark Souls 2.
Which is another interesting thought. If anything, it's a condemnation of Dark Souls 2, because it tried to do things that game did, but implement them better, and it still managed to fail in certain regards. Look, most of this game is DS3. I'm sorry, that's just the truth.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
It's not DS2 or 1 or Demon Souls. It's DS3. This game. But the thing is, you'd be like, well, where does most of DS3 come from? And you're like, well, DS1, not 2. And then where's most of DS1 come from? Demon Souls. And where's Demon Souls come from? It's like Mario. So it's all the same thing.
Mario.
What do you guys think about the scaling of that optional area, the Helic tree thingy?
I hate this place.
I kind of hated it a little bit. I didn't want to say it.
I hate the Helic tree.
I kind of hate the Helic tree.
Mind it. Honestly, as stupid as it sounds, putting a jump button in this game is a game changer for the platforming.
It is.
It
changes a lot of how you approach everything in this game. It really does.
My problem isn't with the platforming. It's just that this place is DS2 written all the fuck over
it. It's full of the worst enemies in the game.
I was going to say, oh god, there's so many poo enemies in that fucking area.
And it's also
running through it right now.
Dude, enemies.
Who the hell thought, hey, how about this upgrade to the ulcerated tree spirit? Put him in a scarlet rot lake. It's like, what the fuck? Why would you... Why?
I was so happy I didn't have to fight that thing. Like, I was just like, I died grabbing the item that was in the middle of that rot.
My pride was challenged. Okay.
Hey man, Mr. Hands, you want to fight like 2 of him at once?
How about 6? You like 6?
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you run through that area, like you run to evade one of them, it spawns another one, it spawns another one, you're like, you are fucking kidding me right now.
Or three of the crystallines at a time that you gotta break their armor before you can really do
the crystal
any
dudes
damage.
are annoying as hell, yeah.
Yeah, I hate them. Oh, the best thing about that zone is a skip that a speedrunner found where you can throw yourself down an elevator shaft to land on the button, killing yourself to bring the elevator back up to skip the entire zone.
That's thinking outside the box right there.
You skip the entire zone.
Damn, that's fucking... I want to do that now. Yeah.
Yeah, seriously.
You gotta get you have to get the jump like perfect. I'm assuming.
Yeah, you have to get the jump.
Yeah, you'd have to nail the aim.
Also, the enemies in here are just like triple the damage from everything else. Like everything just becomes super tanky. Like crazy.
Yeah, it's definitely that kind of area where you're like, oh, I see what we're doing.
Also, we have another recycled boss here. I only just noticed this. This Loretta.
Yeah.
Because you fight her in what's the fucking... It's the place with the hands.
Rana's class. Carrier Manor?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
but
know.
that's another one where you fight a ghost version of her, and I was kind of thinking, oh well, probably gonna fight her later, and I got to the Alex tree,
The
and was like,
fucking
there you
Godfrey
are.
one is baffling.
Yeah, I really don't like that they made Godfrey a spirit, and then
What are you
he's
doing,
like the
Dane?
second last boss of the game.
Oh, this area
I
for
like
me was
the
carnage.
fight.
Trying to fight double big boy knights with one of those tree avatar things.
Yeah.
There were ways to cheese this.
Fuck no.
But I was desperately trying to engage with this on a level that I thought the game wanted me to, and my god, it was absolute cancer.
Do you like him spamming the butt slams?
He's doing it and I'm not even near him.
Look, you can't, you're not allowed to play. You're just not allowed.
Ah!
And the funny thing
Got
is,
stuck up behind
the
him.
Mimic managed to survive that with half health. It's fucking insane.
Fucking absurd.
Yeah, look at this absolute carnage of just... This is what I mean. So this is what encounter design, I think, is definitely being commented on. This is just stuff. There's stuff everywhere.
It feels to me like the game does this a lot, where there's just stuff around, and you'll fight the stuff, and in doing so, you'll pull more stuff, and then there's stuff everywhere.
Which, by the way, was my big criticism of DS2's encounter design.
Yeah, that's exactly. When I say DS2 all over the place, this is numero uno right here. The spam bush.
Now that I'm in the Helic tree, I regret my choice to make a tank build. Because it's worthless now. It's just absolutely worthless.
It's worthless now.
Like all the tankiness I had this whole game, just like, yeah, you die in 3 hits.
Well, the good news is if you have 2 larval tiers, you can completely respec and then spec back.
Oh, I have probably like 5 or so.
What do you have, like 10? Yeah.
I had your oyster. First playthrough, I had so many of them. It's like, oh, what do I actually need to respec? It's like, oh, I can respec lots of times.
I accidentally put some points into stamina early on.
Might as well respec real quick.
Yep. On back.
Do you like the ants?
Gotta fight my way to the boss
for some reason, 1 billion damage with their like
those
attack.
Those ants with the big head.
Yeah,
they're like super tanky, and when they ram you, they take away half your health. It's like, what is happening? You're ants.
And then how about the little ass spew that insta kills you?
Yeah, I don't know why the weird spew attack hits as hard as it does.
Oh,
it's so fucking
spew
quick.
attacks. The fucking big lobsters with their spew attack, they can just shoot across the map.
Oh, speaking of fucking, do you remember the railgun archers in Siofra River? The weird Minotaur?
The deer I hated them.
What were they thinking?
Oh my god, what the fuck happened when they made those?
I hate the normal versions of those enemies as well, because they just don't stop.
Oh, that was a huge mistake, and I'm so glad that was like the only place they were at. Holy shit.
There is more of them somewhere in Liurnia.
I wish for all of you to see this, okay? So I did a jumping attack onto him, and I was like, it'll land, and then I will walk around him on the edge of the banister. No. Unfortunately for me, that's not quite how it goes, and boom, I am knocked down. But hey, that's not so bad. I've survived, and ultimately, where I am is actually safe compared to where I was. Oh. Fucking vomit falls to the ground. Pain.
It's like a like, take this with you.
But yeah, those enemies you're talking about, they drove me nuts. It was the most fear I felt in the entire game, because I was actually like trying to keep my 10,000 runes at the time, I think. So for the sake of people out there who are wondering what we have to say about it, I feel like we must mention story. Who here knows what happened in this game?
I have a vague idea.
Ring. You win.
There was a ring, that's true.
And you win.
No, I have a very good question. Fellas, what's the Elden Ring?
It's a magical thing.
It's like
and when it broke, everybody got fucked in the face.
What does it do?
That's the name of an elderly stripper.
Yeah.
What do you think the Elden Ring does?
Powerful.
It is the one ring that would rule them all.
The Elden Ring is a MacGuffin?
It's several shards of a MacGuffin.
Is it not hilarious that I have no fucking clue what the answers are to these questions and I don't even care? I'm just like, whatever.
Neither do I.
I'm kind of to that point as well. Somebody was asking me, it's like, what's the story? And I'm like, oh shit.
This
was
is
I
the
just
story
not paying
of the ring,
attention?
I think there's more for us to all have gained had we read every flavor text of every fucking item, but I just don't care to. And it is funny because it'd be like, oh, have you not played the game for very long? It's like 100 hours, but yeah.
I've got a friend who did some explaining of some lore things to me because I just came to him with questions from time to time. And I had some interest in some of the lore stuff from that because there's some kind of neat concepts going on. But the story, oh geez, oh no.
It's like there's some NPCs in their story quests. It's all like I can recall what happened. You know, Millicent was pretty cool.
Ron was.
You know,
follow-up question.
Cool, and poor fucking Blyde and all of his friends.
What's an Elden Lord?
Blyde.
Just like an old person.
Yeah.
I think it is the person that holds the Elden Ring, and I'm pretty sure that is actually.
Well, he puts it on his Elden finger.
Yeah.
I have no clue, man. I don't know why it's meaningful either.
So here's when we'll find out. In like a month, Vati Video will upload some videos. We'll get a nice, smooth, bassy.
I dug into the game code and I uncovered this story.
You have questions like, what do you think of the characters? You're just like, oh,
fucking characters.
Everyone really likes the blue girl.
I hate her because everyone likes her.
Theo, you shouldn't have said that. People are just going to believe that's your kid takes on everything. I hate it because everyone likes it.
I ended the game as the consort of a 4-armed waifu, and I'm not sorry.
That can't be true of me entirely, Mola, because I like Arcane.
I knew you'd say that, and I'm pretty sure you don't like how mainstream it is.
Yes.
There you go.
Oh shit! Oh no!
Exposed immediately.
You're very much a person of I like my things and no one else can like them.
Stay away.
Oh my god, can this...
Sorry, Mel is getting really angry at Theo, jeez.
It's just a stupid fucking boss, just doesn't stop attacking.
Wait, which one are you talking about?
Loretta, Knight of the Helic Tree, that fucking
like her spamming the magic swords that, you know, zone you out, but then she doesn't really do anything on her own, so you just have to, you know, sit around.
It's just been dodging like forever and can't do shit. It's just so annoying.
I mean, that... what else do we have to say about the story?
I can try and tie it into something that, I guess, affected my experience with the game, if that'll get us anywhere.
Sure.
So, for me, I quite value having direction in games. That may have come across in my experience of interacting with the open world. I don't do well in terms of mindlessly just sort of wandering in a direction on the promises that there might be something that way. I like to have a reason to go in the directions I go in a game that's provided to me, or at least can be justified within the narrative, ideally. In this game, that means just following the critical path or wherever the grace leads. So I got to Margit, and, you know, you might think you can go somewhere else, but I couldn't. It was so hard for me to think of a justification for going and exploring the other 60% of Limgrave, because I was like, why would I... Margit's here. This is where I'm supposed to go. I don't know. Maybe I'm too much of an NPC or whatever, but the idea of just the story not mattering at all to why I do any of the things I do in the game kind of bums me out.
I think that it does within the world. It's just that it didn't to most of us, because like all the From Software games, really, with the possible exception of Sekiro, the story is just not really... It's not on the front burner. Like it's there if you want to dive into it, if you want to read a bunch of item descriptions, if you want to talk to more NPCs. But I mean, realistically, it's a video game that you're playing for the gameplay for the most part. Or I find most of their games tend to be. It's got lore and gameplay, less story and plot and characters.
I would actually fight that a little bit. I would argue Dark Souls 1 is pretty clear with what's going on in it.
It is clearer than this game.
It's very explicit. It's really explicit.
Yeah, and I think it's understandable in terms of what they're actually going for in that game and what meaning you can pull out of it, even in the surface level, vaguest sense. In this game, I don't know what the Elden Ring is. Come on.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
I don't know what anything I'm doing is or means or the context of any of it.
From a guidance standpoint, though, as far as like how the plot directs the player to do the thing, in Dark Souls 1, it's kind of just Oscar's like, hey, yeah, I gotta go ring that bell. You want to take care of that for me? And then you're off.
I gave you a flask.
It's a pretty simple trajectory. Go and escape from the asylum. Go and ring the bell to find the fate of the undead. Okay, there's 2 bells. Go and ring them. You ring both the bells. Frampt tells you your fate is to succeed Lord Gwyn. Cool, let's go and do that. It's essentially obfuscated from me what that actually means. I just know, cool, I'm going to succeed Gwyn. Then I go and do.
But I mean, they don't tell you where the bells are, and you don't really have to do one in.
Crestfallen does. He says.
Does Crestfallen tell?
Yeah, he tells
the
you
bell tower, and then he tells you the ones at the bottom of Blighttown.
At the ruins at the depths of Blighttown. Yeah.
And then, so you like Ubisoft games? It's like, what?
Shut the fuck up, man.
What? Yes, Ubisoft games. That one of my complaints about Assassin's Creed is that there's too much story, and they try to like go away.
Yeah, just go away if you're gonna try and like. At least listen to what I'm saying.
I don't even know how they got that from what we said. Like,
yes. I love the story of Splinter Cell Blacklist.
Sure do love the story of going around and finding the tower and then climbing it.
Elden Tower.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Tom Clancy's Elden Ring.
And then the more information you find out is what is the history of this world that led to it being this way for Dark Souls, and then why does your decision matter and what does it ultimately mean? Then you get both the serpents giving you the essentially both options.
Yeah, I feel like maybe like this is where the open world kind of bit him in the ass when they were trying to stay with this story structure. When you get too much to see, you can easily lose sight of what you were here for.
I think a good opening cutscene solves that pretty quickly, though, like it did with Dark Souls 1.
Oh, can we talk? We haven't talked about that's amazing. We're at 8 hours almost. We haven't talked about how the opening cutscene is just a rehash of the other games again.
Yeah,
like they need to think of a new way to start the fucking games, man.
That's not true, Mauler. Instead of the boss rundown from the man, you get the NPC rundown.
Just when you watch the Dark Souls 1 opening cutscene, it is baller. It is so awesome. But with each game they make, it's becoming more like, oh yes, once again, there's a big thing. The thing is split into multiple things. And then a bunch of these crazy creatures all grab a piece of the thing, and you gotta go kill them all.
I wonder if you might run into any of them.
Will you succeed the last one, or will you end the Elden Ring?
But yeah, I was like, oh man. And I don't want to be too critical of the opening in this, but I don't know, just the images instead of a full cutscene sort of thing. I was just like, oh, okay.
I already forgot about it, if I'm being completely honest.
I don't know why I'd remember it. It was funny because, like, I think when I got to Godric, I was like, he was in the opening, right? Was he? I don't know. Like, was he in the opening?
The thing I'd be critical of it for is it fails where Dark Souls 1 succeeded in terms of even Dark Souls 3 was fine in this count of informing you on why you're doing what you're doing and what you're doing exactly. Like Dark Souls 1 in no unclear terms informs you as to the state of the world, and then Astora, you're told fairly clearly what you're going to be doing in the game. And then Dark Souls 3, the opening cutscene makes pretty clear what you're going to be doing in the game. Bunch of lords came back, they abdicated their thrones because fuck it. You have to go and get them back. Cool, done. And this is in service of linking the flame. Cool. Bloodborne's is a lot more obscure, but to an extent, you could argue that plays into the game's presentation and all that.
The amount of fucking work that's been done in Bloodborne's lore, like when you go looking, it's just like, Jesus Christ, they've got so much here that it makes me think they're wasting it. It needs to be adapted into other things or get a fucking sequel. What are you doing? You've got loads of this stuff here.
There's a comic series. They have a
that's
line of
not good enough.
Comics. Hey, I'm just saying.
I want $10,300 million movies.
Let's get the Arcane Studio Fortea to make a Bloodborne show.
Dude, that would be fucking awesome.
I know.
Chris Pratt to voice the protagonist of Dark
Soul.
Dark Soul. He is Dark Soul.
I am John Dark Soul.
The Good Hunter, and he plays the doll lady.
For what it's worth, for anyone angry with me over this, I understand that to most players this probably doesn't matter a lot, and that's completely fine. And to me, honestly, in terms of my experience with Elden Ring, it was only specifically damaging in the sense of my engagement with the open world.
Let us take this moment to acknowledge this game is quite beloved. Like,
bit.
hardcore by many, including myself, and many people here. So, of course, Theo has come across as a crazy person in all of this, which is fine. Absolutely fine. I just like that we got to talk about it all. Because I was going to say, that probably wraps up talking about story and characters, which leaves not much left for me to say, topic-wise. And I was just going to say, I just want to reaffirm the approach I gave today, and I don't think this is going to be shared by all of you, but this is how I feel. I kind of went with an idea of, if we start with it's a masterpiece, and then I will explain all the things I don't think work. That's kind of the way I did it there. I'm taking for granted all the things that I think work in this, because it's the same stuff that's worked for kind of a while, with refinements here and flaws added there. The game's just frozen on the fucking replay, by the way. Like, this is a freeze screen. That's the amount it gets to loading before it freezes. But yeah, I really love this game. I'm not going to have trouble replaying it. I think it slots in really well. I like it as an attempt to make Dark Souls but open world sort of thing. With all of my criticisms involved, I still really, really like it. I think maybe it's worthwhile to do this as a closing thing. Not necessarily to close the stream, but just after everything we've discussed, have your thoughts in any way changed, and what do you think now? I'm just saying, I still love it. There's still plenty, I think, to love, and I enjoyed the fuck out of my time with it, even with all of the horrible, frustrating things. All the things we've highlighted as problems, as well as, like, enemies that I just fucking despise that I even had to fight, that still doesn't represent anywhere near to the whole experience as far as I'm concerned. I just want that said and explained. But I'm going to leave it up to whoever wants to go next with this sort of idea, alright? I'm just going to sit down now. Someone else can take it.
I want to just mention, kind of quickly, I've been doing a whole bunch of criticizing, but I don't want that to be taken as me not having things that I like about this game. There are things that I like, and I think it does make palpable improvements on the Souls formula if they're going to keep going in this action-oriented direction. I think the game does a few things right. I think one of the main areas of improvement for me has been magic. They made the magic like vastly more interesting in this game than it ever was in the previous ones, and the game is a bit better at accounting for your ability to use it. So I think, bravo on that. Good job on trying to make
the memory
shields.
stone system in that regard, yeah.
Yeah, actually, that's a very good system. I think, it's something that I don't think is entirely fair, but I don't know about cycling spells and even items by using the D-pad, because that means I have to stop moving. But again, I don't know where else you'd put it, so I don't think I can very fairly criticize that.
Loser, you don't engage the claw hand?
Claw hand.
I have to engage with the claw hand, but I try to reserve the claw hand for games that, deserve it, like Devil May Cry.
Oh, God. You were talking about these things, Theo. You didn't. You fucked it up.
Shit, you're right.
I'll say, from a control standpoint, just that reminded me, the claw hand reminded me, I play with an Xbox Elite controller, and I've got those paddles on the back that you can kind of map to any button. Game changer when I mapped B to one of the paddles on the left. And now anytime I pop over to the PlayStation to like fiddle around with the console version, because that's the one I've been streaming, I don't have that paddle. So I'm like, oh no, I can't control the camera while running anymore without doing the claw hand. And it really makes me wish that paddles on the back of controllers were a default thing on everything, but sadly still no.
Oh, this bitch got a cutscene. She's not a story boss, is she?
Is this the bitch at the bottom of the Halig tree?
Yeah.
Good luck.
What color's her hair?
Have a good one.
Who else wants to give more closing thoughts?
I mean, I've been playing it all through the stream, just on the side, just fucking around everywhere. It's pretty much the same for me. I thought I would be more disappointed at the end after we're done, but pretty much everything I already thought about it was already brought up as well, so it haven't really changed that much. I think it was pretty much the same things that I already talked about on my streams and everything. And yeah, I mean, I'm already almost through my second playthrough. I'm having a co-op playthrough planned with Fortea, which we're gonna play on stream, so that's gonna be fun. I started a new playthrough on a YouTube stream last night, just with some faith. I'm gonna do that one. Yeah, I'm gonna get like a fuck ton of hours out of this game. and I will be returning to that game at some point later again when I'm finally bored of the game for the time being. I'm certain there's going to be DLC coming out at some point. I would be very surprised if not.
There's no
what
way.
was it,
There's
like
no
12
DLC.
million copies this thing sold?
Yeah, 12 million copies.
Dude, I wouldn't be surprised if Elden Ring 2 is already in production.
This is the most popular FromSoft game by orders of magnitude.
Ever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they didn't even expect it to sell that well. I think they were expecting like
I think that's
way less in much more time.
I think this is a good place to talk about a subject I actually did mean to bring up, but I kind of forgot, which is almost, I'd consider it the meta. This game exists in a particular place that I absolutely love that it does. It comes out, it is more than 3 times the content that you get in most full-fledged like AAA games of high price these days for the same price. Absolutely nuts amount of content. It is insane, it is intense. I can't over-exaggerate it, it is impossible. The amount of time you can spend in this game compared to... A friend of mine was like, you know, this game, I realize already I've spent more time in it in like a week than I have in all of my time with Halo Infinite. And it's just like, they're a fan of Halo Infinite as well. Like, well, I'm not sure if they are right now, because you know how it works.
Oh yeah, didn't the player base drop off like really hard on Infinite?
Yeah, because there's no new content.
Yep.
This game
I got
took so long.
134 in Infinite and 150 in Elden Ring. So
this game took so long to get through. It was so fucking interesting to watch the conversation evolve over the days going by. Like, people were citing, the most annoying enemy is this, and like one person would post Millennia, and people would be like, "Who the fuck's that?" It's just like, yeah, right. Because everyone's at different stages. It takes so long to beat this game because there's so much to do. And then, of course, there's no microtransactions. How did you do it? How did you create a game with no micro? I didn't know that was possible. And it, you know,
they didn't even brag before it came out.
Nope.
Like, oh, this is gonna have like 1 million things to do. There's like, oh yeah, here's Elden Ring. You wanted that,
You
right?
can miss
Have fun.
huge portions of the game. They just don't care. Like,
It's
whatever.
the entirety of Mount Gelmir, like all of it.
Exactly. It's an absolutely insane bang for your buck. One that I'm not even... Is this, like, the biggest bang for your buck for a game?
Might be.
Yeah.
maybe
I feel like Witcher 3 maybe fights it.
Yeah, I could see that.
with
Maybe.
the DLC for Witcher
DLCs.
3, maybe. Yeah.
Witcher 3 is big.
Witcher 3's got a
dude.
Although,
shit
I guess-
ton of stuff in it.
Yeah, also, I guess Witcher, you've got to kind of take into account how much more time they spent on doing things like recording voice lines and writing, whereas this, like, Elden Ring, again, like, we were kind of addressing that on the story end, but it's much more focused on gameplay being the thing that you're here for.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Witcher, like, you can play Witcher on story mode or whatever they call the easiest mode there and still enjoy it quite a lot. Whereas I think if you added a games journalist hand-holding mode into this game, it would kind of kill it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I guess to sort of close it out, just the it's an intense amount of content, and the price is just normal. It's not even like they could have chopped like a Gelmir or the Halleck Tree could have been DLC. None of us would have bat a fucking eye if that was cut out of the game and sold as DLC. They could have done that.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane and intense that they didn't, and I love the fact that it can baffle so many fucking
developers
right now, or maybe not developers, just producers. Just be like, how could this be possible? How do we replicate something so successful? And it's like, well, they didn't do any of the usual shit. We might have to just make a game.
Just take time. Just take
God.
fucking time to make it. Because this started developing during Sekiro or right before it or something.
They were concurrent. I think Elden Ring started before Sekiro. And
Yeah,
Sekiro
like
finished
7
first.
years or something. Like this is what happens when you take time with your game.
Well, and From Software have had copycats now for a while. They still can't be beaten in making these types of games.
Yeah.
And granted, they've had an engine that they can build on and build on and build on and experienced teammates, but I'm just saying, like, there's so many people who've tried to copy them.
People argue that Neo is better in some respects. I've played all of the original Neo, and you could maybe argue that the combat is, but I always found it
10 times better. But
Combat
the
is
world is
superior.
not, and neither is the story.
By comparison.
I think my initial problem with Neo was just how the world came together.
Yeah, same. I could never get
And
into
it
I
was
like,
not
oh, I
well
like the
told. They had cutscenes and everything, and I still didn't understand what the fuck was happening.
The,
Yeah,
the
they have
level
more
it's-
like
design
this,
is
this
just
level select thing going on with the card, the
Mission
map,
map, yeah.
something.
Neo even
doesn't-
weaved in and out of actual history and didn't make much sense.
Yeah,
But yeah, it wasn't never for me. Not because it was bad or something. I was just like, oh, I don't know. I was just not into this.
Kinda, the way I always said it is that Neo was the Ninja Gaiden team making a Dark Souls game, and Sekiro is the Dark Souls team making a Ninja Gaiden game.
yeah. That's not an unfair comparison.
I do earnestly believe that if FromSoft are gonna keep going in this direction, that Sekiro is the blueprint to take from rather than Souls.
Yeah, Sekiro is still my personal favorite, but again, I think the narrow playstyle of Sekiro is probably why it would be hard for me to make the objective argument for it, and zero multiplayer at all too.
Yeah, I really liked Sekiro, but I did one playthrough and like half of a New Game Plus one. It's like I know what's going on now. I know how to fight the bosses.
Need to
I don't
play
really
that.
want to play it again.
For me, it's so funny. I'm happy with Dark Souls. I don't need another one. I'm chill. I've had my fill, sort of thing. I'm very happy with Dark Souls 1 and 3, and Elden Ring is even kind of... I want another Bloodborne, because I like Bloodborne so goddamn much, and I think they fucked up so many things that can be fixed in Bloodborne with a sequel. It's like, give me more. I want more Bloodborne.
Here's the question though: would you want Bloodborne 2 to take cues from Elden Ring and be in like not post-apocalyptic, but like a big open world thing where you've got a horse?
No.
Please no.
God, Bloodborne, there's so much right in Bloodborne that I just feel like just follow along from that. Just make all the tweaks you need. First of all, get that FPS up, for fuck's sake.
Get it up.
Yeah.
Make a frame rate. Look at the blood vial system. I'm sure there's something we can do there.
People are like, no, we'll let it stay. It's like, well, no, we can trust From to make a decent Bloodborne 2. It's not like Disney.
Yeah, a lot of the rumors have been saying that Bluepoint's just going to be making Bloodborne 2. That From apparently doesn't have any interest in returning to it. I don't know how credible they are, but
if this game is proof of anything, it's that From Software will not let you down.
Well, that's the thing. I think that would be nice if FromSoft like made the game and then Bluepoint executed it to make it actually run good. we're in business.
Yeah, Demon Souls looks fantastic. I think you could argue that the visuals in Demon Souls are better than Elden Ring, but
yeah, and it's like it performs really well. It's like smooth as butter.
I suppose, and I want to address, because there's some people who have this thought, and it's just like, well, why not something new in general? Something newer than even Sekiro or Bloodborne are to Dark Souls, newer than that. And it's like, well, sure.
Yeah,
I'm not against that. Yeah.
No, absolutely.
I'm down for them to make whatever they want to make, but
I've said it before.
My preference is towards innovation, but
I'm not. I'm less so with that right now. I'm just desperate for another Bloodborne soundtrack. Gimme.
Yeah. Just skip the game. Just give me the soundtrack.
PC port, motherfucker. Hurry
Also
the fuck
that,
up.
yeah. But that's Elden Ring then.
Yeah.
Anything else anybody wants to say about it?
No, I'm just gonna play the fuck out of it until I die.
It's killing me that I can't play it more than I already have because like there's a lot going on. But the fact that like I'm still itching to play it this long, even this long into it, I'm still itching. Says something. So I'm gonna keep
there's
going.
nothing really anything out right now that I want to play instead of Elden Ring.
Right.
So
Should we give a number?
Ooh, tough.
9 out of 10.
I'm gonna. I already. Theo, you're going last, buddy. I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna go with a really, because with everything that I've said, I still think about how this game sits in relation to all our other games, just in our fucking world, and I want to say I'm gonna give it a solid 7.5 to 8.
Yeah, I'm the same. Like I said in the beginning, somewhere between 7.5 and 8. 7.5 and 8. Not
Somewhere
7, 5, and
between
8.
7, 5, and 8.
I realized I kind of ate that point there. And I was like, it's like kind of between 7, 5, and 8. Just take a number. I'm the same as you.
All right.
I'm gonna go 8 with the possibility to go up to a 9 once they've smoothed out all the technical issues. As much as like I do think that there are some like all the things we discussed as far as design issues go, I think the overall experience is still extremely high quality, like to the point that I think if I was asked, hey, make a list of your top 10 games of all time, there's a bit of recency bias, obviously, but I don't think that I could not include this game. And I mean, I don't know. It's just I've had such an amazing time playing it. That said, I mean, obviously there's the objective criticisms that we've gone over. So 8/9-ish, and I just don't do 0.5s.
Fair enough. I think that's everyone. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, it's everyone.
Oh right. Oh yeah. Okay. Well,
Oh, fuck.
Jeez, come on.
I give it
man.
an Elden Ring out of 10, whatever that is.
For context, I guess, very quickly, before I give the number to Elden Ring, I give Dark Souls 1 an 8 for all I rabbit on about it. That game gets an 8. It's not better than an 8. There's a lot wrong with it. This game, I've gone back and forth in terms of numbers quite a lot. Right now, I've settled on a 6.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty reasonable considering the rest of our scores.
well, the funny
I
part to
guess
me
this
is that
is
I probably
interesting
agree with you
because-
on Dark Souls 1. It's just my
Yeah.
favorite. It's not that it means it's any like it's how it works.
I guess it might be worth stating, by the way, I imagine all of us have a scale that is different than what is often used for video games, where like anything
Yes.
lower than an 8 is considered to be like
Oh,
seriously
yeah, fuck that.
lacking.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
5 is
5
average.
is average.
5 is
fine.
average. Yeah, 5 is average.
Yeah, I was asked, like, I think it was last night. It's like, oh, what would you give that? What you give Elden Ring? It's like, oh yeah, probably like a 7.5 to 8. And it's like, man, that's low. It's like low. That's like a really
That's
good
really
score.
high.
Yeah.
Problem-
Score,
yeah, the
really
problem
low.
is that you think
Unfortunately,
that's
not
low.
how it works in the video game world, because
Yeah,
Elden Ring
and
Metacritic
IG
Elden Ring Metacritic is 97.
I could probably...
And IGN 6 is a real world 2. So,
Yeah, kind of.
Mhm.
And what I hope is that we move the scale a bit to something more normal,
Yeah.
so that it's not that if it's anything below a 7.5, that everybody thinks it sucks.
Like-
We need to fix the scale that we think about with video games to be more
think-
like film.
Fellas, there's
I
some
think the answer
really
is
fucking
5
good
point
video
scale.
games out there.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I can
Well,
probably count on one hand the games I would give above an 8. I'd need to think about it more, but off the top of my head, I can come up with like
It's a
3.
tough score to give out. It's the same for movies, by the way,
Yeah.
Yeah.
which I feel have
Um,
less variables by far.
I wonder that there are only on one hand video games that you could rate higher than an 8.
Ones that I have played and would be confident in my rating thereof, I guess it's worth stipulating.
Right, okay.
are you adjusting for time? Like, are you saying like, well, when this came out in 1997, it was the best thing I'd ever
I'm not
played?
sure
and
how
this
I
is-
feel
I don't-
about
I don't
that as a
believe in
metric,
dating in that.
personally, Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay,
wouldn't
yeah,
say
no,
that.
fair enough.
Super
That's
Metroid. I think Super
yeah.
Metroid is super strong
Yeah.
now.
Tetris
That
is like
game is
yeah.
like
10,
Tetris. Yeah. Space
but that's 'cause
Invaders.
it's so much more simple. There's so
Wait,
many.
Pac-Man.
Original Quake, I still think is one of the best games ever.
Yeah. I don't know how much
Quake 3 Arena.
I'm not sure what it means when people say dating. You're like, if something becomes dated, I think it's a little, I guess control schemes can become antiquated, but I don't even know that that's the right word to describe it. Like, I don't.
Yeah.
To defend them to some degree, like in the equivalent for movies, it's just if someone really went frame by frame in like Star Wars, as in A New Hope, and they were like, these special effects don't even hold up. It's like, okay, but they were incredible considering they came out 50 years ago. At the same time, I'm still okay with you judging them by modern standards because I actually do think there are some movies out there that can survive that scrutiny.
I think video games are difficult as well because, for instance, maybe I don't need to say it because people would figure it out. I think Tetris is probably... I don't like making definitive statements. Tetris is incredible, but it almost feels a little bit unfair because it's so straightforward fundamentally.
That's
It's
like Pong.
man. Well, yeah, like, is it fair to compare Elden Ring to something like Tetris?
Well, that's what we bring
Where
up
it's like
about Lord of the
Tetris
Rings,
is-
right?
Well, yeah, right. Like, how do you compare a bottle episode? How do you compare 12 Angry Men to Lord of the Rings? You know, one of them is a massive story in a fantasy world that has several major characters, and it's
Many
like there are so
characters,
many more
multiple plot
modifiers.
lines. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think with video games it becomes really clear because the more complex these games make, the more variables there are at play. The design of like Super Mario World is pretty radically simpler than Super Mario Odyssey, even though both games are about jumping through a level. They're both platformers where you need to get to the end. Well, get to the end in a sense, but they're really different. It's not fair. But at the same time, it is fair, right? Because they're both video games. They're both games that provide an experience to you that is whatever it ends up being.
I think that's one of the interesting things about the video game medium, that the range between different products and different genres can be so dramatically wide that it would almost be like comparing a Pixar short, like one of those little like 5-minute things that happens in front of a Pixar movie, to like 5 seasons of a TV show. Like, which one of those is better? It's like, I don't know. I think the singing volcanoes from I don't know, that I always remember that ukulele song and stuff is better than Breaking Bad. And it's like, well, I mean, should they even be on the same scale together?
Right, and it gets awkward with video games because Katana Zero was a game that provides like a very it is X hours of gameplay that is very specifically trying to be this thing, and it executes on it really well. How do I compare that to League of Legends, a totally different game that you're expected to play for hundreds or potentially thousands of hours with a vast amount of content? Like, it's how do I compare these two in terms of saying, how well it achieves what it's trying to be? And also, how much does it matter what a game is trying to be versus what it ends up being? What about
where
resources?
the math and review scores starts to get really messy, because
because
why I don't put numbers on my videos.
Well, it's like, how do I rate Super Mario Galaxy as a game overall versus how would I rate it as a platformer versus how would I rate it as compared to the rest of the games in the Mario series? I think that those comparisons can make a big difference, more so than comparing, I don't know, one superhero film to other superhero films. It's like, well, they're all films, fundamentally. They're all roughly the same length. They all have narrative structures that translate to different genres. Yeah. The point of this is that an 8 amongst this crowd is really high.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I agree.
And with that, we're at 8 hours, so we will probably end there, and we will do... it's 8 hours, it's insane.
It's fucking 4 a.m. I legit didn't notice. Fuck me. Alright.
We will
Here we go.
Do all the super chats for this one on the Wednesday. They'll be the first ones we catch up with, and then just catching up in general. Because I'm going to allow everybody to do life things. Though, before we run off into the wilderness, I guess we should talk a little about who we've got here today. We'll start with good old MarcTheCyborg, since you haven't been here in a little while. What are you up to, sir, and where can people find you?
I have been working on a big kind of documentary on the Metroid series, where I played every single one of the Metroid games, and written my longest video yet. But I was in school doing some extra Army medic training over the last few months, and then I was almost finished getting through the audio editing, and Elden Ring came out. So hopefully, if you guys do want to sub to my channel, there will be a big video on Metroid coming soon, and I'm going to be playing Elden Ring with my wife on Sunday after she's done playing Dying Light 2 with Az and Quarter Black Garrett. But yeah, I make videos. Hi.
Well, I got you linked in chat and the description. Thanks so much for spending 8 hours with us talking about this video game.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
I appreciate it. Gosh, how do I even... I mean, because Theo, you still haven't made any videos, right?
No.
And yet you have so many opinions to share. You must make videos.
I should really get on that. I still have that Devil May Cry thing that I futz with from time to time. I have a bit of it that I could maybe just shave off and make into a video on its own. I don't know. Maybe try that so that I can just make something short. We'll see.
Very well. Mootle. What have you been up to lately, you little fuck?
Whoa, I'm a big fuck. Excuse me. All kinds of stuff. Like a fuck ton of Elden Ring streams. Like I don't think I've ever streamed that much in a row in multiple days. So basically all 100 hours plus have been streamed and are being released on the archive channel if you don't want to watch them on the Twitch. Also, Metal's Forge every week now with schmexy graphics, looking real schmexy. Thumbnails, overlay, looks good as shit. Omega Ridley did the big good on that. Really good shit. Go check him out. There's some, we did Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf 2 weeks ago. I did that with Parkus. And 2 days ago I talked about Shoot 'em Up, which is just a really fun movie to talk about. So yeah, go check that out. And next week I'll have Meme Repository on, and we're gonna talk about some Superman animated schleams.
Ooh, right on.
Which is, what was it? Superman versus the Elite.
Ooh, good movie.
So apparently that one is supposed to be good.
Yeah.
And yesterday I did a live stream on the archive channel on YouTube because I remembered that months ago I did a poll on the YouTube channel, and there were a lot of people who don't even watch on Twitch. I was like, oh, I should probably do some live streams for those people. And then I did 3, and then we did the Halloween one, and then I never did another one again, and then I felt bad, so I did one of those again. So I might think about doing more of those, maybe like once a week on the YouTube channel there, just doing some things there. So yeah, I'm just pumping out the content for you guys. So you better go fucking subscribe, or I'll eat your toes.
Oh no, I need those.
I don't know. Das, is there anything you wanted to talk about in any way, shape, or form?
Godelb's in the works, boys.
Oh yeah.
I'm doing the best I can.
Well, Fringian Rags? I don't know. Is there anything you guys want to talk about?
Oh no.
Not really. Comic's done. Yeah, now I gotta figure out, and I'm working on this end game.
Leviathan. Well,
yeah,
funny
still
for me,
working on it.
I have still not begun work. I did work on Godelb, and now I'm working on something else, which you will see in a week's time. That's got nothing to do with my main channel. It's an EFAP thing. Oh boy, next week's gonna be an interesting time.
I don't know if you. I did a little work for Godelb.
He did.
I did.
All right.
Oh, did you guys sort that out?
No. Well, we're not going to say what it is.
Said anything, Franklin.
To be fair,
I didn't know if he knew. I thought it would be a surprise.
So fucking people in chat will be able to figure it out because it was written live. What thing you're referring to? I don't know why you treat it like it's a huge secret.
I've ruined it.
But I have ruined it. Oh well. It's still funny.
It is funny.
It's still gonna be fun. Don't worry, it's gonna be great.
But yes, well, okay then. Yeah, just as you heard, stuff is on the way. And that's about that. I'm really glad that we managed to get through so much Elden Ring chatter, and it's really nice that we had a game like that come out that was real nice. It was real nice. Okay, Theo.
Yeah, okay.
But seriously,
stop yelling at me, Theo. What the fuck?
Trying to like things.
Sorry.
Thank you all for creating such a fun little chat, and I suppose, of course, and thanks chat for creating a fun little chat, and thank you for the donations and the company, and that's it for tonight. Good night, and we shall see you next time.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Good night. Sleep tight. Do not let the Elden Rings bite.
What even is it?
Whatever it is, don't let it bite. Goodbye. See you later.
The elderly people are coming.
Go to your room.
Rings.
So what the fuck? It's M. Dawn.